is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
Welcome to 100 Endgames You Must Know. Over 200 mini videos that our Chessable team edited together, synced with our move trainer, and made it a seamless learning experience. So thanks for watching, happy studying, and enjoy the material.
Ancestors saved and preserved the vast expanses of their native land, from Altai to Ataro, thanks not only to the spearheads and brave spirit, but also to the ability of strategic thinking. In the age of the larger political games and in times of wars, step strategy decided the future of the nation and contributed to the strengthening of borders. Every step taken was another of the common obstacles on the way to a brighter future. Every decision made changed the trajectory of life. This is a game. This is a strategy. The light and dark side of life. This is history. Friendship and rivalry. This is an emotion. Aspiration to the future.
Well. Hello, everyone, and welcome at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Chess Championship 2022. This is the final event of the chess world, and we are very excited to have it here. And on the screen, you can see right now, first ceremonial move has been made on the second board, as I know that Richard Rapport is...
Rapport versus Jahangir Vahidov from Uzbekistan. I wonder what happened.
What was the first move? That was the first move. And another guest now we have for the women's second board. We have here E2 to E4 has been played in this game. And this means actually that the tournament is officially open.
Officially opened, exactly. So we started our coverage. It's I would say the most exciting event of the whole year. Okay, in the spirit, I would compare it to Masters in tennis.
Yeah, that's right. And here, Magnus Carlsen, the star of chess, playing on the first board against Armenian
Samuel Tersarkan.
Yes.
The name probably is not so well known to, I'm sure that some people know Samuel very well, but...
right. I know him quite well because we played a lot of youth tournaments together. And here we have already game started. So let's introduce ourselves and also a little bit speak about the tournament. We are your commentators, guys, for all these days at the Rapid and also Blitz tournament. Grandmaster Alexander Shabalov and Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili will be working for you, and we gonna have a very good time, I guess.
Oh, I hope so, very much. So here we go, Richard Rapport versus Jahangir Vahidov, board 2. I wonder why we're not shown board 1. What happened out there? So Sicilian, Jahangir thinking about move 2. Apparently knight f3 from Richard was quite a surprise for him. Okay, I wonder what it is. Let me introduce the people a little bit. Jahangir Vahidov, 27 years old, Olympic champion of 2022. Okay,
right.
We're already at the board 3.
That's right. Hikaru Nakamura
versus
against Amin Tabatabai. That's right.
Amina Tabatabai, 21 years old, from Iranian team. The very well-known player, thanks to his brilliant performance at the World Cup last year, when he won 5 matches before finally losing quarterfinal to Fedoseev. And probably you remember that very famous episode when Fedoseev clinched his fist before actually making his move. That's a very controversial moment.
Oh, wow.
So here we go. We are at the...
In the women's section on the screen right now, we have Katerina Lachno, World Blitz champion. She won that tournament back in Moscow, Russia, and she's facing today Olga Bedelka. They're playing on the second board. So this is the top boards, actually. And this is Polish star Jan Krzysztof Duda, who is playing on the board 4. His opponent is Aidani Poya.
Another
Iran.
Iranian player, member of the Iranian team. Maybe not so many achievements, but clearly used to be number 2 player for a long time. Now probably number 3. It's very standard position on the board right now.
Right, let's take a look now at the pairing so we can have a full picture who is playing against who and what is actually the pairings for the first round. Earlier, Alex, we were talking that today we started really nicely. The first round is indeed very, very exciting. We might think that this is the first round, first 2-3 rounds will be a bit easy for top players, but look at this situation. Magnus Carlsen on the first board is playing against Ter Sahakian. Then we have Richard Rapport against Jahon Goyer Khadigrov, and we have Tabatabai
Everybody call him just
Nakamura.
Jack. Everybody call him Jack, so you can do this as
Oh,
well.
I like that. I'll
Jack
put this down.
Vahidov. Yeah, it's like Hikaru plays Tabatabai.
Right.
And Jan Christoph Duda against another Armenian, Aidani Puya. Board 5, Maxim Vashilagraf, a defending Blitz champion, is playing against Vladislav Kovalov, the seasoned veteran, despite him being 28 years old. The winner of Aeroflot, one of the participants of Wykonzi in 2020. Okay, that would be a very interesting matchup. And there we go, board 6 to one of the favorites of the tournament, Jan Nepomniachtchi, plays against Livan Pontsulayev, another rapid specialist.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, we have, look at this standing. We have on the board 9, Fabiano Caruana, and board 14, Daniel Dubov, who actually won one of the events. And then board 15, we have Anish Giri. And this list is endless because we have around 300 participants. So let's get back in the games and check out what is happening on the top boards.
All right. So, No, we're not going to get Magnus for some reason. Still, we don't. Okay. This is Tanzhongyi, if I'm correct.
That's right.
Okay.
We have on the screen Tanzhongyi.
All right. Oh, okay. So, we're jumping back
We
and
have
forth.
a little game, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, look at this one. Rook to h7. Why would you need to do that? You want to castle on the long side probably, and you don't want to lose the pawn on f7. And that's why black played here. Rook
Yeah,
at
I'm more
h7?
surprised that they already have like 12 moves on the board, as if it's a mainstream. As if it's the mainstream theory. I very much doubt it. Like, it doesn't look like a standard position in the French. So.
Right, so interesting. For the first sign, that's actually is something that I'm thinking here. He wanted to move the king, maybe castle on the long side, and the pawn on f7 was actually hanging. So that's why he played this move. Let's check the time. Okay, time is more or less equal. 14 minutes for Magnus Carlsen, 13 minutes for Samuel. So. That's not big of issue here in this game.
No, absolutely.
So far.
Everything before that was not a surprise for either player. And now after Rook h7, Samuel somehow is trying to look for immediate refutation, which is probably not there because Magnus looks pretty confident. But on the other hand, okay, just remember what Daniel Dubov said about Magnus when he was asked, like, what's the strongest quality? He said he's just playing the random moves really fast. So not necessarily means that this is set up as good for black. And what happened?
I think knight h2 might happen.
It's a very concrete play, right? He's not gonna wait and like complete development. He just immediately sent his knight to f6.
That's right. So for now, if black just passes the move, like knight g4, knight f6, looks quite tempting here for white.
Oops. Yeah. No, maybe not right away. But if knight gets to g4, it's not going to be a pleasant position for black. So now Magnus thinking h5 or not. He decided against it.
Yeah, and if h5, then we can get back this knight on
Knight gets
f3
back
and
to
get on
G5,
g5.
yeah.
Castle
Castle
happened.
won.
Okay, let's see if knight g4, knight f6 will be a plan. Here, very often there is a question about attack on the queen side. Is there some kind of attack here, rook b1, and then try to develop the king side pieces like bishop e2, castle short, rook b2, rook to b1? Will there be strong attack on the queen side?
It's quite possible. It's why will be a little bit inconsistent with move knight h2 though. I think the idea was to get a hold of like a dark squares on the king side. So, but the immediate knight g4 could be met by g5. Is that possible?
What is
nevertheless,
he
knight g4 was played, and
yeah.
okay, no, it's I don't think. Yeah, knight g4 is on the board, and now Magnus is thinking g5 or not. I mean, it looks pretty tempting because g5, and I can follow it with h5, and then I can lock the position on the king side.
Right. Look at this camera. We have Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura on the background, both of them thinking. They have their style to think. And these two players had very intense match just some days before. They played a rapid speed chess championship on chess.com where Hikaru Nakamura, in fact, won the match.
I was absolutely instant classic, like the way this match won. You know, the Hikaru won, but the way he won, right? There was he was I think it was the 2 seconds before he should have been checkmated on the board, but the time expired for the Magnus. Okay,
bad
that
luck.
was like it's a bad luck, but it took all the skills, you know, from Hikaru to actually hold until that moment to win that match. It was an incredible battle, and so. Here, these guys are going to be squared against each other one more time.
Yeah, that's right. Rook to f8. He's playing with these rooks. Really odd moves here. So with this rook f8, now I think he wants to free the rook on from h7. But this rook doesn't go too far. It has only 2 squares. None of them look pretty for the moment.
Yeah, it's some kind of the extra defense of f7, so I wonder if some sort of f5 is in the air. And
that's a nice idea.
But not immediately, right? Oh, maybe f5 and if taking en passant, then h5 and like maybe.
Okay, maybe make this on the board. Let's bishop e2. Let's pass.
Bishop
move,
e2.
f5.
How is it going to be? This position takes h5. Is it really worth it to go for this exchange operation? No, it doesn't look like it, right? The dark squares are too weak.
Right.
I really doubt that that's the Magnus idea. No. Let's go back and see then. So here we go. If Magnus was white here, the position is not critical. I think with bishop.
Alex, is he checking Hikaru's game?
Oh yeah.
he's just checking Hikaru's game. You know, you always want to know what is going on in the game of your closest rival. Let's check out in Hikaru's game
what's going
Magnus
on in Hikaru's
is
game. That's true.
Okay.
It's so interesting that Magnus is more interested in this game than in his own.
In fact, I saw earlier in the video that Hikaru brought this queen on h4 very fast on h5, and then this queen traveled all around the board, and then it ended up on d6. Can we very quickly take a look what just happened?
4. Yeah, pretty much like the last 4 moves out of... okay, let's start from the very beginning, and what do we get here? Knight f6, so normal Nimzo, with knight e2, d5, takes, pretty modern line, bishop d6, nothing new so far.
Queen h4?
Queen h4 might be a new move, I mean, I'm not sure, looks pretty logical. Bishop f4. Not super impressed.
There was a pawn sacrifice, but now you can take this pawn back.
Yeah, temporary pawn sacrifice, got it back, and That's interesting. So white not taking back immediately on d5 because probably bishop e6 would immediately equalize and just
Rook to
bring
d1. Just bring another piece in the board and keep this weakness on d5. Look at the time of Tabatabai. He has actually more time than he had at the starting, 16 minutes, and Hikaru has 6 minutes. This is not happening every day that Hikaru has less time than his opponent.
right.
Seems like Tabatabai is still in his books.
Well, until the last move, now you see by his posture that now he's going to start working over the board. But the position looks pretty good. Bishop e6 was played. And what are the choices? Taking b7 probably. Well, that's interesting. Taking b7, and if rook b8, we just go queen to a6. There's going to be a lot of exchanges, and it looks like pretty drawish in the end. And let's see if Tabatabai get a draw in the first round against such a strong opponent. It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, there is some crazy thing is going on right now, but I don't know if we have boards. We have camera on that board because this is not
Which board is it?
8 board. Like it's 10 board. Vidit against Chang Bobby. This is a total madness. Let's just take a look at
that.
that.
I don't see it here. I probably no. I don't have it.
It
Oh yeah,
is
no, I
easy.
do. There
Yeah,
we
okay,
go.
okay. Look at this position.
Oh, wow. What
Like,
was
what
it?
is happening here? Like, who is
Let me go
better?
all the way back and see what the opening was. E6, D5. I mean, beginning pretty innocent. Even bishop B4 is nothing special. Okay, maybe this is like a black immediately tries to. No, so far. I think I've seen this before as well. C6, A3, G3, and both players absolutely spend no time. Queen F3, how about that? And the black
not taking on F2
not
with a
taking on
check?
F2, is not even thinking about it. Like bishop E6 and E4. How do you like this? This is chess of new generation, the chess of 22nd century, I guess. It's
This is amazing. Seems like that this is still a theory, or they just prepared this line and they still question who stands here better, whose king is the weakest.
Look at this queen b6, and after white accept the piece sacrifice, black calmly just taken back.
Wow, not
This
even
is-
taken on d4 with a check. This is so strange.
And judging by the time spent by Bobby Chang, it's all a preparation. It's all a prep. And now Vidit is going to be on it's really hard situation. I mean, he knows that he plays against an analysis yet, and but he also knows that he's fine for a moment because his opponent answers quickly, but he needs to find like a super precise moves here because a lot of threats. Rook f8 is number one, but there's also just simple castle long.
That's right.
Beautiful opening choice by Bobby Chang. Beautiful prep. We got one of the contenders in trouble early.
That's right. This was the game that we could not just skip it. We don't have camera on that board, so let's get back on the stage where we have cameras, and let's now check the board 3, Janne Pomniachi and Levan Pansulaya.
There we go. So it has been it started as a can, and A3. Which is a little bit unusual, but still
Really?
nothing revolutionary.
Wow,
I mean, you can play c4, knight c3, but a3 it's a normal move afterwards, right? But
Kind of a waiting move, right?
a3 right now, yeah, it's an interesting one. So white's not playing c4, but preparing for knight c3, knight f6, and knight c3. Standard Scheveningen position. G4, G5 again. Super standard. Knight a5 is a serious decision for black. Castle long, and so typical Sicilian situation. It's a huge lead in development for white, but black has certain counterplay. Rook c8, bishop f2, knight b6 takes, and rook d3. So white covered all the dark squares. There's no way for black to exchange queens. b4 to open up the position against white developed piece is not going to work. So everything depends now of whether or not h8 rook will join the game or not. So bishop e7. I guess black has to do it, whether good or not. I mean, there's no other way.
Yeah, seems like.
And I would say h4, or maybe bishop h3.
Okay. Yeah, the position is for sure exciting, and we can talk a little bit about the players. All of us know Jan Nepomniachtchi used to be the challenger of the world champion Magnus Carlsen, and we had this amazing match in Dubai. And then he again won the right at the Candidates tournaments to challenge Magnus Carlsen second time. But we know that Magnus declined to play the world championship match, and Dingliran will replace him. So we're going to have Jan playing for the title one more time, and he's very, very tough player in Rapid and Blitz. His opponent is Georgian player, Grandmaster. He's very strong in Georgia. Wins a lot of tournaments, actually. And I remember Levan Panslaya won against Magnus Carlsen in World Rapid Championship in Qatar. So that was a kind of sensation, because you can see Levan's rating is not that high, and he just paired up on the first round with the one of the highest rated player, Jan Nepomniachtchi. But he's a really tricky player.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it looks interesting. So Jan waiting up whether to play bishop h3 immediately after, I think bishop e7, king b1. Oh no, he already played king b1. Okay, he's waiting for black to castle, and then you can go f6. No, I would say black should not give this opportunity and just go maybe bishop d8 or something first. Just if white is waiting, the black can wait too. Okay, well.
Yep.
Should we move?
I would like to suggest actually the game Tabatabai and Hikaru Nakamura, because it seems like this is going crazy.
All right, that's let's go back where we left this game after bishop e6, and I was suggesting that queen takes b7 and queen h6 could lead to equality in it, but obviously the young Iranian player is not the draw is not what his ambition is.
Right.
He just goes bishop b1, checkmate.
Yeah,
That's
queen
what
d3, then there's this kind of checkmate.
So Hikaru goes g6, looks like a blunder.
Okay.
And white is taking the bait. And here we go, immediately bishop g5.
A very interesting situation. Bishop g5. Now, knight is under attack, and if you move your knight away, then bishop on g6 will be captured. However, this knight can take the bishop on e6.
Knight takes bishop on e6, take, and
look at this king.
How about we'll take here and threaten checkmate?
Oh, wow.
On h7. What's going on?
Bishop e7 and rook d5. Is that possible? It's too crazy,
oh, wow.
I know, but
that's an amazing.
I don't know, queen.
Black has no choice. Has to go this way, and the bishop is hanging.
Yeah, but you have queen d5 there.
Okay, the line continues.
Yeah, and that's the probably
That's
Yeah, not
the
enough.
end of the line.
Yeah, that's it.
No. I'm thinking queen e5, queen e4, but f2 is hanging.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not enough. Oops.
Rook d5 was way too much there. You don't necessarily need to play such a moves.
No, however, queen takes b7. Yeah, I'm sorry, rook takes d5 is not necessary. In this position, white simply has his pawn up. His king is better. We just can bring the queen back and enjoy life, right?
Yeah,
So
queen b3, queen d3, stuff like that.
even queen b4 might be interesting. How black is going to defend the pawn on e6. Or maybe he'll take and go rook f6. This doesn't look so pretty for Hikaru. I wonder why he's so calm.
Oh,
And just-
he's professional in this kind of positions, you know,
That's his
poker face.
That's his poker face, exactly. That's
You know, Alex, what's very impressive of these guys that even if they start with losing the game in the first rounds, we're going to see them coming back on the top boards and fighting for the medals because they can get over the lost games so fast. And they are focusing on the next games. And this is their strength, actually. Like, I have to admit that sometimes games like this, it's so hard for me that I'm not getting over too easy. And then the other games are very hard for me to play. But they have this power to, you know, get over it and continue to play and just pretend that nothing really happened.
Yep, that's true. So 96 the moves are played on the board, and now I'm thinking about taking on b7. Is he gonna take it, or there's something
This is
better?
currently the position?
Yes,
Okay,
yes, and
okay,
that's
great.
what it is. Probably thinking about bishop b1 or taking on b7. I don't know. I think taking on b7 practically is a little bit better. Okay, Hikaru started to.
Worried about this position. You know what you can also do here, bishop b1, just get this bishop back and try to do the same stuff, queen d3.
He didn't take on b7. He did what was the move? h4 first. Okay.
h4, okay.
h4 doesn't hurt, so
I like that move. Sometimes you can also play h5 to maintain your bishop on g6.
that's pretty good. I think the difference is that now I can go bishop f6, queen takes b7, bishop g7. I don't really have to put the bishop on this ugly e7 square. Bishop from g7 defends the king really well, and unless I'm missing something and there's a bishop f6, is there something like bishop f5 and rook takes d5? That's a possibility. So let's see, 10, then takes and takes.
Yeah, looks
that looks
pretty.
like a trouble. Yeah, it's in
You see how many motives here, how many tactical motives. And Tabatabai has very comfortable time situation. 7 minutes against 3 minutes of Hikaru.
3 minutes for Hikaru. It's it doesn't really matter.
It's a
Until
plenty
it's
of
down
time.
to like last 20 seconds. Yeah, it's the same. Okay, 3:15. It's like
Yeah, that's right. Alex, let's talk a little bit to our viewers. Now we're live on YouTube and on Twitch. Thank you guys very much for following us and following the games. Indeed, we have a lot of things ahead of us and great chess tournament. This is the last tournament of chess. The event ends on 30th December and basically we can't have anything else. After that, this is just before the new year and everybody's favorite tournament, indeed, where we do have 1 million prize fund total for all the events. We would like to ask to our viewers on both chats that who's your favorite? Who do you think gonna win this year? A Rapid Chess Championship. Let us know. Let us know. Would like to hear who's your favorite.
All right. Here's Hikaru knows he's in super trouble. He's going to be losing either e6 or h6. I think losing e6 is preferable. So king g7, queen takes e6, exchange, and bishop f6. That's probably what's expected. Bishop f6 are like a drawing chances for black. And maybe h5. Oops. No, sorry. That's
Pawn h5, right?
pawn h5. Yeah. How do I get back to the line? Yeah, it's right there. Bishop f6 and h5. What are the chances? Doesn't look good. I mean,
No.
And-
I see Tabatabai is trying to make a move, but he's not certain with his decision. Is he going to take on e6? Or maybe he has something stronger not to trade all the pieces yet?
Okay. Again, from practical point of view, I would take on e6. After this, the game only goes for 2 results.
Right.
Yeah, and he
He's
does.
taking
Yeah,
it.
they're exchanging queens, but now I think Hikaru's looks like he's happy.
He might have
king
some chances
is-
for a draw indeed. We
yeah.
have obstacle color bishop. It's not draw for sure. We have still the rooks on the board, and
And
white
h5
has
is on the board, the line
something
that
extra.
we predicted, and it is. So bishop f6, h5 is played. Isn't rook a to d8 automatic? So
to guard the pawn. You can also go
Um,
with d4 here to make sure that your pawn is guarded by the bishop, but he goes with rook d8.
f to d8. Okay, so
Yeah.
the other rook has to be on the c file. Okay. Yeah, I think. Let knocking out.
Out of trouble, yeah.
No, I mean, not completely out of trouble, but it would be much more unpleasant for him if the wins were still on the board.
Right.
Yeah, it's like, well. Anyway, Hikaru is drawing chances right now.
Yeah, this is indeed a good chance for him to draw, but Tabatabai has really risk-free position, so that's indeed a good start for him. I would like to suggest to switch to the first board where things are going up and down
Magnus.
for both players.
Oh, whoa.
Look at this position.
Clearly, visually, we got another favorite in huge trouble here. Like, White's position looks absolutely dominating. Okay. I think the whole board is like white, right? How many extra
Whole king
pawns he
side
has?
is white. Yes.
Oh, it's only one pawn. Okay. All right. And here we go. Rook takes h4, g4, g3. Interesting moment covering the h1 square. But isn't black is winning with bishop takes g4, takes? Isn't bishop g4 just wins on the spot? I don't understand.
G4,
Isn't
bishop
black just
G4,
wins?
and rook H1. Oh,
Yeah.
whoa.
What happened? Yeah, it looks the end to
Looks
me.
like a blunder.
Hold on a second. How is that? Oh, so maybe
It started from here, right? Knight.
maybe it was too late. Maybe Castle was no. Yeah, maybe Castle was too optimistic and that's lost the game because it looks pretty forced from there. Here we go. Takes g3 and bishop takes g4. So Magnus is thinking
King,
about
King
it.
B8, such a waiting move.
Unbelievable, right? Just Magnus.
Magnus does his things. He's in a good shape.
Yeah,
we can say
you
that
see
he's
how
in good
relaxed
shape,
he
yeah.
is, and he knows he's winning. He just maybe what else he can play here? I know rook h5 first, rook h8 to h5 first, but there's no need. I mean, it's pretty simple win after.
Right.
Bishop takes g4.
Maybe he's calculating some stuff like rook takes g4, bishop e4, but then white always have this f3 move which cuts the diagonal. Or then queen c5 and rook on a3 is hanging. Or maybe that's the line he's considering.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's
Queen
take
G,
a look at it.
yeah.
So here we go. And bishop e4
Threatening
threatened
rook
checkmate.
h1.
And here's a queen c5. Great idea. There we go. So let's say takes on c3. And what do we have? 5, 5, 5. It's hard to tell.
Complicated.
It's complicated, but queen takes c2, rook h2 is a threat, but maybe white can escape this, like was taken on.
Magnus actually has very nice hairstyle today. Curly hair. I'm very jealous because I tried so hard to make my hair curly today. I didn't succeed that well. And in fact, Magnus here arrived some days ago as the other players because basically it was a long way for most of the players. And Alex, I was talking with some of the players, and they had like 20 hours of flight of travel in total. 30 hours.
We're going to have a lot of story. Rook takes g4. You were absolutely correct. So he goes for this line rather than bishop takes g4, bishop e4. So f3 is forced, and queen c5 will be played. So we're going to have this position on the board. So why did Magnus decide that this is more winning than 2 pieces for the rook? I'm not sure, but let's see.
Let's see what is his
decision.
plan. Let's see. He always has something in the end, unexpected.
Right. Yeah. So talking about the Magnus arrival to Kazakhstan, people got absolutely rock star reception here. I don't think he was allowed out of the plane for half an hour. Just given autographs to like everyone who people recognize that there is a world champion on the board of the plane. Everyone was so excited.
Yeah, that's right.
And Magnus really likes it out here. So the day before, actually it was yesterday. There was a mountain trip where all the leading players were invited to go. There were 20 people on the list.
Wow.
Guess how many went for a trip?
Magnus, for
Just,
sure.
Out of 20, yeah. Give me a number.
I think less than 10.
Okay, that's too vague. Give me like more precision.
It's cold
Try
here.
one more. Try. Okay. It was 3 out of 20 decided to go. 3 out of 20. I can name them.
Wow.
It was Magnus Carlsen, it was Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, and it was Nana
Tsagnidze. Yeah.
So
she has a perfect photo. Actually, I checked out her Instagram and also Magnus' Instagram. They had really nice photo, and I was like, "Wow, this place is cool."
It was absolutely amazing trip. But guess what Magnus did? Just like he went by foot. He went all the way up to the mountain. So everyone stayed like down there at yurta. You know, it's called like place where you can have like a hot drink and relax and everything. Yeah. Magnus said, no. I came to the mountain. I want to go to the very top. And people were like, come on, it's more than 3,000 meters here, and you're not trained, to this. I
think he likes to do this kind of activities, and he very much actually enjoys all the places that he is traveling. And in these conditions, was for sure surprising to have him on the trip. He's going for queen b1, queen h1 now is a checkmate in one move. That is his threat.
White has to go rook f1 probably. And then queen e4. I guess this is Magnus' idea. But I don't understand why it's better than an immediate queen e4. Probably Magnus doesn't understand it himself. Like we say, he's really fast at playing random moves. And he can always repeat if he wants to, right? So queen c2. He might repeat rook f2, and then he can make a decision. Queen e4 and taking on e5.
13 seconds for white here in this position.
Oh, maybe that's the factor. He wants to play something unexpected. And what do you think is unexpected? No,
we did have increment in the rapid tournament, but still 13 minutes versus 3. It's big difference.
So three choices: Queen C2, Queen E4, Queen B2, and taking on E5. They all look pretty interesting for Black, but Magnus knows it's a critical moment. That's why he spent more time. And Queen E4 is played. Okay.
Bishop F3 will hit the queen and will keep two pieces under the
Just
pressure,
takes
queen
on
and the
E5,
knight.
Yeah, Queen on E5. The endgame looks very pretty for Black. Extra pawn. Oh, takes on G6. That's the risky
Knight
decision.
D4, knight is
That's
getting
the
into the
risky
game.
decision. Yeah, I don't know. Probably the endgame was lost anyway, but I would not leave the queens on the board. Now it's dominating knight, pass pawn, and attack as well. Okay, Queen E4. There we go.
Offering the queen trade here, which is okay, but Black can for sure keep the queen on the board. So let's say queen. Queen.
We can keep it.
No, we can't.
We can take on F3. That keeps queens on the board.
Yeah, knight F3, forcing white to take with the queen.
Takes and C3. That might not be winnable. Okay, like taking on E4 is risky because white will have a better combination of pieces. Rook and bishop work better together. So Magnus is considering alternatives here. Taking on E4, Rook E8 is a dynamic play. This might be interesting. Then start pushing the C pawn.
Right, some of the games are finishing already, and I can see that Jan Nepomniachtchi won, Yu Yangi also won, and
Let's see the final
Abdusattorov,
position.
who is the reigning world rapid champion, he also won his game in the first round.
Yeah, let's see how Jan finished his game. We left somewhere around here after he played Rook D3. So Bishop E7 and King B1 was played. H6, so Black decided to go and have Bishop H3.
Oh,
Classical
that's
white
painful.
score. Exploration, Knight H4, and yeah, you don't give players like Jan Nepomniachtchi light squares.
That hurts this position for Black.
How does this tactic works? Why E7 is not hanging?
Queen
Rook
A7.
G1, Rook G1, and then Queen A7, and that's a checkmate. Yeah, this is a little intermediate move, and only after this one, this check, and check on G7. Yeah, that's, so, might be that's something what Levon missed. No, this is, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Nothing
just
you
not
can do
looking so
here.
nice.
Daniel won. Okay, let's get back.
Let's just focus on this game because they are playing
it
so
looks
fast.
So interesting.
We have to focus on the board, I guess, as we are not getting moves that fast as we get the camera. So we can see that rooks and the knights queens are off the board. And Black still has the pawn on c file, but White's pawn is also quite promising on d6.
Right, that's an intermediate move d6. That could have been something that Magnus missed. Okay, so the bishop is not hanging. So bishop d5, c3. Whose pass pawn is better?
Well, I think Black's, because White's pawn on d6 is kind of stopped by king as well.
So yeah, Black has 4 pieces in the action. Okay,
Yes.
king, rook, and the light piece plus a pawn. And White has only 3, so technically it should be better for Black, but
So there was, I think, c3 here, rook f7 and rook e2 check.
okay, Black pawn is already on c2 in the real game. Okay, let's
Okay, there we go. We have now better picture. White rook went on the 7th rank on c7 to stop the pawn in
to
this
d8.
way.
Oh, I'm still in analysis mode. Sorry, catch. Here we go. Rook c7 and that's
resignation.
it. What happened?
Okay, resignation.
Resignation. He just
Resignation.
lost. Is that really so bad?
Maybe he lost some time actually.
Yeah, it looks like
Look
he
at
lost some
look
time.
at Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah,
He's
he just-
giving all the analysis. Like, yeah, here it is. I think they were talking about this G4 point, like when Magnus took on G4. I also agree that maybe that was not the best move out of these two.
It's a pretty dynamic decision. Yeah,
He resigned when he had last 1 second.
Okay.
So he resigned. Wow. What a game, what a start. And we have Magnus Carlsen managed to win. How about Hikaru? How he's doing on the second board against Tabatabai?
And there we go. Well, he's not
Okay.
out of trouble yet. Actually, maybe he's in more trouble than when we last seen this game. Yeah, that looks.
Oh, look at this now. Magnus Carlsen and his game. And now it's time to take a look at his friend, rival's game. We're going to see this picture a lot when Magnus Carlsen will look at Hikaru's game and Hikaru will look at Magnus' game. So this is going to be for sure, guys. And I think the biggest match will be these two when they're going to play it against each other.
Yep. So the young Iranian player, you see, he's really excited. He's really tense right now. He knows he's really close to winning.
Yeah.
And,
well, yeah, his plan is quite simple, right? He just pushed G4. He wants to push G5. If you don't react, I will take this pawn. Then I will push H7. And there we go. It will be queen on H8 or checkmate.
Okay, D3. That's Hikaru has to do it. That's his last chance, his pass pawn. And now it's a
D3
decision
is on the
moment
board.
Decision moment for
Tabatabai. Rook D7 maybe to stop this
Rook
pawn.
D7 has to be
Oh,
played.
he's so nervous. Look
Rook
at him. He's
D7,
so
there
nervous.
we go. D2 and G5, and that's like a moment of truth. Like what's Hikaru will give a check on C4, take on F4. White will take on H6, and that's the question if that's enough for a win. So D2, G5, go for it. Come on.
What is the move?
Okay.
What is the move? D2. He played D2.
He played D2, and White went G5. Okay.
Okay.
That's
Wait, after H takes G5, F takes G5, Black can give up the D pawn and then take on G5, and that's
that
safe.
would be a draw. No.
Yeah.
Let's see if Hikaru gonna go for it. No, he gives a check, so he sees some tricks.
He can take on F4 with the rook.
Yeah, but then not take on H6. That was a position I was thinking about, and it doesn't look good for Black.
Okay.
King E5.
King.
Okay.
I was actually thinking here, like maybe his trick is after King E5 to promote the pawn D1 and take on F4 with a bishop to control everything. But I don't know how good is actually that.
No, I mean that's good enough for a draw. But Hikaru wants more. He plays on time.
He had less time. Way less time from the beginning. How he's doing this magic, and now Tabatabai has seconds. He's so upset. He's visibly upset.
Oh, and Rook D4. Wow, that means he wins. He wins.
Oh no.
That's Hikaru.
No.
No, Bishop F7 first, and then Bishop B3. Draw. Come on.
But wait, can I just take it and Bishop C2? This is draw and this is safe. And Tabatabai was just upset that he missed a chance. What a save.
There we go. It's a little scare in the first round. He offers a draw, and let's see if Amin gonna take it. That's too late to play though. I mean, it's a draw.
You just pass the moves here with the bishop.
Yeah.
We don't take on G5 to allow to have this
accept the draw.
handshake.
There we go.
And little talk
What an
again.
exciting
They are very
game,
open to talk, right?
And probably Hikaru says this. There was an easy win. Like, it's
Look at this smile, so happy. Finally, he shows his emotions now. He's very happy that he
knows
survived.
He escaped.
Yeah.
And
But what a problem he had. This G6 and whole position was like really terrible. Maybe it was better to keep the tension and keep the queens on the board, not to give some
it
chances.
would definitely be more unpleasant for Hikaru, and that's in the end game. However, I'm sure the white was winning for a very long time, even in this end game. It's just Hikaru is so resourceful. And it's
look at them. They're still analyzing the game. That was indeed very interesting.
Yeah.
You know,
But
Alex,
there we
what I'm
go.
thinking, what we need in chess commentary, to have a microphone in the game to hear what they're talking about.
All right. Well,
Which line they are
I
discussing.
know they tried this in National Hockey League and everything, but they abandoned this experiment because the people were not really watching the, what they were saying there at the tough moment. So I mean,
Got it.
I wonder if it's a good idea here in chess as well. Richard Rapport is 2 pawns up against Jahangir Vahidov. Looks like winning. He controls b1 pretty firmly, unless he's not going to fall to any tricks. Just g4 and h pawn is just going forward. There we go, not allowing bishop a2. White bishop goes to b1, and I guess it's time to resign. King f6, so the last chance is that bishop goes to g6. So white has to prevent this from happening. But maybe it's not so easy.
Maybe g4, h4, h5 to stop bishop getting on all those squares, but that's not possible.
We don't have enough time yet.
Yeah.
Hold on, something happens.
g4.
King e3.
King is just
the
going
king's
king
simple.
d4, king c3.
Yeah, but now black king will go to white pawns there. It's so bishop e6, king d2,
King d2,
king
bishop
d5.
Bishop g6. You're taking king c2.
No, you
oh,
can't
wow.
go bishop g6, but now you go to collect like white pawns. He goes bishop c4 with the same idea. But I wonder if king e5 was better. h4. Yeah, now white pawns are going to go in the dark squares. And
That's right.
no, I mean, like, So king c3, what could be the problem? Don't see any problem. King e5, right?
King e5, king f4 to get closer to the
But then I
pawns.
go h5, h6, h7, and my pawn gets to h7. You can resign.
We gotta see this line. They played king c3, king e5. White captured the pawn. King f4.
King f4.
And
Go ahead, h5. Bishop e4. Oh no, king c3. Yeah, it works this way as well. So
king c3, king d4, and then you can push the pawn h5 in that way.
yeah, it's amazing. So favorites pretty much. So let's talk about other results. Looks like Fabiana Caruana beat Daniel Linchevsky, who's a blitz specialist, but not so great in rapid. Nikita Petrov drew against Shahryar Mamediyarov. I believe the final position was still very complicated. I'm not sure why exactly it was. Oh, there was a repetition, right? No, there was not. Maybe bishop c4? Yeah, I'm not sure why the draw was a result there. So, sweet. This is the last game that's going on.
Yeah.
And
Second on the board, you have to make decision in a few seconds. White is indeed in a better situation, has extra 3 pawns, but still you need some technique to convert this.
okay. Bishop h5. I wonder if White did something wrong. Okay, because this doesn't look winning anymore. Suddenly, it looks like bishop f5 maybe and bishop g4, right? No, come on. Oh,
Bishop.
bishop
Oh,
f5 and bishop g4 was win. And but this is if you take and then f4 quickly, but you're not going to win that.
maybe he's trying to play king f4 and g4 later on.
And g5, right?
Yeah,
king
g5.
f4 and king g5.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wins too. 3 pawns is 1 pawn too many. Okay.
Yeah, 3 is too much. You can afford to lose one. You can still have 2 extra pawns. That's right.
So,
Wow, this is quite long game. I can say this is move 70 already. They have played.
guys, they do not resign it. And g4 now.
I love king
that's
f6. It takes all the squares from the bishop, dominating the board. Now g4, g5 will be played. So yeah, nicely done.
All right, time to resign. There we go. No. Okay. What could be black chances? How can white possibly not win this game? Then there's no such thing. Okay. There we go. No, okay, and Richard demonstrate his technique. I don't think there's going to be anything interesting in this game. Let's see if there were unexpected results. Here we go. Yeah, the jack resigned finally, and don't see.
All the top boards actually are finished. Maybe we have something else on the other boards, or maybe in the girls section. We have some.
We didn't go to girls like at all. That's we should.
Another game which has ended in the first round. They are still talking and analyzing. To be honest, I don't see this very often happening because, like, after the game, they're always rushing out of the playing venue at the rest rooms. I mean, in the area where they can have some snacks or some drink and prepare for the next game. But today, for some reason, they are very, very open to analyze the games. We have now one game in progress. This is in women section. Let's take a closer look at
there
the
we
camera.
Go. I can see there's only one
13.
left, and there's a queen's endgame on the board. And Bibisara Asaobaeva, the local star, the best Kazakhstan player, and it's trying to convert an extra pawn. It doesn't look like it will be. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like white should give a perpetual here. So let's go and see if there's some unexpected results in other games here. I see that Bahadur Jabawa lost his game.
Oh, that's
to
quite upsetting
Velimir
for him.
Ivich, but I'm not sure who's the
favorite.
rated. Yeah, it's
we checked.
out of
This is
two,
interesting.
was Bahadur like?
Bahadur was higher rated player, 2688
right.
is his rating, and Ivich rapid rating is 2489.
I
so
see. Well, which is absolutely a disgrace because he's such a strong player. Yeah. Queen f3. I had never seen it before, so Bahadur, as always, all his games are so interesting. That looks like a pretty new idea. Queen simply goes to g3, prevents bishop f8 from going out, and then white wants to complete development. It's a pretty interesting idea, and 97. Bishop d7 takes. It's a great reaction from Velimir to a new opening idea, and then he gets two bishops. And avoids queen trade, keeping queens on the board, and start an attack.
Wow. Nice. Look at this bishops, pair of bishop, and the pawns in the center. So Very strong
Yeah,
attack.
that was too much for white to hold. And look at this g5. I mean, under 2 attacks, just right there. So looks like a black played a very inspired game here. And how many pawns up? 3?
The game on the video just ended in a draw. They
No.
just traded all the pieces, and yeah, that's the end. I think it was one of the last games in the women's section. Bibisara Abdu Asulbaeva is in fact the champion of world in Blitz last year. There was quite a sensation when she won the tournament, hall tournament. For sure, she's a very strong player, but she's very young. I think she was the youngest participant who won the tournament, and it was indeed great success. Her opponent in the first round was Anastasia Paramzina, who is lower rated than Bibisara, so I think Anastasia should be very happy with that draw.
Yeah, so we still got the game going on in the tournament hall, but can you connect the faces to the
Yes,
names?
it is Italian Grandmaster Brunello Sabino.
Okay.
And I just cannot find him in which board he's playing really, because it's like a lot of boards that we're having in this.
he was pretty high up, but I don't see him in top 30.
Yeah. If we yeah, let's zoom to the board and we can take a closer
let's
look.
take a look.
And yeah, it's on board 13. Denis Makhnev from Kazakhstan, local chess player, 25-13 rated against Sabino Brunello from Italy. And
Yeah, it looks like a black pawn is queen, black one. And are we done with the games here? Looks like it. This should be the... Okay. All right. Do we have like all the results? Then we can go, yep. I mean, people start walking around in the playing area. That means the games are over.
that's right, we can see on the screen everyone's favorite Tanya Sachdev, who is also a famous commentator, chess commentator. Now she chooses to play this event. Actually, I had a chat with her and she says that this event is such a great opportunity to play, and she likes to play Rapid and Blitz, that she always chooses to play and to compete. We have a game actually. We have a game, and let's zoom on the board to check out.
I see the rook ending, extra pawn for white. No, it's a bishop. Oh no, we were joking. We were joking so much that
This position is a nightmare for the commentators because it can last forever.
Yeah. I mean,
guys,
it's another
don't do
15
that.
minutes until Black King is down to the back rank, and then it's a question whether Black knows the moves. Table 78.
So we have here Grandmaster from Armenia, Petrosian Manuel, and FIDE Master from Kazakhstan, Abdihar Abil Masur, playing this one.
Let's see
and
if I can see this. No.
we don't have it.
No.
All right. So let's see the technique. Yeah, we don't have it, unfortunately, the digital board, but we have the camera, very good camera, very good quality, and we can just focus. It would be great to know how many moves they have played, and the question is, how is technically possible to count 50 moves here? Probably arbiter is...
No, I think the board is counting.
Is it connected digital board? Because we don't have it in our database. There are questions. No, it's digital board. Yeah, okay.
It's digital board. Yeah, I think it's automatic. Okay.
Wow. So, Alex, I made the homework. I searched some of the information about you, and we have been winning quite a lot of tournaments in USA and the USA Championship for 4 times, if Wikipedia is correct.
That's true. Yes, I got 4 titles. 2 of them I won outright, and 2 of them were I tied. Okay, but
Yeah.
they still count as a title.
Of course.
And Hikaru has 5, so there's nothing to be like really proud
Come
about.
on, this is
Okay,
so cool.
so-
4 times USA champion is my co-commentator. I'm very proud of that. Have you ever had such a situation in your chess career where you were playing one of the sides?
I never defended this position. I played with the bishop and the rook a couple of times, and one of the games I was like about 3 moves before winning it.
Yeah.
But
it was 50
what
moves.
was it? It was 50 moves, I think.
Oh, wow.
And against two other times, the people knew the defending position really well, and so. But I'm not sure that I will be able to defend it now.
The time is a big factor here.
Yeah.
Seconds on the clock. Kyrgyz almost cut it from the 6th rank. Let's see what will be next. White is, I think, quite confident in this position.
Yeah, well, 33 seconds and 1. Yeah, I mean, both sides are spending their times like absolutely correct. So bishop c5. Oh, no. How the board
F4
line up?
maybe? Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question.
Who's white and who's black in this game? Yeah, there's like.
Yeah, that's funny. I think it's F4.
Okay.
That's the situation when you need, you know, when we're starting to play, we have these chessboards with like so big letters.
Yes.
On the board ABC.
I think the
That's what we
players
need.
confused even more than we are.
Yeah.
The guy who plays with white, yeah, he just. What's
Where
he
are the
thinking? The
letters?
rook goes to 8-3, and like you keep on checking until. Okay, what's there to think about?
Yeah, that's very interesting. What is really? Maybe he wants to give a check first. No, he's going rook there.
Okay. All right, so we.
If I was black here, I would think like, damn, I wish I learned these positions better.
No, okay, they playing correct. They're doing everything correct. I just don't understand why they're spending time like on, and.
Yeah. Seconds on the clock. He can give a check.
Check rook e2. That's
13 seconds. He has to. No, he goes back.
No, okay, and black goes to e7. Yeah, and then bishop g3. No. Yeah, go ahead. Rook e7. Don't wait. Don't. Okay, there we go.
20 seconds, both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Now bishop move. Where the bishop goes? Bishop to g5, I believe.
Check back and go back quickly. Like don't just like a check and back. Right. So yeah, that doesn't look like
They
a white.
play quite calm, right? They don't like stress out.
No, they know they can do it till morning. I just with
Yeah.
increment. Yeah, it's an interesting question. So there should be an arbiter, right? Who's counting 50 moves?
Yeah, for sure. There will be the sector arbiter. I think a lot of people are around, as we can see, some movements. But arbiter cannot interfere the game. Arbiter only can interfere after 70 moves, right? Or 65.
Yeah.
Not after 50 moves. Players should claim. And very practical advice that I have received, and maybe it's also useful for our viewers, is that if you are the one who is playing with the king and the rook, and you find yourself in a checkmate position, like before you resign, just ask how many moves you played.
Oh,
Maybe it's
absolutely.
like 50 moves and you can save your game in that. Like don't rush to resign in these positions because they don't know how many moves they have played. Obviously, they are not counting on the fingers.
And now
So-
white players allows the black king to escape, so we're gonna get another round of like dancing until Yeah, I believe White just simply doesn't know how to. Okay.
But the fact is that we have now Grandmaster on the 78 boards, 25-39 rated player. Can you imagine how strong is the competition and how tough is the competition that this strong player, Grandmaster,
Oh,
is
it's a
playing on
manual.
78
cannot
boards?
beat 2100. Certainly not here. Yes. Okay. Well, I guess it's time for us to go through the. Can we get all the results?
So I think we are just waiting for all the games to end, and they will update
Update it. Okay.
after that. So oh no,
No,
wait,
there
we
we
have
go.
some. Yeah, we have some results. Let me check it very quickly. So obviously we have results in the women's section because
Let's
it's ended.
check that out. Because were there any upsets? Or the interesting results?
Well, on the first board, Alexander Kosteniuk made a draw, and she was higher stated player, and the favorite of the event, she drew against Baira Kovanova. So we can't call that upset, but draw is very, very fine result here. We have a lot of rounds still to go, so yeah.
And Katerina Lagno lost on the second board. That's quite an upset. Okay. And then we go to the 9th game where we see a draw between Evgenia Ovot and Dinara Sadorkasova. And again, I don't understand why it's such a huge difference in the ratings, because I'm sure Evgenia is a very strong player. And,
that's actually a very good topic because lately FIDE had this regulation, new rules that they were adding some of the rating to the players. I myself benefit with that actually, with little bit points, not too much, but it clearly shows that there is some kind of problem with the rating. It's like they are strong players and their rating is not corresponding their strengths.
Board 11, Bella Tsatsalashvili lost to technically 2100 player, but Alina Bivol is
she's very, very strong.
name,
She's an international
like
master, and I should say about Bella, chess community, chess family knows about her. She had a very tough year, and she had not played for 1 year because of family issues, and she's Georgian, and I'm personally very, very happy to see her back. That means that she will just start to come back, and we surely need her. She's very strong grandmaster. So I would expect this heavy start for her because she has not played chess. She has not trained chess, and just the fact that she played this tournament is already a very good start. Another upset here is Abdulmalik Jasaya, the local celebrity, absolute celebrity, grandmaster who achieved this title last year, 2 years ago. She lost the game against Mongolian women international master 21-92 rated, and this is for sure a big upset in the women's section.
All right, and then there's a bunch of draws going on all the way to Anna Shenin at board 18. Lower rated players are holding their own.
Yeah, that's right. So
there we go.
and this game is still in progress.
Yeah, well,
we covered the results
we
in
can
the women's
leave
section.
these guys alone. Yeah, they just.
I wish to know how many moves they have played.
I think all these people who we see on the background, they also wish to know.
Yeah.
It's all over.
Everybody wants to know how many moves they have been played.
Is he considering what, like offering a draw?
Rook
I doubt it. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
All
we
right.
have actually the proof to switch to the game that already ended.
Let's take a look. what could be interesting here?
I would like to go through with the women's section because we have not checked the games.
Let's see how Katerina Lagno, who is a wife of the Alexander Grishuk, who's also playing in open section. Playing. Interesting thing that they stay in different hotels.
Oh, they're
doing it all the time.
One of the interviews, they said that they are treating this very professional and they need their own routine, their own preparation, and this is very professional. And Katerina Lagno herself has been world rapid and blitz champion, European champion, individual champion, and also a winner of many events. She recently played the candidates tournament Pool B and was out from the event after the first round, and it was quite tough start for her. But she had some time to prepare for this tournament. Seems like it's not started on her way, but we have 11 rounds in the rapid.
Oh yeah, she has
segment,
plenty of time to recover, and I'm sure she will be in the leading circle. So let's see what happened here. Black suggested Berlin, a white decline. And so far, looks like a high-rated player should be doing good. Knight b6. I wonder if it's still some theory. I don't know. Looks well. Now you can tell that the black grabbed the initiative. And
this pawn structure on the king side is not so very good looking.
Wow. And black actually declined the repetition. So just brought the pieces to the king side, and it turned out to be too much for.
Olga Pedelka has 2238 rapid rating, but she's 2400 player, very, very strong player, international master. So sometimes these ratings can lead us to the wrong direction because, in fact, she is the strength of international master, right? So, and we can clearly see that.
But Katerina, she definitely knows who Olga is, right? She doesn't think it's another 2100 player that can do whatever
they play in the same federation, so or not, maybe not.
It looks like the black played a great game. Yeah,
seems like.
So, in other games, Jansa Abdulmalik lost.
Let's check it out, that game.
That one, Knight c3, knight e2, and knight f6. So we got Sicilian. 4-knight Sicilian became pretty popular lately. I played a few games myself with the black pieces, and that's a little strange. Okay, I know that you can. I know that you can go bishop b7 here. Or queen c7, f4, queen b6, but combining these two ideas, there we go. c4, check.
Whoa, 4 seconds on the board, 3 seconds. He made move on 3 seconds. Whoa. Still nothing is done.
Finally we have king, on the back rank, and now the question is,
look how many people gathered to watch this match.
The defensive setup or not?
Bishop goes there to avoid check.
Yeah, I got a feeling it's not going to end up well for black.
Rook goes on the first rank. King where? King goes on c6.
Correct. So check and king down quickly.
So after check and bishop to c5.
King to a4. No, not there.
Whoa.
That's maybe that's fine too.
Wait, now you can't move your rook because rook a2 is a checkmate.
But you have to go
play
king forward.
a4. Check. Uh-oh.
and rook b3. It wasn't like a win on the spot. Rook b3
Yeah,
was.
rook
No,
b3.
no, rook b3.
King a4 and rook a3, it's a checkmate, right? And you have
Yeah,
to
and
play
rook
rook
g4,
g4.
then check, and bishop c7. Oh no, bishop c7 is not checkmate. Mate. Mate, there we go.
No,
Oh,
no.
wow. That was
Like, it's so disappointed. He fought fight so much.
did so well.
You know what is more disappointing? If he knows that it was more than 50 moves and he didn't ask to check. So that's gonna be heartbreaking for him. But hey, that was nice first round.
Oh, yeah, it was.
And now this is officially done. All the games are done. Here we have big venue for chess event indeed, and we have a sport palace here. And I have read some in our press report that it used to be the place for ice hockey.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
No.
the capacity of the area is like 5,000 people, so that's quite big event.
I'm coming from a hockey town, from Pittsburgh, and we got like a team that many people know called Penguins, right? And so naturally I'm watching what's going on in the world of hockey, and I know that Kazakhstan not only has a pretty strong national team, but that plays, I think, in the first division of the in the world, but Akbars, the local club, playing in the Continental Hockey League, it also is very strong. I think it makes playoffs pretty much every time. But I'm not sure if they're based here or they're based in Astana. So that's
That's a good question.
yeah, I mean,
That's a very good question. But in fact, that chess tournament takes such a big playing venue, and you guys checked it out, how beautiful it looks with all these lights. And we have been witnessing some of the chess events at its best level. We recently had European Rapid and Blitz Championship in Poland. Such a nice event, really, such a nice event. So many participants, 1,000 participants. Here we have about 300 participants, but imagine 1,000 participants in one.
It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
And it was such a dramatic event. I watched the last round of the Blitz, and I know that David Navarro won, but he shouldn't have been a winner, even close to it. In the last round, he checkmated his opponent from -10 position or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. It was such a drama, in the last round.
Yeah, chess is very dramatic.
Yeah,
It's very dramatic.
I'm actually surprised that David didn't make it here after such a success.
He was a bit tired, and he said that it's quite long way because most of the people from Europe took the same flight as I did, and in the same plane there was Richard Rapport, Valeha Pons, Stefanova, Antoinetta, and many chess players. Actually, we shared the same flight, and it took us 17 hours to get in here.
Probably more than I did.
Yeah, it's not easy to reach this place indeed, and it takes some time. So David said that he wants to enjoy Christmas time with family, and he was very happy with his title, the European champion in Rapid, and a second place in Blitz. So that was quite nice for him, and he was just satisfied
he did
with
really
himself,
well.
And he said, I wish it's in Poland again, because I would just take a train from home to Warsaw. But
you can tell he's not a big fan of the long travels, even though he played in the United States for quite a few times. I know his picture is on the wall of the St. Louis Chess Club, so well, anyways, we got a reigning European champion. I definitely expected him to be here to compete. And
that's true.
Anyways,
We have some time before the start of the next round. I believe there's like 20 minutes, 30 minutes in between the rounds. We covered that with chess, guys, but also some of the important information, because we started stream and right away went to the games, and we didn't really cover the prices. So we have $1 million dollar prize fund in total, and to put it down in a rapids, in open section we have 350,000, and in women's section rapid 150,000. In blitz is the same. So this is the biggest event with this money where all the participants have equal chances to fight. And it's not something invited tournament, like closed tournament where players are invited and they have a huge prize fund. But at this tournament, everyone really has a chance to, if they are in a good form, if that's their tournament, if they prepared really well, that's it, to earn some nice money in the end of the year.
No, absolutely. It's also for lower-rated players, it's such a chance to play the people from top 10. And not only just play them, we saw in the first round, like Hikaru was in huge trouble. Like I'm sure if we'll go through the games right now, we'll find some more the games that should have been.
Yeah, let's take a look. Let's bring up the chessboard and cover. We have not seen, for instance, game of Caruana.
How about the Fabi made it all the way from St. Louis. They beat the huge storm that covered the United States on the end of the last week. Okay, I barely made it here myself. Okay, so
really? That's
and then Fabi was fighting a jet lag that he didn't go on a mountain trip with us. Okay, well. Looks like it paid off in the first round at least, so let's check it out. So d4 and Queen's Gambit accepted. A quiet line. Bishop e2, it's even more quiet. So takes and knight takes. Okay, so Daniel Lincheski is a huge specialist in Queen's Gambit accepted. And Fabi just doesn't want any theoretical discussion. No, I'm not sure that white is so much better here. Okay, looks like black made it out of the opening pretty nice position, and here the maneuvering starts. There we go. And let's see at which point.
Oof, I like this knight on d6.
Yeah, Fabi goes for two bishops. At least something, but still black has no weaknesses and should not be. Okay, I don't like this setup.
Yeah, he with the rook d8 he pinned the knight himself, like he can't move the knight.
So voluntarily going on to under the pin.
Yeah.
A4. Rook d7, a5.
Oh, nice. Stops the queenside pawns.
Is that so obvious that I would think about b5 probably more than a5. Okay, so he wants to play a5 first and then b5. That's the case.
Yeah, that's very interesting. You still have b5. What is knight b6?
So he just. All right, really nothing happens. No.
Yeah, if you take knight, then I take rook, so it's not possible.
So pure two bishops. Knight c3. All black has to do is a trade knight for light square bishop. Yeah, that's still looks like a total fortress. So white cannot break through. So how did Fabi?
Yeah, what's the magic actually? How he managed?
Make it out.
Okay, let's see the time. What time they had at this point? Maybe time was a factor.
How do you see it? You don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
H4.
They might have some time issue at this point. Yeah.
All right. So again, surprisingly, assuming Yeah. Assuming everything went correct in this game, the principle of two weaknesses works, right? There we go. Look, like h7 is a weak, and okay, f5, we cannot count it as a weakness, but bishop h5, bishop g6 is a threat.
Right.
Okay, not right away, because bishop
I like
f7.
how he moves this king up
So
and down.
moves. King get all the way to f4. Oh.
Okay. So
Yeah,
black could not
It
really
looked like,
handle it
yeah,
anymore.
all the pawns are fixed on the light square, so it's just a
Yeah,
loss.
knight h6 is a bit odd move because you go to the same color bishop endgame.
But how do you defend against king g3, king f4 anyways?
Oh yeah, dark squares are. But then you're gonna lose the pawn on f2, right?
Yeah.
Here the problem for black is that, like, black seems to be like zugzwanged here. You cannot move
Maybe
your
something like
pieces.
knight f6.
King
Just
g3.
to me, that like was a check. But probably just. I know. Then we. This might not be that clear, right? Because we have a pass pawn. So, but taking on h6 and resignation is the same thing here. Yeah. So, and that's it. He just resigned. He realized.
That's very interesting. Yeah, if you play king g7, then king
just
g3, king
this,
f4.
h5.
Yeah, sometimes you
then we
just
take and come
you trust
back,
your opponent and resign here and just
Especially
focus
if
for
your
the next
opponent
game.
is Fabiana Caruana. Yeah.
Yes.
You might resign a little bit early. I had this episode. I mean, I played Maxim Vachilia-Graf in the first round, the World Cup in 2013. I resigned in the equal position.
Whoa, why?
In the first round, I thought I'm losing the piece, and I resigned. And Maxim was like, "Why? What was going on? Like, it's just like game." Just starts here, and I was like, okay, well. So yeah, it's a
names
matter
are
of the
playing,
big names
yeah.
and stuff. Like sometimes it affects you, but for
it's actually true that the names play such a big role, and they're young players. They don't care about names. They want to be stars, and that's why they can get really best out of all. And they want to be in the chess news because they beat some of the players. So yeah, that's by the time you're getting older and older, you're losing this feeling. So yeah, that's a little bit tough.
How about we'll go through the game of one of the dark horses of this tournament. There's someone that I pick to be like a factor, the Daniil Dubov, who did not play that much from the beginning of the year. He was like really upset about like what was going on. Pretty much he said, "I wonder if it's the first tournament of the year for him."
That's a very interesting question.
So
I hope we're going to have a lot of interviews by our press officer, and we're going to have a chance to hear some of the stories from, some insights from the players, and that for sure is very interesting story, how many games Daniil Dubov actually played this year.
And G5. His opponent, Daniel Darda, where is he from? Belgium, right? Yeah. It says it's
Belgium. 2511 Grandmaster from Belgium.
Okay. So, 5 knight c3, d4 knight e2, c5 knight d2. Okay.
Oh, he's actually 17 years old. And the rating is very impressive at this point. Oh, we have a pairings.
Oh, okay.
Let's show these pairings. Very interesting. What will be in the second round?
Let's check out what we're going to have in the second round, the matchups. Discuss it first.
There we go. So, let's see. Okay,
Magnus
okay.
Erik Hansen. Okay,
Hansen.
so this is the moment, should tell the story how Canadians get here. Okay.
I know, he told me today he took 13 hours. That's so
that's
much.
true. But so they designated some other person to buy the tickets for them, and they said, okay, the tournament is in Kazakhstan, just buy us a ticket.
Yeah.
So when they showed up at the airport, they said Astana, and then said, we need to go to Almaty, and said, Astana, Almaty, what's the difference? Take a look at the map, and it's like 1,000 kilometers, like 112.
2 hours bike.
It's just, so they had to change the tickets right there at the airport. They were lucky there actually were flights because Canada was also affected by the storm, and but the idea itself, right?
It's
the Kazakhstan
crazy.
is a huge country. It's like a
ninth biggest country in the world.
ninth biggest country in the world. So you better
by the territory, yeah.
Exactly. Then Astana and Almaty is not the same place. Okay.
That's right. So we have Erik here playing against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, let us quickly go through this before we go to women. Sinan Sigurov, who's famous for beating Magnus once at the Olympiad, right? And plays Richard. Rauf Mamedov plays young Christoph Duda. Very good matchups. Arvind Nepomniachtchi. Haik Martirasan, rapid specialist, plays Fabi. Oh, that'll be a really tough match.
Look at the names, everyone. This is, all these grandmasters.
Mazev,
Indeed.
Yeah, and so on. So, let's move on to the women top boards. Let's see what we got there.
And in the women's board, we have Tan Zhongyi, who is not the first seed. She is number 3 rated in the rapids. But because Alexander Kostyuk and Katerina Lachno lost the points in the first round, now she will be playing on the first board against Sri Savitha. Second board, we have Lilith Mikurtici against Alexandra Gorechkina, and we have Nana Zaknidze against Nomin Erde. With very complicated last name. Wish me good luck to read it. Dava Damberal. I hope I said it right. Or very close to that. Zatonsky against Harika Dronavali. And we have Konori Hampi against Mikurtic and Mariam. Very interesting lineup in here too, in the women's section. And let's take a look at this round. The first board, top board, or maybe even second board looks very, very promising. Lilith Mikurtician and Alexandra Gorechkina.
Okay. And
waiting for the round to start. Let's take a look if we have players at the playing venue and check it out. Ooh, look at this! They are ready.
No. Is he wearing jeans, and jeans are not allowed?
No. Jeans are not allowed. He will get the... Erik.
You're gonna get in
Watch
trouble.
out, you'll get a mail today.
You're gonna get in trouble.
Dress code. Okay. Actually, I wanted to wear jeans, and I was asking if it's possible for us to wear jeans, and we're not in the playing venue. But I remember one of the Olympiads, the camera guy that I was working with was kicked out from the venue for wearing shorts, and I had no cameraman, so that was a bit of experience.
Okay. So there we go. We got Alexandra Goryashkina on our screen, and she's about to start her game against Lilith Mikurtician.
Yeah, and we have a handshake. Alexandra has very nice, sparkling, shining outfit. Very Christmas spirit still, right? New Year Christmas spirit, you can see that. But
how old is she?
Alexandra is 20, 20. Let me check so I will not make any mistake in that. She's very young, and we actually have seen her playing at the top events since forever, and she is 24 years old.
24.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, this is very interesting match indeed. Eric is well known by streaming. He has created with his friends Chess Bra, one of the first chess streams, and they are keep it going really nicely. And this is the event that he chose to play, and he was very excited, even posted in social media.
Yep.
And we had B3 first move.
B3 and
Is it Bert's
and
opening?
Eric, Bert, I believe it's B4. It just B. But Eric took time to play D5, so he was okay. Yeah, to refresh this.
Yeah, that's actually when we need the chat's help, guys. On YouTube, I need your help. What's the name of B3 first move?
I did, and I still don't get the moves. Okay, there we go. No. All right.
All right. So we have here second board Lilith Mikritichian from Armenia. She's well-experienced chess player, has been playing chess for 30 years, I think.
Okay.
20-something, 25. On the background, we also see Nana Zagnidze and Harika Dronawali. Those are the top players for sure. And this is the event that you cannot really predict who will win, and you cannot say who is the favorite because everyone has its own strength and its own chances. So let's see how the round 2 will continue, because at the round 1 we had in fact a lot of interesting games. And here we have Alexandra Gereshkina, who was competing at the candidates tournament Pool B, and she was considered to be one of the favorites for sure, as she was the challenger of the current women world champion Zhu Wenjun. But she lost the match against Tan Zhongyi, and Tan Zhongyi played amazing games. And you know, Alex, Tan Zhongyi actually stayed in Uzbekistan after that event for 2 weeks because she could not really travel back in China without the problems. She had to go to quarantines for 2 weeks or 10 days.
China is on a complete lockdown right now.
Yeah.
That's why we have like very few players from China here. We got
right.
Yuan Yi and Tan Zhongyi, who were like at the moment when lockdown occurred. I think I've seen someone else from there, but it's low-rated players. And she probably lives outside of China as well.
Or has been traveling outside. Yeah.
Right. So they were lucky that they happened to be outside of China the moment the lockdown happened. And like right now, the country is absolutely not accessible from either in or out.
All right. So yeah, that's indeed very upsetting for Chinese chess players. They are skipping another year of chess, not competing in the international tournaments. That's really unfortunate indeed. And just back in some month ago, 1 or 2 months ago, when Lei Qingji won Pool A, she said that she will not be playing at this event because of the lockdowns and all these procedures that she has to go through, which is very upsetting for her. This is one of the biggest events, and she's very good rapid and blitz player. And she said, like, it's not worth it for me to stay outside in Europe maybe for so long, for 2 months, to play at this competition. Right, we're gonna get the games and the moves updated very soon, and we will go through the openings, because openings are so important. How you gonna start?
Yep. Maybe we should move to men's section because I think right now we got technical problems with women translation here. So.
Right. Yeah, okay, we're gonna fix this and come back and check out for sure the tournament in the women's section. But let's get back, and here on the screen you see Magnus Carlsen.
Just as we said this, I mean, it's magically there.
Oh.
All right, but now we got.
We have the games.
But now we got Magnus, and there we go. The position on the board. Okay.
What is this about? We asked
how
about.
in the world this happened? Okay, so we saw the starting move. Bishop G4 he played. Okay.
Our chat on YouTube helped us and said 1b3 is Larsen opening.
Oh, okay.
Nimzo Larsen opening.
Nimzo Larsen.
So thank you guys. Thank you for
and Bishop F5 and. Check this out. How do you like this Magnus Gambit with E4?
Magnus Gambit.
I guess if you're taking it, then just simply Knight C3. I would guess that this is a white's idea. Okay, unless I'm missing something. And then quick development, maybe when Queen takes on F3 and castle long. So Eric played Bishop G6 and then H4, putting more pressure on Black's position and. All right, so more moves been played. H5. Okay.
Very interesting start.
Takes. It's pretty unusual. They're actually good friends, I believe, and that's why B3. They just like know each other like pretty well. That Knight C3, Queen D6, almost. Scandinavian, I would say, right? E4, D5 takes and Knight C3, Queen D6.
Yeah, looks like.
With a little twist, Bishop on B2, Bishop on G6. Okay, is that Queen aiming at G3 by any chance? Okay,
Why not? To give a check like that, and then to follow up more checks, White King might have some problems.
That's true.
This is not a Bonklad variation. It's White can be forced to do that.
So Magnus is thinking whether Queen E2 to meet Queen G3 with Queen F2 or just simply Knight G2. But then how exactly are you going to castle after that? So Queen E2 looks more logical. Unless you want to play something like in the Bone Cloud tradition, like King E2, that would be an interesting one.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna go. I think Eric will be very happy to have Magnus King going into Queen E2. He goes Queen E2.
Yeah, just like we predicted.
He gives up C2 pawn, but I believe that's a poisoned pawn. If you take on C2, D3.
D3 is winning piece, yes.
Yeah.
Queen G3, King D2, that's all right. So now the moment for Eric to decide just developing.
Right. I was actually thinking that he has to give a check now to stop White's development. Other way, White might go for long castle here.
I wonder if he intends Knight D4 after castle long.
Okay, that's a problem.
It's still White can probably go for it and just meet Knight D4 with Queen to C4.
But Alex, how about Bishop C2 first? To maybe you can show that on the board after castle.
True. Exactly.
Bishop
so
C2
castle
first.
And bishop. Ooh.
Oh.
Okay. One move too short.
Jump.
Okay. Where this blue arrow comes from? Okay. Let me take it out.
The next one. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Yeah. So castle long, and bishop takes C2. Is there any way for us to deal with that? No, I don't see it. Yep. So knight C6 and castle was played, or just my analysis? No, Magnus is thinking here. Okay. All
Eric
right,
is very
Eric's keeping a
confident. Look at him.
straight face. Yeah,
I traveled here for so long. I'll not give up
yeah,
this easy.
just,
Yeah, about Eric, he also said that he wanted to travel by train from Astana to Almaty. And then the other guys that he was traveling with, the other Canadian guys, said like, no, that's crazy. It takes 24 hours by
I
train.
think more than that. It's like 2 days or something. Yeah.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, well, yeah, Eric. Oh, castle is on the board. So bishop
Castle?
c2
What?
is.
Wait, he's tricking. He's bluffing actually.
What are we missing?
Knight b5 maybe.
Knight b5, queen c5, and then d4.
Knight c7.
Knight c7, king d7.
Can we maybe do on the
Okay,
board?
yeah. Let's try to see what's a. No, come on, Eric. Like, go for it.
Yeah, it was a nice show.
Just to go for it. Don't be. Like so, knight b5 and queen c5. and
Maybe here
takes.
bishop a3 intermediate move. How about that?
Yeah, but I'll take on d1. It was check, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
isn't it a problem? Maybe not. Okay. Just takes, right?
Just take it.
But maybe we need the bishop on a better square. Okay, not an a3, but. Okay, what's the better square?
d4. Oh, no, sorry, knight d4.
takes.
Yeah. I started to blunder pieces too fast. It's only second round. Eric is thinking it's a very nice time to make decision.
Yeah, I don't see it right away.
Oh my God! Look at this d4. Bishop d1. No, it's not.
How about this line? So queen e3 takes, check, king d7, check. Now, which one do you take? Okay, takes. That looks good for white, right?
He goes.
Knight e4. Knight d4. And castle long. That's no, it's interesting. It's a practical decision, and it was played real fast. The problem might be that positionally after d3, it's not so good. Oh, he played knight e4. Okay. Yeah, well, looks great, looks unusual, and queen b6.
Queen has been gone on b6.
Mm-hmm.
These queens started to play the game rather fast without both players develop the king sides. We don't see that happening very often, right?
No, not in the Grandmasters games, right? It looks like they totally ignore principles. And
Okay, Magnus decided to develop his knight
okay,
and
finally,
challenge
a first
on
developing
d4.
move in a while. Okay, it's knight e2. No, okay, do the same thing. Take on e2 and knight f6. Develop yours. What's the time situation? 10:32, 9:16. They're doing pretty good for such an unusual position here.
It's very interesting what is Magnus Carlsen's preparation for this tournament. Obviously, he is very comfortable with many openings and setups, but perhaps he has been having some training camps and probably choose like some of the openings. And let's see how often he will play 1b3 in the games.
Okay, yeah. That so you're guessing that might be his prep for it.
I guess
All right,
so too.
well. Oh, Eric, you should not go that far behind on the clock. Just to make a practical decision. Here we go. Okay, I wonder when Magnus is looking like this, does that means he's happy or he's
Oh, Magnus
not?
Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura are two players that it's very hard to read. Sometimes they are misleading us with their impression, you know. And
Okay.
Jan Nepomniachtchi also is a person who can totally mislead us.
Oh yeah. Jan's probably the best actor of them all. Okay, but it's a huge difference between this game. I mean, Magnus is not looking into Hikaru's board at all. Just like concentrated.
Not in this game, not yet, not yet. I have a challenge right now.
Okay.
Yeah, this is very impressive how these guys can be so focused and then find some moment in a game
Yes.
when they can just sneak to each other's boards and check out what is happening.
So he took and okay, e6, not knight f6. No, maybe, but like why should it take so long? He took about like 2 minutes to make this decision. And oh well, but e6 doesn't look correct to me because how are you going to develop your king side now? The knight can only go to e7 and the bishop cannot move at all.
Yeah, that's
It's,
true. As
it's-
g7 pawn will be hanging.
I mean, also knight f6 was so natural. It's like, why not?
Yeah, very interesting question. How maybe something like f5 to kick the knight and then knight f6. This weakens the pawn on e6 for sure, but it's the possibility to develop the pieces. And you can play bishop f7 next and e5 at some point.
Oh, yeah, that's. We'll see how it goes. Okay, so Magnus now has to make a decision about.
It's taken 2 minutes advantage on the clock, and that's a lot for him for sure.
So what looks good to you? A4 maybe. White doesn't have to do anything. Okay, if it's black to move, let's ask that question. It's probably knight e7, right? So, is there any way for us to make knight e7 uncomfortable?
Yeah, that's a very good question, actually. I would think of move like g4 here to kind of stop f5, although it's not really stopping, but to have more space advantage. Although this move is not really threatening anything, right? Black can just still keep developing like knight e7 move, knight e5 move.
Yeah. Well, Magnus becomes like a statue now. It's wow.
What's going on?
You can't read a single emotion on his face, and it's.
He's coming up with the plans. Obviously, this is a structure that not many of us has seen before, and that's very important to know the plan where to continue to play on the queen side, in the center, king side, and he's taking a lot of time here to just figure it out.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, usually pawn structure says a lot, but now
There's
we
no pawn
kinda-
structure
yeah,
here.
like-
It's just that pieces are out and whites are good, but you need some sort of like either space advantage or something to play for. And that's
I like this a4 idea that you suggested. a4 to get more space advantage, maybe something like next move, bishop c3, a5, stuff like this. He goes something on the queen side. I think he played
queen
king.
d5, I think, right? No?
Oh, he captured something.
He did? There's nothing to take? King b1.
King b1, okay.
King b1, okay. Yeah, it's a waiting move because knight e7, right? It's like a logical continuation. Get the knight out. That's what Eric did, and it's not easy to play when you don't have a big center presence because pieces are standing fine and you have a lead in development, but yeah, well, that's what happens when you play in b3 and move 1. Okay.
It's true. That's
All
also
right.
true.
Well, to this game slow down a little bit. Do you see anything interesting?
Yeah, we have
going
one
on?
game already ended, and that's very funny looking game.
Okay.
On the board, 6 MVL against Tabatabai. They made repetition, I think. So let's check it out.
Which board is it?
Board 6. MVL Tabatabai. I think we have different numbers. Okay. Let me check here.
Okay. No,
Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen
I
is
don't
still
see this one on my list.
figuring it out.
A4 is played. Yeah, it's just like a white needs some space, something to play for, and
It's board 35, so that's why
yeah,
maybe we don't have
it's
it.
outside of our board that covered. Should we try to go to some women game?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. In the women's board, we can take a look at the second board, for instance. Oh, no, sorry.
Alexander?
I have different game, and you have different one. But yeah, let's take a look at this one. Lilith Mikurtician and
Okay.
Alexandra Goretskina.
Okay, Magnus. Like a sphinx over there. Yeah, we see Alexander Goretskina from the back. Okay. And let's see what's the position is. Nice positional pressure on the white for white. Knight on b6 is not standing really well. She's probably black intends to go to d7 with the next move. Get rid of this knight on e5. It's pretty good chances for black to equalize. White definitely supports to keep the pressure, get the knight to d3. So, okay.
Yeah, that's right. So still a lot of things can happen in this game. Shall we see Conor Hamby and Maria Mikurtician's game?
Okay. Another interesting position, I would say the black should be completely fine if the pawn would be on g6 instead of g4. But the pawn is on g4, and as soon as white will go bishop e4 and get the piece on f5, the black would get in trouble. So queen b4 was the last move. It's just preparation for bishop e4, because immediate bishop e4 would see f5 and knight f3 check.
Right.
So
and
this is
after f5, you want to play bishop c2, bishop b3, or?
You mean right
Bishop-
now?
yeah,
The
bishop.
pawn on b7 is hanging, so you probably cannot go f5. Or maybe you can, but then it's pawn sacrifice, right? Takes f5, takes b7, and f4, and suddenly something interesting might start, but like that's double pawn sacrifice. No.
Rook
Black
d7.
play rook d7
Yeah,
and
guarding the pawn on b7. White plays
Really?
very fast rook d1.
okay.
Well, if black goes with rook to d8 to keep the pressure on the d file and the control, then maybe bishop e4 and f5 is impossible, right? And bishop f5 is a very nice idea.
Tanjuni, okay. Let's look at this game.
The first board.
Tan against Savita Shri. Or Shri Savita, okay.
Yeah, a women international master from India. Her rating is 2411. I have to admit that I have not seen her in the chess competitions yet, but her rating is very impressive.
Okay.
2400 player.
And she's
looks
holding
very
her
young.
own. Yeah, she's holding her own so far. But now she looks like she might get in trouble because you need to go to g6. You need to go to g6. That loses b6 pawn, and probably white will be cruising after that. Okay.
Okay, some of the information about Sri Savita. She's around 14, 15 years old. This is the first time when Wikipedia suggested 2 age, so I don't know what is real age, like 14, 15 years. And she's Women International Master. She got this title last year, 2021.
Mm-hmm.
And her peak rating was 2261 in classical chess. Seems like classical time control, and seems like she's doing great in blitz and rapid
Okay.
time control.
Right. And now Tanjani considers taking on b6 and the consequences of taking on b6 and knight a4. And decide against it. Just bishop d4. Looks like keeping all the threats on the board. No, however, it allows black to play rook c6 and still keeping it for a while. All right, rook c6. Bishop b5, rook d6. Looks ugly, but, still holding. Well, the question is for how long, yeah. No, black position is really, really difficult, and
Very hard to hold this pawn on b6, which is under attack, and took bishops.
yep,
Against two
Tanjani
knights.
just doesn't want to give any tactical chances to
Yeah.
her young opponent. Rook c6, that's black's only move. And now bishop b5, rook d6, bishop e5, bishop c7. Should win that pawn, and okay.
I was also thinking about, maybe this is a bit silly move, but something like f4, bishop f3. But unfortunately, after f4, black also has f5, and if we play bishop f3, then, knight a4 is actually impossible, so maybe that's a good
F4
idea.
makes a lot of sense. That's
f4,
true.
bishop f3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, two bishops in the open position and king on g6. It's just...
Oof.
Oh,
Look at this. Bishop d3 check. You cannot take this bishop, and then bishop goes on e4 with all the tempos.
well, black already played f5.
Stuffing bishop getting on e4. Maybe g4 now, using this pin.
G4 looks great. Same bishop b5, not bad. Bishop b5, yes. And
Rook is under attack. Where the rook really
yeah,
goes.
rook d6 probably, and then bishop e5. Okay. Yeah, it looks like Tanjani is going to be cruising to the victory here pretty soon. Let's see if we're going to get...
An interesting games, right? Shall we take a look at the game of Magnus Carlsen and Eric?
All right.
Let's see
get
how
back.
they decided to continue
Let's
to
get
play.
back to a rook gets to a1. All right, the queens were traded. Let's go back a little bit and see where we left this game. Somewhere around here when Magnus played a4. So what happened since knight c6, queen b5, knight d4.
Yeah, this knight is great on d4, just closing the diagonal, and the bishop on is not hitting on g7 anymore. So I really like this decision of Eric.
Eric made it out of the opening pretty good, so Magnus will have to win this game with the next wave of creativity.
Yeah, he has to do his tricks. Let's see.
Okay.
Seems like he's very much focused to come up with some plans. Maybe he wants to open up the queen side at some point, double the rooks, and play a5. and look for some space advantage, but he has to keep in mind that the pawn on h4 is also hanging, so before that he has to deal somehow to guard the pawn on h4, because you cannot play really g3 as another pawn on f3 will be hanging, so this makes white's rook on h1 like a prisoner to guard the pawn on,
Exactly.
on
I
h4.
mean, you see, Magnus is not as happy as he used to be. Okay, early in this game, and I suspect that objectively black might be better here because all the pieces standing well, no weaknesses. Suddenly, everything makes sense in the black's position. Okay. Oh, well, they're not looking at each other's game, so
No.
maybe Hikaru's also having a hard time.
I don't see Hikaru though.
Oh,
he made
it's a-
draw and he's now not on the stage.
Okay.
So yeah,
He's
that's
not on
why
stage.
that's why Magnus
Um,
is bored, I think, and he's just very
Who's
focused.
playing across from him? Don't see. Oh, it's a Duda. Okay.
Yeah, it's Duda against
Mamedov,
Mamedov on
against
the third.
against Rauf, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, 94 is on the board.
oh,
It's a good timing. We just came here at a good time. 94, like this knight gets on e6.
oh my, wow! It looks like Jan is in huge trouble here. Down two bishops. Unless he catches this rook after 95. Oh, 95, 93. No, rook e8.
He's trying to trade the rook. This rook on 7th rank is really dangerous. Last year at the same championship, he was the runner-up. Actually, he had very good chances to win the title in Blitz as he was playing against MWL. And he lost the match. It was in Poland, and he has a lot of fans in Poland. Jan Krzysztof Duda is very famous in Poland, and you can imagine how great the
Yes.
show was for the spectators who were attending the playing venue and seeing his games. Unfortunately, he lost, but he said that this was very good tournament for him, and second place. It's still amazing. Indeed. I wonder if we have any spectators in the playing venue, any local spectators. This is the opportunity for chess fans to see closer, like Hikaru Nakamura. Can you just imagine how many fans he has?
Oh, yeah.
And Carlson is here as well, so a lot of stars. And I don't know if maybe later on we're going to have some video footage other days and our breaks. We can just check it out if we have any fans or spectators.
I don't know if you saw one of the Hikaru's tweets recently. So he was on a flight on American Airlines, like inner flight in the United States. And actually, I didn't know that, but the pilots are going through the list of players. The passengers on it, and some of the pilots recognize the name, and they made sure that the crew meets Hikaru Nakamura.
Whoa,
and
that's huge!
And that's Hikaru said. That's when you get famous. When,
You know that you have done something great in your life.
Exactly. That's,
Oh wow, I was traveling actually for so long that I had no internet and I was struggling with that. So I have to check it out more closely. But that's a great thing for chess indeed.
Jan Krzysztof actually taken very seriously this tournament. He came here with his coach.
Oh yeah, he's every time traveling with his coach.
With Camille Mitton,
Yeah.
and I know him very well, just played him many times. And now looks like they very dynamic duo, winning a lot of tournaments together. They're just pretty happy with each other. And
yeah, that's true. Jan was very young when they started to work together, so it has been many years, and this is indeed the good example of success of the player and the coach. How important it is to have a person who you trust and who gives you a lot of a lot of energy. And for Jan, I know it's important to have a coach on the side, Kamal Mitton, who is a fun guy, actually.
Oh, yeah.
He's a very, very fun guy, and it's very good company. And during the breaks, they're talking a lot. They are always talking, and it's very nice that Jan has a person.
Do you think he's in the playing hall right now, just like?
Oh yeah, he accompanies the Rapid and Blitz, and they have small talks and chats during the breaks. But when it's a classical chess, he stays in the hotel room and he analyzes the.
I see.
The match. So they're working perfectly well, really working perfectly well. And then Camille is a person who is very focused, and then Jan also delivers the result, and then they both celebrate it.
No, of course, yeah. When the result is there, just everyone's happy.
Yeah.
It's like a real mess. What's going on? Yes,
on the other side of the board, we have Rauf Mamedov, who is well known on his sharp style and the tactical skills, and very, very strong blitz.
I think there's two married couples here, right? There's it's Lagno Grishchuk and Mamedov Buksa, who are playing here. Do you know anyone else?
Yes, I know also Richard Rapport and Erika Rapport.
Oh, she's here? Okay.
Yes.
Didn't see her in this.
We have quite a number of chess couples, which is indeed great to have chess families. And another chess family, Anish Giri and Sopiko Goramishvili. Anish is here alone, not have family, but he has another family. Chess Space India is here with him, and they are doing great work. And they are also showing some of the besides chess part. They are also showing how they are spending time, how they are traveling together. So, guys, if you have not checked it yet, which would be probably strange, but go ahead and check it. You're gonna see a lot of very interesting stuff.
All right, so let's try to understand what's going on the board right now. And let's start with counting the pawns. Right? And the count shows +2 for black, right? Even though we see those so-called
3 pawns
backgammon pawns, right? It's, they all look pretty strong, and I don't think
is a great pawn, actually.
Taking any of them is a dangerous decision. So maybe that's what it is, 2 extra pawns for black.
So if you take on d5, then you might fall under d takes c5, and your bishop will be hanging on d5. And if you trade d pawns, then you might also trade the dark square bishops, and less pieces on the board, better for black, as this d3 pawn looks like a queen soon to be.
Looks like Rauf is in a little trouble here. So let's see what's going to transpire. Yeah, takes. Oh.
B takes c5, not taking on d5 yet. I wonder if black is going to trade the dark square bishops, or he will make another move.
Yeah, the decision right now, it's not so clear-cut and obvious. Okay.
Quite tough decision also from Duda to make, because like how you are moving.
Playing the simple chess, take on
Takes,
f4 and go knight e5, and it's like.
Yeah, he's just trading the.
And then knight c4.
Oh, the game has been ended
What
here.
happened here? Okay.
I see king on e4 for Magnus Carlsen, and king on d5. That means that Magnus Carlsen managed to convert.
Yeah, extra in final position. There I see extra exchange, and so let's see what happens. Like at which point, we left the game when Magnus was thinking after move. After e5, yeah. Okay. So d3 was played. f6, b5. Bishop f8. Eric is waiting. a5. Oh, it just blundered in exchange.
Okay.
Was there any way out of it?
But I love how Magnus played here with his pawns, 2 pawns on b and a file, and the 2 bishops. Like, he totally just dominated on the queen side.
Yep. I don't know. It looks like when white played b5, could black simply take it just to not allow the position to get open, like just take? But that's worse. I mean, you're giving up the a file. That's going to be worse now. So Eric just blundered an exchange.
Yeah.
And it was pretty clear after that. Okay. There we go. We back to Mamedov Duda.
All right,
And
d5 pawn is gone. But now black's pieces are more activated. Queen on c5, attacking the bishop. Where the bishop goes, bishop has to find some space, safe space, and he decides to trade it for the knight, and knight to f1 to make sure that the pawn from d3 is not going forward.
The pawn is going to be blockaded, but two extras for black, right? So it's simply enough to trade queens.
Should black start to play like pawn, like b5 right now, or first black has to take care of the king? He goes e5 and blocks the pawn on a4 on white square, so maybe he wants to play bishop to e8 and take the pawn on a4. Third pawn.
Yeah.
So greedy.
Right. First thing first, the king goes to safety and to h7, to a little house over there.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can see Rauf is on this. See what's coming. Yeah, unfortunately, white has no counterplay whatsoever. It's
Very
just
comfortable position for black indeed. Does he played queen to e4, offering queen trade and also attacking the pawn in a way?
Yeah.
Yeah. We might have
so
here resignation if he takes another
Queen
pawn.
d6, that's the last chance. That's another pawn. Pawn number 3. The knight has to stay in f3, cannot move, and that means that white cannot create any threats. So b pawn will simply run forward. Yep.
Black's king is quite safe. There's no g4 moves like to break through. Knight on f3 is also quite limited because pawn on f6 controls 2 very important squares. There's this knight d4, knight e6 idea. Maybe white should try that. Knight d4 now, knight e6, and look for some checks on f8 or queen e7. Goes queen to d8.
Mm-hmm. No, I think he has your idea in mind. Oh, knight d4 means d2. Okay. White pawn on a5 is not hanging. Because bishop b4, no.
Maybe a4. Maybe now it's time to get another pawn.
Okay.
It's too many pawns. Too many pawns. As we were mentioning earlier, when you have 3 extra pawns, you can afford to lose 1 pawn. You're going to still have 2 extra pawns.
Yeah, we already know that 3 is 1 too many. So 2, there might be some fight. 3.
Yeah, 3 pawns are equal to 1 piece. Actually, b5 has been played. This is a sacrifice of a pawn. If you take the now, I'm going to push d2 or
a3, whichever feels,
and handshake and resignation here. Young Christoph Duda won the game. Very important to start the tournament nicely, to boost your confidence and also to get very nice tie breaks in a way.
Absolutely. And it's like beating strong opponents, so that shows us that the young Christoph is in a good form. It's probably going to repeat last year's success.
Yeah, that's going to be great for his funds. Indeed. Do we have any other game on the stage?
Let's move down move down the list, and Aravind versus Nepo.
There is another.
Nepo's down a piece. Uh-oh.
Oh, I think it's a blunder
Sensation
happened.
comes here. I don't know. What do you want to?
Yeah, let's take a look where this happened.
Check it out from the start. Okay. Knight f4. So London. Great choice. Okay, Nepo's trying to be like super solid. But the problem with super solid system that at some point you need to start playing for a win, and that means you have to take a risk. That's how Nepo. Oh, look at this decision. And so White can simply take on g5 and they enjoy a healthy extra pawn. And he says, no, I'm not. It's not enough for me. I want more. Knight h2.
Yeah, looks so.
Oh, another shot. Like, look at this f4.
Like, king side is overcrowded. It's too many pieces there on the king side.
So Nepo had to give it up for just one pawn. And White attack continues, actually. So I guess somewhere over here,
This position.
Okay, he did sacrifice. That's something that I wanted to suggest he would do. And he did. How did Black even manage to get out? Okay, Queen h8. Oh. And loses the point. Yeah, okay. So Knight f3, and that's where they are right now. 4, that's only 1 pawn for a piece.
Yeah, Nepo not happy.
Okay, yeah, he knows that position is not good, but he's just simply going to make moves and see if his opponent
Look at his.
Yeah,
He's never hiding his impressions. And here we have Aravind from India Grandmaster. His rating in standard is 26.07, very high rating. And he became Grandmaster in 2015, where he was very, very young. And he has qualified last year to the FIDE World Cup. It was a very nice achievement of his, and he has won Indian Championship twice, actually.
Okay,
so
wow.
last year's, which is very impressive.
That's an achievement,
Yeah.
yes. All right.
And he is just 23 years old.
Unbelievable.
So, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Another Indian chess player who is who is very strong, and still we don't know much about that.
No, absolutely not. And that's why those tournaments are so good. I mean, we're learning not only new names. Personally, for me, unlike when I flew here from Tashkent, I think, to Almaty, only later I learned that there were a lot of chess players on the same plane.
Yeah.
Okay, I had no idea. I'm living in the States, and it's such a bubble. I'm following everything was happening in chess world, right? But I only know people by names. I can going here, I can connect faces to the names. Okay, and that's like biggest. It's a lot of fun for me. Okay.
Indeed. Latest updates what we have in chess world, we have a lot of tournaments broadcasted online, so all the chess fans now can see the players, can just see what is their character. Jan is one of the players that is very well known, as he has never hiding his emotions, and I think he's the. I think we can nominate him as the player who has the best hairstyle most of the time. So let's vote for his hairstyle at this time. I really like it. I really like it.
No, who's the closest competition? Magnus?
Magnus is the closest,
Okay, well.
for sure. And Richard Rufford is one of
Not
the
bad, yeah.
player that spectators really would nominate to. So it will be a big competition, you know.
Okay, is there any reason it's not updating?
Yeah, we don't have actually updates. Let's just focus on the board and just have a full camera view, so we can just.
I see that white still has a rook and a knight, but there are very few pieces left on the board, and I don't see any white pawns on the board.
Yeah, we have to have a bigger screen on the camera on the screen.
Yeah, is that-
bigger camera on the screen.
Does that mean that white lost all his pawns and it's just a draw right now? And that's why Nipo's like giving those looks, you know, saying like, what are you trying to do here?
Where are we going?
Okay.
Took another pawn.
He's trying to hide his smile. Okay, well.
Yeah. So curious what is happening. Unfortunately, we are not getting. Okay, knight and the rook. There's no pawn for white. There's one pawn for black. Yeah, this is.
Well, for
risky
as long as
position.
black rook is on the board, I guess he's.
Oh wow, this might be disappointing from Indian Grandmaster to not to win with extra piece. Although black had very good chances here at this point when we see that black's rook is quite
Okay.
active. White's pawns are a bit loose, not connected.
I think our audience know that rook and knight cannot win against the rook, even though you can try.
You can try,
and
yeah.
I defended it recently as I think the last year alone I defended it like twice for some reason.
Okay.
People
nice.
tried against me, and I was like, okay.
Nice try.
I did it a couple times, so I know
Yeah.
what. Yeah. Well, anyway, in the rapid and blitz, you can lose those positions. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Our chat is asking about MVL.
Yeah.
Where is he and on which board he's playing? Let's try to find him.
Let me see.
If we have,
It's not a name that you can miss.
yeah. Okay, he is playing on board 35.
Okay. Well, that
right after
explains why I don't see it.
Nakamura.
That explains why I don't see it.
And Tabatabai was his opponent, and I mentioned about these guys at the very beginning because it was like I saw there was a draw, but maybe it was not the most accurate position that I saw. It was 4 rooks on the board and the repetition. So, yeah, probably it ended up really fast and was some kind of theoretical draw.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get an update later. Okay, because this game is not here yet. And
Seems like this is the last game on the stage, and we have most of the cameras concentrated on the stage where we have the top boards.
okay.
And yeah, let's take a look at another game. We have another game too.
And let's discuss the results that we have so far. Lilith Trichan drew against Alexander Goryashkina. She just held this position. Anna Zatonsky drew against Harika Dronovali. Other games, looks like Antonetta Stefanova drew against Gohar Beidulaeva. I mean, if she's also like a local player, or
Yeah, we have a lot of local players, and on the break we can take a look on the list and talk a little bit about chess in Kazakhstan, how much it's improving the situation. Right now we have Richard Ruppert on the screen, and he's playing on the second board against
go.
Sanan Sigurov, and let's check out.
we got the
he
position.
did
Oh,
not.
no. no.
Please don't do it to us. No.
Okay.
Okay, now we can see how many moves they have played. 89 I can see, but we have to find the moment when they change the pieces.
Okay, so there we go. This is the moment it is
Move
51. So
101.
101.
Let's go.
12 moves left. He's gonna make it. Yeah, the king is not even in the back rank. Okay.
It's not even. He doesn't seem to be stressed at all. Yeah, that's very interesting. At what point he will ask for the arbiter. Another game I think has been finished. Jan is explaining some of the situation.
His
I think
opponent.
it's a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. That would be like a really a cool moment to have a mic next to the board and see what Jan was trying to say with his hands going in the air. Like, okay.
Yeah, this moment what you describe maybe happens in the team competition, right? When they are playing from the same country, same language.
Yeah.
But I think in chess we might not have some bad language, so we can, but that's a risky business.
Yeah. You giving the chess players the benefit of the doubt? Yeah, well, depends on the personality, I would think. Yeah, I'm sure Jan would be very nice explaining that if you cannot convert the piece, for a pawn, that's like. Okay, yeah. So Sanand realized that
he tried, and then he offered a draw. This is another board. We have 13, and it's Van Forest. I think he's so upset.
And where is this game?
This is board 13.
Yeah, against Jamsaran Sidipov, who is a very interesting and talented player. He plays in an unbelievably sharp style. And that's, how do I know that? Alex Yarmolinsky, a good friend of mine, was coaching the Sidipov for quite some time, and I always was getting updates on like his progress and stuff. Okay, and now for the first time, I can see how the guy actually looks like.
Yeah,
I know about it probably more than I know about like some of my students, but I never seen the guy. Here we go, for the first time.
Well, seems like White had a very good chances to win this, and Rook b6. Look at this sneaky move. If you take Rook, I will promote the pawn, and then for sure White can convert this.
No, Rook b7 just wins. I know, Rook b7, Rook e8. Okay. Hold on a second. What's the win? What's the win? Rook b7, Rook e8. King d6, King King f6, Rook f1 wins. So King d6, Rook goes to a8 back.
Well, actually, I think this Rook b7 or Rook a7 is the only move here. Otherwise, Black is giving a check and taking pawn on e7.
That's true.
How about Rook a6 now?
Yeah, Rook b8.
Can we make it on the board to show our viewers?
Okay.
Rook a6.
To shorten.
Yes.
Yeah, the Black's Rook position, and now. Yeah, Rook a7, Rook e8. It's the same.
Let's go Rook a1. So you go check.
Okay, check. You want to go King d8 and go King c7.
Yeah. And Rook e8 is a draw, I think, or not. And now the opponent is shaking his head. What's going on?
Yeah, Rook has nowhere. No, Rook has to go.
Oh my God, he's shaking his head. Van Forest is like, okay, I might be winning already.
Okay.
At this
Yeah,
point,
no, this is winning.
Jack.
This
king
is winning.
kicked.
This is winning. How did he trick him? Rook a6, rook b8, rook a1, rook b10, check, check, and so on. Rook b2. So rook e8, king d6, king f6, rook b1. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a good technique. Very nice. Rook b8, king c7, and only then king d7.
Yeah, nicely done.
Yeah, it's not easy to find it over the board. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
he goes to queen versus rook end game. All right.
That's actually
That's a very good thing. I haven't seen
that's
this
very good.
end game for a long
yeah.
time.
If you forgot how to do this, here's
I know for sure that our viewers would like to see this checkmate.
okay. Just
Like
learn,
this end game.
learn the technique from
Yeah.
one first. No, remember, you need to bring the black rook to g7, defensive setup, and then do triangulation. So that's
Right, but now the problem is there's no check. A4 square is controlled by the queen, and
Oh.
rook is just too far. Like
he
cannot
had,
access
it's
to.
not easy even to bring the
Oh.
rook back without losing it. No, he found it.
Rook a6.
Queen e5. Okay,
king
go ahead.
Rook f6, king g5.
Queen e5 might just win the rook. Okay.
There's also queen e7 or queen d7 check that he can use, and he has 1 minute and 42 seconds. Black's time
Oh.
seems to be out, but I
What-
don't
what
know
did
if
he
we
do?
have a accurate time.
He allowed the rook like rejoin the king, so I don't think he should have let it happen, but he did. Okay.
So white's king got very close and squeezed black's position even more. Let's now see what
So
is
black
one
rook to
first
g7
technique.
is the first step.
One of the best advices I've got from my coach for this kind of tournaments was to check these end games that happens quite often. What's the technique, and to repeat it before the tournament. And that's a very good idea. I never did it in practice,
Okay.
to be honest. But I like it very much, and I share it to everyone, because if you guys do it, it will be very useful.
Okay, that's an interesting technique. I didn't see that. You triangulate it even before rook gets to g7. So, and I like it now that I see it. So rook g7, now king goes to f6, rook g6, king f7. He might not even get this defensive setup. Okay,
He made a move.
king f6,
Last
rook
seconds.
g7. Okay, and now triangulation. Okay, he knows that. And queen h5. Yeah, good. So he's familiar with with the setup, and yeah, that's a position of Tuxfang with queen on h5, and
Rook goes now to 4, and you can start to give some checks.
and rook has to leave, and now it should be white wins this rook with checks. Okay, king h8, queen back, and queen g1 gets it. Yeah.
Resignation. So I think that there has been storms in this game, ups and down, as we saw that both players were. Oh, is this Anish Giri? I think it's an Anish Giri telling him probably about the end game. Microphone. We need a microphone.
Yeah,
Guys, we need a microphone in the
Can we
playing
get
venue.
a direct microphone
Yes.
that we can do it from a distance? Yeah.
Very long microphone which can cover every part of the playing venue. Look at this,
yeah,
so many people, so nice tournament. It is.
They probably speak Dutch anyway. We cannot understand anything.
Oh yeah, that's an issue.
We need a microphone and a
an issue.
translator. Okay.
That's an issue. Yeah, for sure. Maybe they speak English. You never
very
know.
much doubt it.
You
No,
never-
I'm pretty sure they don't. Okay.
Okay, second round is officially over.
Over.
is great
Let's go
news.
through the results. Can we see the results so we can talk about the upsets and maybe look at those games where low-rated players upper hand?
Right, we do have actually some of the results in open section and all the results in the girls
I
section.
see Sam Shankland versus Manuel Petrosian still going on. Is that? Yeah. No, the game is.
We
is
celebrated
on.
too early, I think.
Yeah. No, I mean Petrosian is lost, but he did not resign yet, so I guess this game is still on. Oh no, more than one. I see.
Do we have a camera from playing venue? Because we see some of the live games still.
David Anton.
Let's
Okay.
take a look in the playing venue, and here we have interview. I think this is Norwegian TV interviewing Norwegian players. They do a great job always following Magnus Carlsen and showing all these steps.
Okay.
Let's go around.
Don't see anyone's playing, but
Around. It's interesting because we wanted to see the moves in some of the games and we never received it. Now we are receiving some suspicious moves in the games. Okay.
Okay.
It's
Do
pretty
you know
much
where all the players go after they finish? I don't see anyone.
Yeah. I see. Anish Giri is still talking with Van Forest, and we don't know what language they speak. There is Adivan there. They are speaking English for sure at that point. So yeah, it seems like all the games has been.
All games are done. Okay. Well, then I probably have to refresh the page.
The games
And
are
yeah,
done.
and now we got all the results here. No, we don't. Okay.
Yeah, we don't have all the results yet.
I see. Yeah, there's at least. Oh, chess is counting
Okay, let's
all
take
the
a look.
results. Let's take a look.
Magnus Carlsen won the game and he has 2 out of 2. Richard Rappert draw against Sanan Sigurov, and they will play lower boards after this round. But Jan Christoph Duda won his game, and Yu Yangi also won his game. Noderbek Yakubov lost the game against Fedosiev, and this is one of the young participants who is young players who are doing great recently.
Oh, he's a
Winning,
defendant. How
yeah.
about he's a defendant champion?
Yeah, it's
And
amazing job what they
he's
are doing.
defendant champion and number 20 on starting list, which is a little discrepancy between these two. And but losing to one of the favorite, it's a black horse, but if Fedosiev is in a good form and in a good mood, is extremely, extremely dangerous. So
Yeah. We have some of the moments of the Rapid Championship back in 2017. I think when he played final with Anand, they both were fighting for the first place, and Fedosiev lost the match. Anand won that tournament, but he was doing great job. Kiwi is also having 2 out of 2. There are plenty of players having 2 out of 2. And in women's section, we have Tanjongi leading. Nana Zagnize is out there too, another very strong woman chess player. Konuri Hampi is there with 100% after 2 rounds. And Valentina Gunina, another very, very strong rapid player, is out there with Nina Basiashvili and many more. So, Alex, we're taking now our first break. Let's get some coffee, get some energy, get
absolutely.
some news from the playing
And
venue.
also, just before we go, I apologize. I confused 2 players. Defending champion Noderbek Abdusatorov actually won his game. Yeah, it was another member of Olympic champions Uzbekistan who lost, and so Noderbek is much in the race still. Okay,
He
well,
wants to repeat his last year success. So, guys, we're going to take a break right now. As then after this, we will not take break for 2 more rounds. So please don't go anywhere. I hope you enjoy the show and commentary, and of course the games. We'll be back shortly.
yeah, see you soon.
We are here with Viktor Dolgalev, Executive Director of the Mining and Processing Plant T-Alliance, sponsor of the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships. Виктор Иванович, расскажите немного о вашем предприятии, какого рода деятельностью оно занимается.
Добрый вечер. У нас называется предприятие T-Alliance. Мы выпускаем концентрат титано-цирконовый. В первую 5 мира входим. Ну и, скажем, снабжаем практически 10% мира этим нашим концентратом.
Почему такой серьезный бизнес, как ваш, считает важным помогать спорту и, в частности, шахматам?
Ну, вы знаете, шахматы – это все-таки такой вид спорта, да, который, наверное, каждый думающий человек хоть раз в жизни доиграл. И к тому же очень похоже на то, что наша жизнедеятельность тоже приходится очень быстро принимать решения, да, как навязывать свои желания, волю. А когда идет блиц, допустим, который 10 минут, тут надо прожить целую жизнь. Поэтому очень похоже на наши производственные отношения. Поэтому обязан помогать как бы своим.
За кого вы болеете на этом чемпионате и вообще, может быть, есть у вас любимый шахматист?
Ну, вы знаете, шахматы не та игра, наверное, где должен быть какой-то любимый. Это, понимаете, они все играют очень интересно. Особенно интересная игра блиц, где вот людям приходится моментально очень быстро все делать. И поэтому, конечно, болеть за тех, кто, ну, Накамура, допустим, тоже, да, тоже Магнус. Те, которые очень быстро, красиво играют. Вот в шахматах же главное, что быстрота и красота, и оригинальное решение,
Придете посмотреть на игры?
Но вообще-то я их буду и закрывать, и, скажем так, и участвовать немножко даже буду, конечно. Я уже здесь.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
My name is Anish Giri. I am a top grandmaster from the Netherlands. The alliance and the recommendations that I give are well suited for players of all levels. So I really explain a lot of concepts, but also a lot of basic things. Now it's your move. Don't waste any time. Hit that buy button.
pairings are hanging on the wall. Please check the pairing and take it. Thank you so much. And again, as we mentioned in technical meeting, you are not allowed to bring anything from the player's lounge to the playing hall. So cups and these things are not allowed in the playing hall. You can just have bottles and on the ground, not on your table. Thank you for your cooperation. We will start in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Next round won't be started before 7:10. It will be announced, but before 7:10, we don't have next round. I wish you good games. Start, please.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE World Rapid Chess Championship 2022, and we're your commentators, Grandmaster Alexander Shabalov and woman Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. We just witnessed the first moves of the round 3, so let's just get back into the playing venue and check out what is the situation there. And here we have the first board, Magnus Carlsen with black pieces against Evgeny Tomaszewski, 26-28 rated player. And then we have on the second board, Jan Krzysztof Duda against a Blue Baum. Very, very interesting matchups. We have 22 players with 100 perfect score. And now we can see them on the screen. So all those players, including board 11, which is Nihal Sarin and Giga Hoparadze, are having 2 out of 2. And we can recognize all of them. Yeah, all of them, in fact. Which game should be focused in this round?
Let's start with board 1, Magnus versus Evgeny Tomaszewski.
In the girls section, we also have a very interesting situation, and we have Giria Olga against Tan Zhongyi in the first round. Very impressive matchup here as well. Nana Zagnidze will play against Gong Kwanum, and Connery Humpy against Ka Malizanova, who is a local chess player, a very young, talented person, and also a member of the Kazakhstan team. And then we have Valentina Gunina against Ulvia Fataleva. I am actually, in fact, a big fan of Valentina Gunina. When she's in the perfect shape, when she feels that this is her tournament, she can do amazing, amazing things on the chessboard. Alena Bival is facing Nina Batsiashvili, and in this tournament, we have 7 boards with 2 out of 2. That's Alena Danilian and Zainab Sultan Bek included. Let's now start to focus on the chess part and check out what is happening in the game of Tomaszewski and Carlsen.
There we go. Yep. Magnus played.
Oh, it was very interesting, actually. Tomaszewski with white pieces. We're gonna have the chessboard in a second. We can see Magnus Carlsen is thinking very deep. You know what, Alex? I just run into Magnus Carlsen when I was running back because I took, I think, way too long for the break. Because it's so hard to like, first 2 days are very hard because you have to meet everyone and hug everyone and greet everyone, ask some things, and I was late. I was late in the studio, and I was running, literally running, and then I almost ran into Magnus Carlsen, who was going through the check-in with this device, and I was like, okay, you have to stop here, don't crush him. So
Magnus, yes, in the game against Evgeny Tomaszewski, played the system that called Hippo. Okay, it's sort of a subsystem of modern opening, and Evgeny is doing something that I haven't seen before. Okay, so everything before the last move was very well known, and except for Bishop f4, it's what are you supposed to do here actually? Because like
Bishop f4 is the latest move of white.
Yeah, that's, I'm not sure what's the setup connected to this move, but maybe he just wants his pieces out, Queen d2 or k2 d1. Hippo is not considered to be an opening played in a grandmaster level for obvious reasons. The black given up a lot of space without counterattack in the center, so I'm sure Magnus wouldn't try that in a normal game, but why not here?
Yeah, he likes to get chess players out of the comfort zone and well-known setups that they play every day, and in many interviews he was mentioning that he's really getting bored of this, main lines and the theories, and always tries to find some new things in the setups. I wonder, after Bishop e7, which was actually played. Oh, they made a lot of moves.
Oh, they played a lot of moves. Yeah,
okay.
I mean, yes. Here we go.
Fedosiev giving a look now at this game. a lot of looks.
Smiles. It's like, yeah. People are not used to see a lot of hippos on this level, and but I remember who played it in the decisive game. I remember. And Tomaszewski was on the white side against, I believe, was it Jabala? And the last round, one of the Politican cups. And Jabala held it with black pieces when he only needed a draw. And, well, anyways, black gets the fight information of Hippo because in many games white chose not to allow g5, knight g6 be played and played h4 just to stop it, or just simply would not develop the bishop to on f4. This is the fight information. After certain prep, black will try for f5, I guess. It's not going to be easy, but, well, white's the main problem for white is that the active plan is not that easy to find. You probably will have to go e5 at some point, but need a lot of prep. You probably need to go queen e3, and still it will be like real tough. So interesting. You see that Magnus already like way ahead on the clock. Didn't spend any time getting there, and Tomaszewski thinking about middle game plan. So
that's right. Magnus is getting a lot of water during the game, and we know that this company is his sponsor and supporter. But also, players have a quite nice atmosphere here. They have a lot of snacks and drinks to have, and it's so important to have a lot of energy because 5 rounds in the open section, 4 rounds in the women's section today only. And this is the first round. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow is the last day of the Rapid. We're going to see a lot of blunders because this is so energy-consuming tournament, and you play so many different openings and different opponents. So, yeah, they need to have a lot of energy indeed.
all right, let's see. Well, okay, we are on Jan Krzysztof Duda's game. Some theoretical discussion with Matthias Bluebaum, very, very solid player out of Germany. But white already got 2 bishops, probably aiming for a castle and long and start pawn storm on the king side. So that promises to be a very interesting game.
Yeah, that sounds good indeed.
Yuan Yi plays Alexander Shimanov, one of the Russian players who graduated from the American school and came back to Russia like recently. Let's see what's going on there. Just a nice reti opening. Neither side committed to anything.
Yeah, it looks peaceful so far, right?
Absolutely, yes. And keep going. The Fedoseev. It's another pretty peaceful position. What was the opening? Oh, the French. Okay. So this is the. I was wondering what kind of setup for blacks Fedoseev will prepare for this tournament, and looks like French might be the opening of his choice. So we'll probably see more of that. Let's get back to Magnus' game.
Yeah, we can't go farther from Magnus Carlsen's game. Indeed, look at the way how he's playing, and it's so interesting. Like, if any other player does the things like he does, they will not.
Oh yeah, they will not survive for too long. But remember we were talking about that black will prepare for f5, and Magnus finds the fastest way to do it. So king h7, and black is already prepared to play f5, giving up the pawn on e6, and then play f4. So, okay, knight f1 defense against it. So black
freeing the square on h2. For the bishop, maybe it's not the greatest square for the bishop, but you don't lose the piece. So after f5, you can consider to take the pawn on e6.
Yeah, okay, well, that still f5 looks a little bit premature, so maybe black needs a little bit more of a preparation here. Let's see where Magnus will take us. h5, maybe? First,
Okay,
and
that's
then
good,
bishop
h5.
h6, just to slowly rearrange pieces. And
Right.
However, h5, what if I attack that pawn? And if pawn goes to h4, there's more squares gets weakened. So, all right, it's a tough situation. It's like, okay, white defended against your only serious attacking plan. What do you do next? Okay. So Hippo is a great system if white is aggressive, but if he is not, well, that might be a little tough.
Yeah, Evgeny Tomashevsky is not very. He doesn't have this aggressive style. He likes more like maneuvering and more classical style to play. But in these days, you can't really just describe one player have this style. I think most of the players at this level have universal style, and they can be very successful in both attacking chess and just maneuvering positions too. Let's see what will be Magnus' choice here, how he will manage to go after the bishop on g3, which probably seems to be black's target here. Is there any other plan black can do, for instance, like queen e7, rook e8, stuff like that to develop?
All right, you can do it first, put the rook on e8 and then bring the queen back, and then f5 is again up there in the air. So, however, queen e7 is not kind of a move that you easily will play to put the queen on the same file with the white rook, right? I'm sure that Magnus is trying to find any alternatives to this because it just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, it's just steps queen on the file where the rook controls white rook. And also, it slows down f5. You can play f5 as white will simply open up the file. Yeah, he's taking some of his time right now thinking.
All right. Well, maybe I didn't see anything crazy going on a top man's board. How about?
I can suggest one game. How about Pretke against Mamedierov, Shahriar?
Okay. There we go. Oh, whoa. What is that? We got like a bunch of double pawns and extra piece for white. His king cannot castle. Must be some kind of a theory, with the very specific kind of theory. It's a shock theory, which is.
Can we see how he started? It's always very impressive.
I mean, when you see those games, that's the first question. What in the world was the opening? And the opening was Grunfeld.
Okay.
Which I would never guess, from the final position.
Grunfeld is such a peaceful opening, right?
It could be crazy, but this is very quiet line so far, 7, and in less than 10 minutes it will be complete mess. So h4, that's the first step, c5, h5. Okay, already it's not that simple, knight c6. Black does not react really, bishop b5, castle, h6. That's alpha 0 style that putting pawn on h6 and trying to use it later. And, bishop f6.
It allows
to take and go
e5.
e5. And here, instead of bishop h8, that would be played by 99% of the people. Okay, here comes the shock surprise, bishop a6.
If you take the bishop, I will take it back and I will open e file.
You can tell that this is not a home prep because it's 11 minutes on the board. Okay, so he took time, but looks great.
Can we see what happens after he takes f? He takes f.
He did but first he went d3. If you simply take, and then you have to play d3 anyway. So he just did it first. Yeah. Now black again has the second thought. It goes bishop h8, and after c4, both bishops are dead, right? So Shak has to sack at this point, and now white has to take the bishop because he's down a pawn. There we go. Queen a4, rook b8, rook d1. So nothing really changed. Just Black is down a piece. White king cannot castle. And black rook can go to b2 if he needs to. What happens in this case?
I wonder what is the engine evaluation here, but for humans' perspective, it's so dangerous for white. Especially when you have this guy in front of you. You know he's very sharp, you know he does crazy things on the board. So yeah, Shahriar is a great player in Rapid and Blitz, and it has been many years, and he's by the rating top 10, so one of the favorites indeed.
Well, he's always a favorite in any tournament that he plays. And I wonder if he's considering if rook b2, rook d2, rook b1 would be a repetition, and he tries to find something else. Okay.
That's a good point.
Because I don't really see how white can avoid that repetition. Because knight d2 looks super passive after rook b2. Okay, that's an interesting decision moment for Shaq. It's very enterprising piece sacrifice, and would he just be satisfied with a draw, or he'll go for more?
Yeah, very interesting game. I think this is the most interesting game in the round 3. So far, we don't really know where the game's gonna go on white side, on black side. Maybe they will make a draw with this repetition that you just mentioned. Very, very interesting things.
Okay, well, we know the position on the board. We would rather see the faces and like emotions and like concentration, because.
Yeah, that's very good opportunity that we have at this event, and we were very happy to know that we have 2 cameras which can approach any part of the playing venue, and we can give these emotions that you are just describing. And I think that's the camera that we are using for this event.
Yeah, you see, Shaq is not worried a little bit. He knows that he got a draw on hand with rook b2. But he wants to continue, you can tell by his pose, his concentration. He wants to continue. He just needs to find a way to do this. And, what could be alternative to rook b2 here? What do you think? It's maybe something like queen d6 with rook takes e3 ideas.
Is it rook? Yeah. It's going
if rook b2, then it's just a draw.
Rook b2.
So rook b2, and
it's like a draw for maybe kind of thing. Let's see. Rook d2 seems to be the move, right? Otherwise, you're gonna face rook e2 and all these checks.
Knight d2 is the only other move, right? But then queen d6 and rook takes e3.
And there's also f5, f4, I think.
F5, f4 is another thing. That I would be like really surprised if Predke suddenly changed his mind and just tried to play for a win with knight d2. Now it looks like a repetition to me.
Well, there was something new that we learned about Shahriar. He recently created some of the video courses on Chess.com, and I really love the way how he's describing the positions. Like he's so relaxed, and he's like, yeah, this is like he's describing some of his games. And I remember that I was doing commentary with Robert Haas, one of the.
There we go.
One of the Chess.com's commentator and everybody's favorite commentator, and he said that he has watched these videos of Shahriar, and it's so pleasant, it's so easy, it's so nice, and he said that that's actually the only videos that he watched so far, and he advised all of us to watch it. So yeah, guys, go ahead and
you should listen to Robert, because I don't know if you know, his education is in chess journalism from Yale, of all places. So, I mean, he's a professional commentator. And so one of the best, obviously. And it's like...
oh, yeah. Actually, I have a direct competition with Robert.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. This is so funny, and I'm actually so proud of that. Chess.com has every year nominations of best games, best players, best commentators, best female players, and so on. So the best player of the year, and. Yeah, somehow I got into the list alongside with Robert and Dania and many more. So I have a direct competition.
I'm a huge fan of Dania as a commentator, by the way. And actually, when you two, commentating together, like on the screen, you're looking like such a dynamic duo. I mean, really pleasure to watch.
It was nice times. Yeah.
So, yeah, we can move on from this game. People will be agreeing to a draw. They started repeating moves. Where can we go? Maybe quickly back to Magnus' game.
Yeah, let's go. Let's see what happened.
Like oh wow. Looks like a little trouble for someone. I just can't
Look at the
immediately.
queen and the bishop.
Black or white, yeah.
Look at this, like he's threatening checkmate in one move.
No, it's still knight on e3. So.
No, knight is on e3, but this knight has to be on e3. So unpleasant and like so funny style of playing. He sets up this queen and the bishop there. Like for instance, I don't know if it's working, but there are some ideas like knight f4 now, attacking queen and the pawn on g2, and if you take the knight, then I'll take g takes f4, and then you're gonna have problems with the knight and the g2 pawn.
Absolutely true, except for bishop d3 check and bishop e4.
Oh yeah, oh that's a big.
So I think black is aiming to play knight c5 first, which by the way works after bishop d3, and. I thought that black is in huge trouble after bishop d3, then I saw knight c5, and then I realized, well, that actually Magnus seen it before, and if it doesn't work, it's quite possible because again, if black knight gets to c5 or gets to d8, all the black pieces are standing well.
Is pawn on e5 hanging? Because 3 black pieces are attacking, white's only one piece is holding it, and that's something that black needs to calculate for sure.
Oh yeah, that's pawn is hanging as well. So if not bishop d3, then how do you defend the pawn? Is that really trouble?
4 minutes for Tomaszewski.
Something can go to d5 on
What is it, before?
Bishop b5, I think, yeah. Bishop b5, that's what it was. Takes, queen c5, and rook takes d7. White won a pawn, but gave black 2 bishops, and also e5 remains very weak. I believe Magnus got more out of this exchange than so now he's thinking if he should take on e5 or just continue with rook d8, and because pawn e5 is not going anywhere, and probably just rook d8 first. But which one? You would love to move f rook to d8 so the white cannot contest the file. But then f7 is hanging, so you cannot do this.
And if you move this rook from a file, it's kind of odd because it's already on the open file.
It's already on the open file. It will be against because it will be counterintuitive. And it's, okay, again, it's very interesting how Magnus solved that kind of a problem. Thinking gives like a quick look at the clock. What's the clock situation, by the way?
7 minutes, 30 seconds for Carlsen and 3 minutes and 36 seconds for Tomaszewski.
Yeah. I mean, Magnus knows he's in a really good situation here. So.
Do we have a game of Richard Rapport and Aravin Oh my God.
Okay, just Aravin. Yeah,
Aravin, yes.
don't say just Aravin. And
Because
there we go.
I think there's a huge problem here for Richard is having king on d2.
Okay, but he's up a piece, so black needs couple moves. Okay, rook g8. Knight on b5 is out of play, so
Knight on e3 also stuck in a way.
yeah, that's absolutely not safe. It looks like black could be better, but what if I'll just simply go rook e1? I can do that, but what's my next move then? There we go. And
What's next then?
what's next? Yeah. So black has a really nice looking position, but we need the continuation there.
Something like to take the bishop on g4 and try to get e2 pawn might be something, or first bishop d3 to get the bishop out there, maybe knight a3, knight c2 to guard the knight on e3 with a knight from b5. So if black is not winning on a spot, you can do this stuff.
Yeah, that's true. So I wonder if, no, probably not. I was wondering if white is ready to take on g4 and run away with a king, but the knight will take and knight will go to f2. Not really. So then maybe black has time for king g7 and rook g2 e8.
Alex, I suggest that after end of all the games, we come back here in this game and check how black sacrificed the piece, and we can have a full picture of that.
We're still on the game, so how about we'll do it now? Okay.
Let's do it.
All right. So.
But is black having 1 minute on the clock?
Oh, really?
Wow,
Oh, this
yeah,
is
look
why
at
he's so
that.
nervous. Okay.
Oh no.
So let's go quickly. It's an bishop opening, c3, bishop d6. That's, I'm sure it's a theoretical position. There we go, h4. At which point white won a piece, I wonder. So e3 takes. Oh, that's the one. Takes, and he didn't take back? Really?
Oh, wow.
Did he have to do this? So simple taking on f1 would not be enough?
Maybe he calculated something like, if you move your knight, I get my queen on g3, and I have very good compensation.
Rook g5.
Sometimes we have some kind of, ghosts that we're seeing in the position and not making very obvious moves.
Okay. Well, you can see that Richard is not worried. He's just like it's a typical posture when he's about to deliver. Maybe not the final blow, but yeah, just like given this looks.
Right.
But,
yeah, Richard is not only a good chess player, but also a very nice person to talk and have a nice conversation, and very interesting person indeed. And he's keeping this level for so long. And I remember actually when I started my commentary job, he was a player who had a lot of ups and downs. Like he could be someone doing crazy things and winning the whole competition, and then he would just lose a game, like even I would be surprised how he's doing that. And then after some years he stabilized his play, and he's doing just great. Like last I don't know how many years already, he's always on the top tournaments, doing great.
yeah, he has this very nice mix of like playing in completely offbeat style and nice technique at the same time. Like he can play like super positionally, super conservative, and like with the years, he like really polished the skill of because before he was just tried to play as weird as possible.
Yeah.
And he realized, well, against top 10, that's not always the best policy. Okay. So, but the mix works great, yeah, because people are not really ready for, this weirdness, in the beginning that he demonstrates here. But yeah, I don't think when the knight from a3 gets to c2, I don't think
is he
black
just
is-
copycatting my idea? Bishop d3 and knight a3, knight
yeah.
c2.
Yeah,
Come on,
He
Richard.
covered all the squares. No, okay, Arvind tries to get the bishop on g6. It somehow gets his knight to
Queen
knight,
f4,
queen
pinning the
f4.
knights. Oh, this is the camera of Chess Base India. They are recording a lot of games of the Indian players, and then they are putting things together on YouTube channel. This is really, really amazing job that they are doing, and they are having a lot of mobile phones. I don't know how they're going through security check.
Okay.
Just imagine at the airport you have like 30 phones with you. So I really wonder. We should ask actually to them how they're going through security checks.
No. Okay, so he cannot still run with a. No, maybe he can. Or king c1, knight g4, rook takes e2, right? Or maybe it's time to run. Run, Richard, run.
Richard,
yeah.
run. 23 seconds for Arvind, and still quite complicated position. Maybe bishop f3 somewhere, maybe knight g4 somewhere, but not so clear though.
Not
If
so
you play
clear.
knight
yeah.
g4, rook h4 is a threat.
But all the white pieces are in the defense, and he got an extra piece, so it should be winning for white.
What he's playing? Oh.
He played queen h2, rook g3 takes on h4, and queen f2.
Interesting.
Also played like immediately by Arvind.
So is he threatening to take rook e6 to e3? Oh, what was that?
Some noise from.
What was that? Yeah, they both had some kind of look to the side.
Okay. Oh well.
Yeah, rook e3, knight e3, queen e3 is a threat. Then bishop on d3 is hanging with a check.
So is knight f5? No, rook takes d3. Oh well, not that easy.
Rook h3 also not really helping because I can take still rook e6 to e3.
Exactly. That's. Oh well, huh? How much time he has? 4 minutes. Okay, it's
4
a good,
minutes.
good
He dropped
moment to
his-
think. Good.
Yeah. He dropped his time from 7 to 4. It also says that it's not so
Wow,
easy.
but he's using it at the right moment. Yeah, if
Yeah.
he finds a good move right now, then it's over.
This is the moment when I wish to have engine in my brain inserted to know some of these crazy moves. Probably there's a lot of tactical motives here. Some weird moves can also be possible, but very, very tough to spot it when you have seconds on the clock and there's a lot of pressure on you.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, I don't know, bishop f5, and then rook e takes, just take and go king c2,
Okay.
and just
Right.
run with the king to safety. You're still up on exchange, and like pawn on e2, of course, gives black a lot of counterplay, but otherwise, yes, he's... Oh,
He
rook
is
takes e2.
taking.
I was thinking about it.
Oh,
Bishop takes, so what now? I was thinking
that's maybe
check.
queen.
Check on h8 and then knight f5. Is that no? It doesn't work. What was the point?
But why it's not
Oh,
working? Knight
queen
f5?
Hmm?
Queen h8 or queen h6, king e7 and knight f5?
Just king go somewhere d7.
King d7, okay.
Yeah. Maybe queen h6 and bishop takes e2. Yeah, but then knight e4, you're losing the queen. Yeah, I wonder what he meant by this.
You also
by
wish to
taking
have
on E2.
engine in
Yeah,
the on the side. Oh, Richard is not happy.
He's wondering himself. Yeah, what was the idea?
What I have done wrong?
Oh yeah. Well, suddenly if Arvind will win this game just in this style, that would be amazing. It's just like closing your eyes and you just go, oh, whatever happens, happens.
But how impressive is the play of Aravin? He had seconds already for I don't know couple of moves, like 5-10 moves. He was already on time pressure.
Yeah, remember in the last game when he played against Nepo, right?
Yeah.
He
with extra.
He got 4 minutes extra piece, again, and it was not enough. He got nervous, and now
so
he's
he decided
cool as a cucumber.
Yeah. Let's give up some time and play more cool game.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that's the move further. Okay, I was wondering, like, but still, 94 is coming, right?
Is he going to take the rook by the queen?
King
That's so
D7.
crazy. No, that's too much.
No, knight, 94, king d3, and knight g5, right? Oh, king e7, come on, just do it.
He's considering other moves. King g8 is a checkmate in one move. King e7 has been played.
Takes
93.
94, yeah.
94.
And king d3, knight g5. Oh, bishop f3. No, I can't go knight g5. Okay. Just.
Oh, he went
It
there.
does. Okay. Well, bishop f3.
Yeah, to cover the third rank. Okay. Let's go. And seconds on the clock. Oh, this is perfect. Perfect video for us. You can see everything. 7, 6. Oh my God.
Yeah, that should be lost. Yeah, no attacking pieces left.
I would have a heart attack already.
Thinking about knight f5.
Black's king is just so alone there. I think there will be several checks. Queen
you
H8.
can take on g3, and then queen e3 check, right? Take on g3.
And trade the queens.
Yeah.
Or take the knight. Yeah, knight is hanging.
No. Yeah, you can take a knight also. Absolutely. Come on,
Oh wow!
take the rook. Why all of a sudden?
On?
What's the hesitation?
Take the rook.
Yeah. All right.
We approve it. Oh, look at this body language.
That's
oh
not good.
no! This is
pieces
the
left.
brief.
No pieces left to throw. Okay.
Oh, this is the brief. You know.
Oh,
that.
okay.
Not yet done.
What would be the most?
White has at this point extra rook, right?
Just queen e3 and rook somewhere like h7, or like depends on where the king's gone.
White queen should not leave d2 square because there will be a checkmate in one move. So Richard goes queen e3 check.
Rook's forward. Yeah.
Oh, that will be game over soon.
Rook h7.
Rook to f1. Attacking the knight. F7
either.
pawn.
Yeah. Not
Oh
bad
yeah.
either. Okay.
We have seen 2 games of
That was a great game.
him did nicely, but did not convert it, right?
I think in the end, like after king d3, just not knight g5, it's something else. Okay, well, Richard did really
He did good job.
good job, yes. And, can we move to
We can
Magnus?
move to... Yeah, let's do that. Is this the current position?
This is the current position in Magnus' game. 2 pieces for the exchange. Probably white is out of danger, but I guess black is out of danger too. So looks like a
40 seconds for Tomaszewski, 1 minute and 32 for Magnus.
However, in the long run, if Magnus will start pushing h1 all the way, g4, could be some checkmating situations. So Black is better. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, TikTok time is running 10 seconds, and he made the move like he has 5 hours on the clock, so peacefully. Some of the moves. Yeah, meanwhile, some of the games in the women's section has been done on the top boards with a draw, so we have here not the decisive result yet on the top boards.
Okay. Where do you think we should go?
Yeah, we can very quickly check out the game of Valentina Gonina and Ulvia Fataleva, because this looks very nice.
Oh, whoa. What's going on? It's
Is it
no, it's
checkmate?
checkmate.
Oh.
Game's
Oh,
over.
the game was over.
Game's
Bit
over.
delay.
Let's see what led to this situation. So h5 still looks pretty innocent, like from here, and couple more moves. Okay, where is the checkmate? Oh, there we go. That's the checkmate.
2 rooks and a knight together. Yeah, they are way stronger. Knight on c2, look at this piece. Just so misplaced.
Okay, so black played the only possible move, and then the rook f8 was a nice one, and just in time. Check, check, check. Cool. Yep, that was a nice finish. Let's see some games that still are going on. First of all, board 1, where they agreed to a draw. It is a draw. Yeah, it's Nano Tegnide.
Can we check Ajase Abdumalik and Olga Badelka if they still play? Because they had very interesting end game.
Okay, let me see.
Yeah, over there. Down, 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 down. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. That's okay. Final position is.
Okay, it's over already.
I was a Scotch with. It's pretty quiet Scotch. White got better.
Ooh, nice. Magnus Carlsen won the game.
Won.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. And won.
Oh,
Okay.
nice.
Yeah, let's see what was the finish, because it didn't seem so obvious to me that, no, we've been here, yeah, so this position White has, technically on the paper, White should be doing great in this opening 2 pieces for the exchange. The pawns are not going anywhere though, but like, really? Pawns are stopped, and yeah, I was suspected that would be the case. G pawn moves forward, and there will be a mate in that. Yeah, just.
What is that? Like if I take
Take
F3?
F3.
Wow, look at this F3.
Very straightforward, yeah.
Would you say this could happen in this position when we started to look at?
No, absolutely not.
At
I mean,
the beginning.
yeah. How is it?
Crazy.
Where in the world he lost an exchange? I think White sacrificed. Okay, White sacrificed an exchange. That's where we stopped. Bishop e5. He took the pawn. Yeah, it's not an easy conversion at all. But this is technically winning. Yeah. Okay.
Seems like. Do we have any more games on this stage? Maybe we can take a look. We have not seen the game of Anish Giri so far.
Not a single one yet.
Yeah, he's having 2 out of 2.
Anish against Alexander Donchenko. Anish has a extra pawn, but very few material left on, and just doesn't feel like something like this could be converted. But who knows? Well,
time situation is like they're going to be playing on the seconds pretty soon.
Interesting situation. Just thinking what can be the plan how black can convert this. Like if you create a passport on the king side, then you need to move on the queen side to take this a pawn, but you cannot do that so easily.
Right. I wonder what could be the plan at all. So 94. Okay. Should be a draw. Should be a draw. I don't think how you
Some
can...
people blame Anish that he likes draws too much, and he doesn't agree with
I mean,
that.
maybe it was a case a couple years ago or like before that, but I think right now he really changed his opening repertoire. He actually, on Chessables, he published analysis of all these crazy lines in Najdorf. He said like... I believe Richter Rouser, it's just all these openings that he started to play. So you can't blame him anymore that he wants to.
He's playing his own course openings that he is creating. That's nice, actually.
Yeah, no, I mean...
Also a nice promotion.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Very nice businessman. All right, another video, of course, of Chessbase India, as they are having very, very close bonding with Anish Giri, and I've been seeing some of the videos how they started the trip from India, and then how they spent some of the days here, going in the restaurant together. We know that Vidita and Anish are very, very close friends, and Anish also has a lot of friends from Indian Federation, and it's always good to see the sides of chess players, you know, not only chess part, but also what's the lifestyle, what's their like relations with the players, and so on and so on. We have this position again, they are repeating. Pawn end game would be very, very bad for white, it will be lost, so white is keeping the bishop on the board.
Yes.
Yeah, Donchenko played the European Championship and he had quite a nice tournament in Rapid. And in Blitz, I was interviewing him and it was quite long, and I was like, probably you need to go now. It's like, I don't care. I can stay because my chances in Blitz are not so great. So,
did he was a European champion classical, like 21?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Actually, let's take a look more closer about Anton Donchenko and his achievements. For sure, we have seen him in many events.
Yeah, also very easy to confuse the two players. There's Alexander Donchenko from Germany and Anton Donchenko from Russia. They're both super strong players right now, about the same age, and
yeah. So Alexander, which is on the screen right now, he's 24 years old, and yeah, his peak of the rating was 2678, and let's see what tournaments he has won. Yeah, European. He won in March 2018 European.
Oh, 18, not 21. Okay, we have no, not yet. Okay, well,
not yet.
In
we
the
have
meantime,
a surprise for you for the break. Let's put it in a way.
In the meantime, Anish found a way to improve his position, and now Black King is on b4, and all he needs to do to find a good way to pick this pawn up, and I think he does.
Ooh, he gives up f5 pawn.
Position becomes
good luck
very,
if you take that.
very critical for white. Yeah, it may be.
Because if you take bishop f5, in fact, that's a blunder because 93 is a fork.
93, yes, and so you have to move the king f2, and then knight b6 takes on a4, and a pawn starts moving. So the question is, what? Right, king f2. And now Anish needs to decide, like, how he wants to do it.
I like f4 here because, like, you cannot get this pawn king f3 because knight e5 is kind of fork.
Yeah, but
And where
then
you're
you will
moving the
never
bishop.
win the pawn on a4. So he will just take 6, move the bishop like to e8, for example. Right? No, he needs to take a pawn on a4
Right.
with a knight, and then bring the knight back to defend g5, and then start pushing a pawn forward. The question is, when white king goes forward and try to attack knight and the pawn, would there be like some kind of a setup where the white king cannot get through?
He has to hurry up. Anish, you don't have time. You have seconds on the clock. Can we see? Did he flag? Please.
Nah,
I
he's
see
not
2
gonna-
zeros. Oh my
Is
God.
it?
What?
No, he left 10 seconds for himself. Yeah. Okay, so king has to go forward. King f3.
I think he made a move on 2 seconds because we have 10 seconds increment. So yeah, okay. So this is a different position. And now the thing is that, as you mentioned, knight has to come back all the way to guard the pawn on
Yes.
g5. Probably the best is to guard it from f7, like from backwards. So white's king will have some problems to approach it.
The best square actually would be on f6, so the white king cannot come through, right?
so
But
smart.
how is that? Yeah, he's probably...
He made a move on 1 second. And she was like, where the horse goes?
Yeah, exactly. Ow, and he cannot go to d4 because knight b3 and a pawn is moved.
Yeah, very nice idea to cut the diagonal.
Yeah, but now king cannot take the pawn, just simply... Oh, no, it's not
Too far.
simple. King b3, king c1, right? And king b3, king
b3,
c1.
cutting the king, shouldering the king, yeah?
Yes, king c1, a4. That looks lost for white.
Yeah. 2 seconds. 1
King
second.
b2.
For the second time he's
now you
making
can-
this.
now you can
Oh
do-
no.
Now you can resign. g4.
G4, another pawn on the white square. Yeah. So his idea now is that if Anish pushes e4, I will take that pawn and I will run away with the
Yeah,
king.
but after this
cannot
you can
trick Anish
resign.
with
Yeah,
that,
the pawn is just queening. Yeah.
Knight b3, nice move. If you take pawn and game is winning, king d3, king d1, simply e4. Knight is doing a great job.
Yeah.
I think
Great
it's
conversion,
a
amazing conversion from
resignation.
Anish. Yes, so he remains among the leaders. Is he 3 out of 3?
3 out of 3, we're gonna see him on the podium. He's top boards for sure, but we have just possibility to have some of the games on the stage.
Yes, okay. Can we update our results a little bit? Let's see. I see almost all the games in the women's section are done, except for one. And
Let's see if we
Fabiana
have anything.
Caruana is still playing against Alexander Moisenko. It's the only Ukrainian grandmaster in the men's draw. And the only reason he's here because he's a coach in Kazakhstan. He lives there here. And, well, that's another story. The Ukrainian man ignored this tournament. Well, we're not going to speculate on the reasons. I mean, Ukrainian women are here, except for top 2 boards, Muzachuk sisters, who decided to take a break and take a rest. The rest of the gold Olympic team
Yeah,
is
that's
here.
right. That's right. They definitely
here.
had the most difficult year. All the chess players.
I also
and all of them.
just saw Pavel Elyanov here.
He's not playing.
He's not playing. He's
Yeah.
a coach for someone, and who is that someone is a little secret.
I think you know that secret, but it makes sense if you don't say.
I think everybody knows this, but we'll keep it off the air. Okay, just
all right, one game in progress. This is board 49, which means that we have Shant Sargsyan with white pieces, Grandmaster from Armenia, against Grandmaster Dragan Valentin from Austria. Austria? Yeah.
Oh, wow. Is he going to lose the H pawn? What's the way? Okay. Knight d5. All right, knight f6. Or bishop d1. Oh, bishop d1 is good enough.
Do you think we're going to have knight and the bishop checkmate
Well,
class
yes,
today?
I know.
another endgame.
Another
lesson.
endgame. When did you learn how to checkmate with knight and bishop?
When I was playing chess professionally, and then I forgot it. So I reviewed it some years ago because I did it as a commentator. But I really forgot it. I'm not joking, really. It's something that you have to learn first nicely and well.
Again, and you need to refresh it from year to year. One of those years, American player Ben Feingold made me to do it twice within 2 months. So I'll just checkmate him one, and 2 months later we can't guess. And I was like, "Bang, come on!" I just did it. Like I know what to do.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yes. All right. Is that a little trouble for someone?
Tough end game. Seconds on the clock. 12 seconds.
No,
10.
come on. Just play knight c3. Play. Oh. That should be winning as well. That's rook d6, knight g4, yes, rook d4, oh, bishop f5. You cannot.
Knight. If rook goes on d4, can I push the pawn or that's too early? No, that's too early actually. Can sacrifice.
d4. Just bishop f5, and he keeps attacking
rook
it.
f4.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying.
It is very annoying indeed.
Bishop f5, rook f4, bishop somewhere. Bishop d7. Oh.
Knight f6 again. This is going to be rook d6 and repetition of the position for a second time?
Maybe second time, yes.
Because we had rook d6, knight g4, and rook d4 earlier.
Okay, black should be playing it immediately. He should not give him time. Yes.
Yeah. No need to give a try here for other things indeed.
No.
Let's see.
Okay. They should finish in a couple seconds, and we do have a little treat for you here in the studio. We have a Grandmaster VRL Balagan, who's gonna present us with a game of his choice, something interesting that happened in this tournament that we missed. So, VRL.
Actually, what we see now is a Richard Rufford and Aravin's game, which we were looking closely from some point, but we have not seen it. What actually happened before, and it's so good to see here, Grandmaster Victor Balagan. I'm sure you have something very interesting for us.
Thank you. Good to see you, Alexander, Keti. Yeah, long time, and especially Alexander. I remember our crazy games from Canadian Open.
Oh, that's, yeah.
So here I found another crazy game, especially the opening part. It was really entertaining, and it's good that you didn't comment much on that, so I can add something. And it impressed me by the way it went, because in the beginning, okay, it was normal opening, but then things were changing drastically, and both talents, huge talents, Richard Rapport and Aravind Chidambaram, they showed a nice piece of game. So if you allow me, I will start.
Yes, please.
Sure. So e4, it's a move which I do play myself with white mainly. e5, it's very solid answer to that. And I don't know what was the reason of Richard. Maybe he prepared for the game and he knew that Ravind, he can play the Petrov defense. So he tried to avoid it by playing bishop c4. There is pluses and minuses because, okay, from one hand, after knight f6, d3, if black plays knight c6, you get Italian knight c6, knight f3, and you have a normal game. But of course, if black wants to punish you for that, for this early bishop on c4, so then exactly what happened was played c6. So this plan is more aggressive. Black wants to take the control of the center, the pawn control with d5. You cannot really stop it, so just a normal development of pieces with knight f3, which is a normal development move, but after d5, we have to retreat to b3. This is a moment. Actually, the idea on d4, it's knight g5, so if here, for example, black plays d4, then we have this jump on g5, and the pawn on f7 is very difficult to protect. So, of course, this pawn on e4 is not to be touched. There is this interesting idea for black. I played this myself with white, so that's why one of the reasons I choose this game was that I know this opening. And actually a5 is considered one of the strongest moves. So that's exactly what happened, so we can admit that Aravind was very well prepared for this game. a5, the idea is just to trap the bishop, so a4, it's a very natural answer. Yeah, and now I think it's very good positional move by black. You don't see it often. In some openings we do see when we lose the tempo with black by playing bishop b4. But actually the main idea is to deprive white from the c3 square. The knight cannot go there, because in all lines, otherwise white would go knight c3, bishop g5, and huge pressure on the center. So by playing bishop b4, black is asking for c3. Yes, and now retreats the bishop to d6. So we have very solid position for black in the center. They managed for the moment to stabilize the situation, and I think it's an advisable line for black in general to play it with black. So computers, modern theory says this is a reasonable line. So white main point against this setup is that they can get this square b5 for the knight. So knight can go to a3 to b5. That actually what happened after a few moves. So bishop g5, bishop e6, and now knight a3. Yeah. So black definitely won't lose this pawn on the center, neither d5 or e5. It's enough sources to control it and to protect it. Only a small problem is the square on b5, but we will see later on that that didn't affect too much black's position, especially because black has in mind a very good setup. So knight e3, knight bd7, it's a good development move, especially it frees the square b8 for the bishop in case of knight b5, bishop goes back to b8. So this is the first part of the setup. So here we can see that the rook on a8 is blocked by its own bishop, but actually we will see that on the next move already, bishop h4, it was a little bit dubious to me, this move. Maybe white should wait for h6, bishop h4, and just not to waste the tempo like that. But the main idea was on bishop h4. In any case, black was going to put the rook on a6. That's what happened. And we see now that it's a very good setup for black because all pieces are in the play. Definitely the rook from a6 will come later into the play. It should come, but it came in the latest, not the best version. So here White decided to kind of decide the situation in the center by playing a typical d4. So White, of course, assumes that after e4 it gives the advantage in the center, but the main idea is to play on the black squares and somehow to block this, maybe to put the knight on e3, bishop on g3, and then to try to attack this pawn on d5. That's a positional kind of dreaming for White. But we saw that Aravind had in mind a very good concrete approach in this position. So a typical move in this type of structures, but with reverse colors, which we often see in the Ruy Lopez open variation.
Open, yeah.
Yeah, bishop f5, g4. Here we have bishop f4 and g5. It's the same, just this domination, using the fact that black controls e4 and now f4 as well. Especially this how to unpin is with this exactly maneuver g5. Knight f1, it's very natural move so far. Here we see some piece of genius part of the game played by Aravind. King f8, surprisingly, and I like this move because it's just kind of a sign that there will be no castle in this game from both sides, actually, what happened, and that the game will get crazy from some moment. Knight e3, the natural move played, g5, also very, that was the plan as we said, bishop g3. Yeah, and now in the normal conditions, any take on e3, on g3 would bring White a clear advantage, just huge advantage. But Black has here another extra resource to how to put the pressure, to increase the pressure on this bishop on g3 and to ask for some extra weaknesses, and this is exactly this h5 move. It's not so easy to kind of take a decision here with White. Maybe White should somehow ignore this h4 and maybe just continue with queen d2 and just after h4, for example, queen d2, h4, I don't know, maybe just take and just remove your knight somewhere, and maybe, because here on the king side, White is very good. I mean, it's absolutely safe, there is very good position. And if you survive on the king side, then White maybe even can play, but maybe the position is quite balanced. So maybe that would be the advice for White. But here on h5, the move h4 I didn't like much because that weakens the pawn on g3. So h4 happened, he took on g3, pawn takes and queen b8. Okay, so how to protect this pawn on g3? I would still think of definitely king f2 here after rook g8. There is some still difficulties how to protect the square g3. So I mean, we already see White is in difficult position because just to give the pawn g3 nobody wants. So after knight f1, Black had in mind a very nice series of moves, which started with bishop g4. It's a tempo, and it looks like there is no good square for the queen. In both cases, queen d2 and queen c1 follows. Actually, that was the move, should be the move of the game. Unfortunately, it was not, but this may be the move of the round, because here Black, by playing e3, puts the pawn under double attack, and neither one is good enough. So if you cannot take such a pawn with your king on e1 and the black pawn on e3, it means that you are in trouble. You're really in trouble, my friend. And that's what actually was. But Richard Rapport, he's himself kind of a player who likes crazy moves, crazy positions. So you cannot really surprise him with this approach. So he kept his coolness and just took on g5. So the idea is that the knight is under attack, and if, I don't know, knight goes to e4, maybe already it's possible to take queen e3. Very logically, the young talent, Aravind, he played here e2. It's like typical You can see this motive in many openings like Sicilian. When you attack the knight, he attacks the knight, and exactly this is a fight for tempos. And in this case, it's not only the knight on f1 who is falling, but it's also the pawn on g3. So gf6, and now to my surprise, to my colleague's surprise, to your surprise, I don't know. Did you see this moment in the game?
Yeah, I asked like, why not taking on f1, and it's like I went through the game so quickly that okay. So taking on f1 is correct move?
Mathematically yes. Because if he takes your knight, you have to take his knight as well.
Okay.
That's how I see it. So actually, yes. I mean, he should simply take on f1, and the idea is that he has to take with the king. You take, I don't know, with the rook now. King goes somewhere to g1. And here you have plenty of good moves like rook g8, queen g3. I mean, you have very strong attack. There is one, even computer says move like bishop f3 here, you know.
Whoa.
it's just, you have really funny position. No, it's a very strong attack. Computers gives big advantage for black.
Yes.
But, I mean, at least it's equal pieces. I mean, so, yeah, after that, that was the miss of the day. So if e3 would be the move of the round, this was the miss of the round. So unfortunately for Aravind, I don't know what was his dream, but I know, actually, I can explain. He played just rook f6, knight e3, queen g3 check, king d2, and rook e6. Practically, this was his calculation. And there is nothing better than what happened in the game, but that's good enough. I think he just simply blundered and he simply missed this excellent defense by Richard, queen g1. He just blundered this. He didn't see this move. Because any other move is losing, so. Practically after that already, he had some chances. He had some chances to oppose some better resistance, but the setup of the pieces, knight f6 was a normal move, bishop c2, okay, rook g8 now, it's a bit strange. Actually, the black main idea should be to attack on the e file, to put pressure as maximum as possible on e3. Again, computer shows at some moment, I don't know, king g7, rook e1, white will have to take on g4 at some point. And okay, some compensation for black. But he played slowly rook g8, and here already I didn't understand at all what is going on, because rook g5, it's a move into nowhere. It's a desperado move, because there's practically no squares to promote, to attack, and after that it was very easy game. I will just go fast with bishop d3, h4, and excellent maneuver, knight a3. We say that this knight, actually it was empty knight during the whole game, so finally white realized, and this strengthening the knight on e3 already decides the game into white's favor. After bishop h5, knight c2, queen f4, queen h2, nice move as well. So practically the position already is hopeless. Yeah, we see white even allowed himself to give an exchange back, but if we take the material here, of course, knight e4, we can see that king d1, it's not functioning. There is no continuation. So what he played, it was rook e3, queen h6 check, another small trick, and king e7, knight e3, knight e4. And, well, it's a crazy game, it's a crazy position, but material is material. And after king d3 here, it's difficult to advise black how to mate. The checkmate is almost there. I mean, if you move the bishop, there's queen d2 mate. But it's not forced, so he just played knight g5. And after some solid move, bishop f3, white takes control of all critical squares, so knight f3, knight f5 check. Already even this extra rook is taking, and practically the position. It was resigned. So that was a tragedy for Black because it was excellent opening preparation. It was very good middle game play. It was, no, I would not say winning, but a very strong initiative and a very nice play until that moment. But I don't know what some. It's difficult to explain why you don't take the knight.
All right. Well, thanks, VRL, for excellent analysis. Yeah, it's the pity that Aravian lost this game, but on the other hand, we can see that the guy was like super ambitious by not taking on f1 and just playing rook takes f6. So hopefully that
he can show his
that point that he lost in this game will come back to him,
Right.
later
Okay.
in the
Thank you, guys. It was
tournament.
good to communicate with you.
Yep.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Bye-bye.
Grandmaster Viktor Bolgan. Gave us the insights, the detailed insights, starting from the first move until the last one of the game, Richard Rapport and Aravian, which was, I think, the most exciting game of the round 3.
Absolutely.
And there was indeed a very good choice. But we have to mention that Black was playing on a second all these moves, and what he did, it's beyond of everything. The next round starts in about 5 minutes. Let's get sneak in the playing venue and check out if the players are getting on the board or not. And they are not yet. We're getting information that they are not getting ready yet.
Okay. Do we have a pairings for the next round?
Yeah, we're gonna have for sure pairings, but let's take this moment to thank to all the sponsors who made this tournament happen.
Sure.
So I would like to thank the sponsors that made this event possible. And in fact, this is another try of the country to organize this event. And we remember last time it was last second cancellation of the event, which was very heartbroken for everyone. But there was due to COVID restrictions and the COVID situation. But here we are this time, and at this time it's working perfectly well. So in the first place, Freedom Finance, the investment and stockbroker company, is a general partner of FIDE, World Rapid and Blitz, and you can see a lot of banners where this company is presented. The championships are also sponsored by Line and a mining and processing company, and Motiva, a global medical technology company that is that sponsors a lot of FIDE women events, and including this Rapid and Blitz tournament, including candidates tournament, including the future of the World Championship tournament in women. So those are 3 main sponsors which really helped these tournaments to come together and to happen. So yeah, let's now take a look at the games before we get some updates from the for the pairings. This is going to be round 4, and Alex, we're going to have last 2 rounds today. But we're going to have tomorrow another rounds, and the other day also rapid games, and look at the pairings.
All right, board 1, world champion, well, still world champion technically, Magnus Carlsen against defending champion Nodirbek Abdusatorov. It might be a game of the day. We'll see how it goes. Like 2 leaders playing great so far. Board 2.
Anish Giri, Jan Christoph Duda, very interesting matchup. Let's see how this game gonna go.
On board 3, Vladimir Fedoseev against Nihal Sarin, veteran versus against a young player from India. It's hard to tell who's a favorite in this game. Again, Fedoseev in a good form is a favorite to win the whole thing, and Nihal playing great so far. I mean, everything can happen.
That's right. We have one first, Jordan against Vladislav Artemiev. Vladislav, we know him, how good he is in fast time control, and we have seen him in many of the events, leading also the online events. And then next board on the board 5, we have Arjun Ergyasi against Richard Rufford. This is another my favorite matchup for round 4. Arjun is talented Indian young player, junior player still, who has won, I think, all the possible things that he had played, and he's showed great skills.
Actually, I was studying his game very recently, and there was one tournament that, in my opinion, made him a chess player he is right now. And that was at Aeroflot in 2016, where he scored 1 point out of 9. Can you? Well, out of 8. Sorry, he got like 1 plus, and so he was losing every single game. Like got this unbelievable beating in Aeroflot, and after that traumatic experience, his results were really like skyrocketed. Okay.
Wow, that's awesome.
So there we go.
Yeah, once in a while, I think all the chess players have this kind of tournament when you are so embarrassed and don't want to. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it means more than one.
No. Actually, it was the weird tournament where it was the other way. My opponent, I lost one game, and my opponent, who scored 1 out of 9, scored against me.
Oh.
And like she couldn't believe, she could not like hide it, how happy she was. And then the hardest part for me was like, okay, the game was really painful for me because I was losing from the beginning. And then her husband or partner approached me and he said like, she tells me that she won, I don't trust her. Really? And I was like, oh no, this is heartbreaking for me. I really lost the game, that's true. So that worked for me the other way, but right now I'm really laughing about it. It was not anything close to laugh at that point because I lost first place because of that silly mistake. But anyways, funny memories. Let's now take a look at the playing venue. What we have here: Alexandra Kostyniuk playing against Alina Danilian in the women's tournament. Nina Tsatsalashvili against Valentina Gunina. Nina is covering her mouth, so we cannot catch what she's talking.
Oh.
They have a lovely chat and smile before the round, and obviously they're very good friends. Most of the chess players are very good friends, and they meet a lot of tournaments, a lot of years. We can see them, lovely ladies chatting, and this is something really cute. But the moment arbiter will announce start the clocks, they will switch the faces. They will go to the different fighting spirits. But this is the moment we can enjoy.
Is there an across the board, like it's Tanjanyi on the left?
Tanjanyi is on the board, and she is. For now, we have Nana Zagnidze and Olga Giria playing against each other, and that game that you were just referring is Tanjanyi and Gulnar Mamedova, one of the most tricky rapid and blitz player you can imagine. So she's really good at this time control. Olga Giria is trying to focus, and here we have Anish Giri, Yankers of Duda, not looking at each other, no eye contact at all.
Yeah, they pretend that they don't know each other.
Yeah, they kind of like look like they just had a fight. Handshake.
There we go.
And starts with knight f3, Anish Giri with white pieces. Well, another detail, because we were talking about sponsors, Anish Giri and Jan-Krzysztof Duda are the players who are always wearing the suits where they have the sponsors logo. And this is such a nice thing to have sponsor who supports you financially and just morally, that you know you have a sponsor that covers all your costs and pays you monthly. So those two players are one of the first chess players who are
sponsorship.
Yeah, lucky to get in touch with the companies, and they're doing a great job to promote those companies indeed.
All right, so that's what we have on board in that game. Anish Giri starts with Catalan. That's one of his favorite openings. Scored a lot of famous victories and really promote the theory in Catalan. If not for him, I would say Catalan would go out of fashion a long time ago. But yep, it's still an opening if you don't want any theoretical discussion in Queen's Gambit decline, where frankly White has a very little close to that. G3 leads to much more complicated positions, but also requires a lot of theoretical knowledge, and
Absolutely.
I guess both guys are not strangers to that. Okay.
Yeah, they have seen it, they have played, and Jan Krzysztof Duda took some time to figure it out which setup to go, and he decided to go bishop b4 and then a5. This is the sideline black can play to keep the bishop on b4. White is just ignoring that and plays bishop to g2, trying to castle on the short side, and still heavy theory even after a5.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So Jan Krzysztof, he has a choice. He can just completely ignore it, just castle and then continue b6 after castle, or he can take on c4. But I wonder what he does. Look at his face. He tries to remember his analysis. Is he ready to take on c4? No, he's not. Okay, it was just like a moment of hesitation. Queen c2. It's probably just b6. Oh, c5 is a theoretical move, but I don't know. Again, he did not take on c4 in the previous move. Maybe he's not ready for c5 as well. No, he does. Okay, here we go. Anish is ready.
They are speeding up very much.
Okay, both guys know so much. Just sitting there, where do I go? Okay, where I can possibly surprise my opponent. And
this is the game that happened, I don't know, 2 weeks ago in this game, and it ended in like they are always going through to others' game and remembering the positions.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was actually one funny interview that I had with Ivanchuk. I was interviewing him at some event, and we were obviously talking about his game, and then he started that I was remembering the game from 90 something, and it happened like this, and then for some reason technically we switched to the other game that was not even his game. And he remembered everything in detail, and I was like, wow, he has such a nice memory. And yeah, chess players are known that they have very good memories.
Yeah, well...
I say they, see? I don't say we have a good memories. I said they have a good memories because my memory skills are not so good.
There are two types of memories for chess players. There is active memory and the passive memory. So, for example, guys like Kasparov, okay, it's totally active memory. He remembers everything. He can show the games he played like 10 years ago. And there's a passive memory, the guys like Karpov. He doesn't remember a single thing. But he just remembers, for example, from the line he played before. He might remember the result of the game, but not the position that was there. And that's the reason, for example, why he repeated many times a losing variation that he played before, because he remembered that the game happened and he won. Yeah, but was in the middle of it. He just like, wow, okay.
I think you just described me.
No, I'm describing myself too. So the people with a passive memory relies more on positional ideas, right? And something that if you start like fourth line in the opening, I know that by carefully thinking about what's going on, I will restore the lines that I analyzed once. But I cannot, for example, just show it like other people do from the beginning to the end. Yeah. And so these two guys have active memory. Okay, I guarantee it. It's like, because he's sitting there and he pretends that he plays the game. No, he just tries to remember what the analysis is.
Yeah, to add one more detail about this memory, which you described, it makes a lot of sense to me. It's not only chess, but it also works in life for me. Like, for instance, I have been in a situation when I'm driving and I made one mistake. I went to the wrong direction.
Yes.
And then, like few days later, I did the same because I remembered this way. And the moment I crossed, like, oh no, I did this again. And I'm not even sure that I will not do it third time. So this is actually the problem and that I'm going through. But then I cannot say that I have bad memory because I will be unfair with myself if I say that. So
It's true. It's not a bad memory. It's just a passive memory. I have a memory could be very good. It's just like you need some associations. You need some, remember some ideas, and that's why you need time. That people with passive memory are not very good at the rapid games.
Yeah.
So it's like.
Okay. I learn now more about myself, and I think a lot of viewers can also relate to that. So thanks very much to giving us that information, and I feel more relieved now that it's okay to have a passive memory. All right, let's see the game how it's.
Pretty standard position with isolated pawn. We all know that one weakness, which is pawn on d5, should not lose the game for black. Okay, and Anish in like a totally on his turf, right? He lost this position, so slow improvement. The game goes for just 2 results. And he knows that he's like completely quiet, takes his time, he has no rush. I know. Tries to understand if rook f2 c1, pawn on b2 is still hanging or not, maybe not yet. Maybe h3. Okay, we'll see. It's kind of position we learned from guys like Giri how to play.
That's right. So in the open section, I can see that we have around 10 players with 3 out of 3, 9 players in, to be more specific. And in women's section, we have only 3 players.
Who are they?
Yeah. Those are Nino Pasashvili from Georgia, Valentina Gonina from Russia, Elena Danelian from Armenia. Those are having perfect scores so far. But also those players who are having 2.5, those are very tough ones, like Kostyniuk, Tanzhangi, Zagnidze, Konoru, and Sarah Hadem also. We see her at this event. She has not played for a long time any chess competition, but she's back to chess, and we see her doing pretty nice.
All right. This game is going to go pretty slow for a while. We can probably move on to something more exciting.
How about first board to check out what happens in Magnus Carlsen and Norbert Abdusattorov's game?
All right, there we go. That's the position we have on this board. We got a hedgehog formation with the colors reversed.
And this is the second game Magnus Carlsen plays b3, right?
Yes.
Okay.
This is, by the way, this is the famous formation that became famous after the game Robert Fischer. Who was he played against? Was Ulf Andersson. It was a German TV kind of exhibition game. And in this position, after whatever black plays here, bishop e6, maybe some other moves, Fischer, for the first time, he demonstrated that very cool plan. Started with king h1, rook g1, and g4. Scored excellent victory. And this move, bishop f5, just played by Norbert in white's white to do that. Even more than with bishop on e6. King h1, rook g1. E4 is not possible. Knight b4 would not be enough compensation for a piece. Just king h1. Let's see if that's what Magnus is going to go for. Or maybe rook a to c1 first, something like this.
You can also try rook to e1 to guard the bishop and then try to get some kind of threats like e4. It's okay. I know it's a one-move threat, but still, you can try.
That's true, right? Because king h1, e4 is not a threat after that, right? Okay. Okay. Well, interesting. So Magnus, who knows all these classical games work really well, I guarantee you that king h... No, rook to e1. Okay.
Rook where?
No, rook to e1. That's what he did. F to e1. And Norderbeck did not blunder the piece. Played bishop g6. Okay.
Surprise, surprise.
Okay. Maybe he blundered it the first time, that got lucky that he just bishop f4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Norderbeck is the world rapid champion of 2021, which happened in Warsaw, Poland. Last year. It was truly amazing to see him, and also Bibisara Asalbaeva winning the competition. Two youth players fighting the best and getting the title, and a really nice prize. We have not mentioned about the prize. We mentioned that there is $1 million prize fund, but we never mentioned the prize. And for the first place in Women's World Rapid Championship, it is 40,000, as well as in Blitz. For the first place, it's really amazing. Second place will get 30,000. Third place will get 20,000. So this is quite nice prize fund. Indeed, that's the prize fund for women, and for men. Let's check out for open. Let's say in open tournament. We do have 60,000 first prize in Blitz and also in Rapid separately.
Yeah. Oh, I see g4 on the board. So Magnus did it without king h1, rook g1, just g4 followed by knight h4. Okay, I think that's the good moment to talk about Uzbekistan chess, like and how successful 2022 was for Uzbekistan. Olympic gold, which, okay, I remember how my first Olympiad was 1992. I played for Latvia, and that was the first Olympiad after the Soviet Union disintegrated. So I still played for,
That was the year when I was born.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
You were playing Olympiad.
Already played in Olympiad. And Uzbekistan came second after Russia, and that's like that was a legendary team with players still, making an impact on the Kazakh chess. All right, so g4, king h1. Magnus knew about this plan, just like postpone it for a couple moves. And after the second place by Uzbekistan, everybody thought, okay, that's a result for the ages. They will never, ever, ever repeat or go anywhere near that.
Yeah.
And can you imagine, it's like 2022, which is 30 years later, gold. Wow.
Amazing, yeah.
And actually, on the way to Almaty, I stopped in Tashkent for half a day, because, you cannot get from America to Almaty just straight. You have to stop somewhere in Europe. It could be Tashkent, it could be Milan, and the plane to continue to Kazakhstan, the plane goes in the evening. So I was choosing where to spend a half a day, Tashkent or Milan, and I already been to Milan twice this year, so I decided, okay, it's time for Tashkent, where I haven't been for 40 years.
Wow.
And it was an amazing time that I had there. Timur Gureyev, okay, who's was born, lives in Tashkent, but plays for American Federation. He's an American player. Met me and gave me unbelievable tour of Tashkent. The things that impressed me the most, it's the Academy of Chess. it's a state academy of chess in Tashkent, which is, I think it's a unique facility in the world. It's completely dedicated. It's dedicated to chess. It's like a learning center, and there is a hotel in there, and there is a cafe, and there is a stadium, like everything.
Everything in one place.
Everything in one place, and in the center of Tashkent was the most prestigious piece of land that you can possibly find. And with also there is a lot of private clubs. Yeah. So that gold that Yan Uzbek team got in Chennai did not come from nowhere. They did an unbelievable job, and I predict that Uzbekistan together with Kazakhstan will become like a future this is one of the centers for chess development. We all thinking that we're coming from America, thinking that St. Louis is such a world capital of chess, which is true when it comes to major tournaments and everything, but the future champions will be coming from this region, I think, from Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, India, of course. Yeah, it's Asia.
I agree with that.
The future looks bright and around here. Okay, so...
Yeah, indeed, what you just described, I had never heard about this academy actually, but we can see the result. It's so obvious that they have done a great job, and we have now a new generation of these two countries that they are having. These kids are just amazing. Them playing together in one team, we saw the result. And funny enough, that some of the players we didn't even know. That, for instance, we know other players, like from Team USA, for instance, Team India. We know all the players,
right.
But from Uzbekistan, we just learned about them at the Olympiad.
No, I mean, Naderbek was around for a while. Yes. Okay, everybody know that name, but will you be able to name the rest of the four? No, that's the same. Same goes, I probably would not be able to do that too.
They have very tricky last names. Is the problem. I can for sure recognize them, and just the thing is that they are now starting. Another thing, as we're just raising this topic here, we can also talk about the host country, that they also have amazing new generation, starting with Jansay Abdumalik, who reached a Grandmaster title, and she is doing great job. Bibisara Sulbaeva, also another great talent. Dinara Sadukasova, also another amazing chess player. And they have now a new player, Kamalizanova, who is starting to do her job at best level. We also have Gulishan Nakhbaeva. I know her because we have played in the same age and a lot of competitions together. And there is a lot of players, long list that they have a lot of young players showing their best. So yeah, let's see how the future gonna look, but for the moment we have this game here: Magnus Carlsen with white pieces and double pawns on the A file, Naderbek Abdusataro with black pieces. Who really stands better here?
Well, Naderbek clearly playing more active than Ulf Henderson playing in that game, and temporary sack on A4. And looks like Magnus not gonna get anything going on a king side next two moves. Black might grab the initiative. Queen takes A4 right now. White will have to avoid queen trade, probably go queen C1. And then a lot of depends on the next move, like maybe knight B3, but then queen F1, queen gets to H3. That concentration of white pieces on the king side looks pretty dangerous. Bishop d5, a little strange. He just wants to discourage g5. Okay.
What a look.
Yeah, he looks pretty confident. It's like, Magnus, what are you doing? Yeah, it's like.
Are you sure?
All right. Well.
Yeah, Magnus is like, I'm gonna try to find some checkmate threats on the side. Do you think he's gonna play rook h?
Rook h3 makes sense. Queen takes a4. Rook h3 is possible, and then maybe queen b1 and d4, right? Yeah, that looks like a nice idea.
Yeah, d4 looks amazing actually to open up the queen, and then knight f6 or knight g5.
Yeah. So rook h3 is a starter. Queen takes a4, queen b1, or whatever the black move is, d4. And just the rook takes h7 and checkmate.
That's right. So what's the plan here for Abdusatara, who is giving a lot of look to Magnus Carlsen? That's also another way to learn how your opponent is feeling, right? Just to check what he's calculating. Oh no!
So looking at Magnus and looking at the camera.
I think he's just calculating some moves, and he's not really reflecting what he's seeing. He's just thinking about the chess. And look at Magnus. Not even look on his side of the board. He's only concentrated on his opponent's side of the board. Yeah. Interesting what he's...
maybe queen b1 first. So just get away from the tempo.
I'm starting to think that bishop d5 was played to take this knight on e4 and then to double this pawns and make sure that h7 will not be a target anymore.
That makes sense. Yes. Okay. Yeah, this is a critical moment. Maybe Magnus wants to. Maybe he wants to keep his queens on c2 to prevent queen takes a4, because you can take on c7. So, but in this case, rook h3 looks like super logical. Is knight h4 alternative? g5, f5. That's what happened. Knight c3. Okay.
Oof.
Interesting.
F5 is interesting. F5 is indeed interesting. Let's see what is next move of Abdusattorov.
Okay. It's probably gonna get wild in a couple moves, and in the meantime we can try to go somewhere else.
Can we just check Hikaru Nakamura and Bassam? I mean, they have very interesting position, and after the first round of Hikaru, he's winning the other games. So let's check it out.
Who is he playing again?
Amin Bassam from Egypt.
Yes, there we go. 9h2. What was the opening? Some kind of a King's Indian. Let's see. d4. Bishop d3, e5. All right, so far so good. All well known. Thanks. Knight h4, here we go.
This is wild theory here.
Right.
And the position itself is very interesting. I played one game with white and I messed up the line in the opening and I had very bad position, very, very bad position. And I was like, okay, don't try that again without looking the lines at home.
F5, castle F4, that forces white to give up the dark square bishop. And now the very typical pawn sacrifice for black. And H5 looks like black should have more than enough compensation here. Knight on F4 is pretty strong. No, however, Hikaru is known to play very tough with the extra material. When it goes to technical conversion, he's probably the best player in the world.
Right.
Okay, so we'll see. The compensation is one thing, and what what Bassem will do with that is the other thing. Okay. Not sure about this decision to open the H file. Okay, well, takes. All right, that's a good question. Who's going to benefit from the H file? Got open.
You would probably say white because black's king is out there, but white's rook is not on the H file and has a long way to go on the H file.
That's
and only rook cannot do much there too. So yeah, that's a very good question. Can I suggest to switch to the women's section and check out the game of Voit Daria and Katerina Lachno? It was something interesting happening. And maybe we can make on time to check it.
There we go. Oh, whoa. Should I go?
Yeah, very quickly.
From the beginning. Okay, so we got Catalan. Beginning is the same as the Giri versus Duda. Except for A5, the bishop E7, more standard move by Katerina. C, absolutely standard position. Knight E4, Knight D2, Knight D6. And Knight F5. Up to Knight D6, I've seen it, but Knight to F5. Oh, wow. So if you go on E3, then G5 is coming. Okay, that's a great idea. Knight takes D4, Queen D3, E5.
Oh.
This is what happens.
Oh, this is getting wild.
So black is down a pawn and behind in development. Compensation is 2 bishops. Is that enough? Takes, Knight C3. Bishop E6 takes. Rook. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on.
Queen B4 to stop black castling.
Oh, right. Yeah. So looks like pawn on B7 is hanging too. But apparently Daria really wants to hold the initiative. So Queen B4. What's wrong with taking on B7? This looks like a second pawn to me. Okay, well, he just really wants the initiative. A5. Please take my pawn on B7. No, I'm not going to. Bishop C6. Okay, Knight D4, Queen E7. Knight C6. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something, but it's going to be endgame down a pawn, bet pawn.
And no time on the clock, not as much time as the opponent. 5 minutes, almost 6 minutes.
I didn't see that. There's 1 minute left.
Yeah, 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Huge trouble for one of the favorites, Katerina Lagno.
Well, started quite heavily in the first round. She lost the game on the second board. and now she's also just struggling. Sometimes it happens that it's not your day.
Yeah,
and you
just-
just need to.
It's 2 more days
Warm
to
up,
go, so definitely not losing all her chances, but yeah, not very impressive. On the other hand, like what White's doing in this game looks really, really nice. So
Yeah, that's the situation for now. We have a move, and that's some trade. Bishop, knight f6 has happened.
takes, and
Actually, this also just doubles the pawn on f-file, so this is even better.
yeah, I wonder if she wants to play knight e4, and that's why she did it. Okay, no, decided
It's
against
taken.
it. Yeah,
And now, knight to d5, attacking the pawn on f6, and black pushes the pawn on f5 to survive it, because otherwise you cannot play king e7, that's the controlled square by knight. You cannot guard f6 pawn with another piece, and you cannot really afford to lose another pawn. So
no.
f5 you have to play. Yeah, this is not the best choice indeed. Maybe rook c1, rook d1, just play this position. It's very comfortable.
Doesn't look survivable yet. Rook c1 is a simple
Yeah.
move. Okay. Rook d1.
Rook d1 first.
It's a pretty solid choice as well.
Maybe she wants to play knight b6 or knight f6 to get control over d file.
Yeah,
Castle.
Castle.
Knight to e3, attacking the pawn on f5.
That forces knight e7, then
And
rook
then
d7.
rook
Oh
d7.
no. Yeah. It's second pawn in the game probably. Rook e8. Okay. Oh, rook e8. Rook d5.
e8.
Rook.
So if you take the pawn on f5, then I will take pawn on e2, and I'm happy with that trade.
If king e5, then rook e5. So, I don't know. Probably rook d5 is the simplest.
Oh, she's going for that.
And
She
black.
wants to take with the rook.
Yeah. Well,
If you push the pawn, f4, white will just take that, and it's a very nice
same
double
2
pawn.
pawns. Yeah. It's like so rook e5, maybe not losing the pawn on the spot, but
White can take the rook, trade the rook, and then knight f5.
but then rook c2 will give me some counterplay. Yeah.
Maybe rook d1 after rook e5, just to
That's true.
keep it cool and just
Rook
continue
e5
to
is
play.
played, and immediately
she's
rook
doing
d1.
that.
Yeah, looks like Daria at complete control. She's not gonna let it go.
Yeah,
That's,
nicely done. You know, I really like this tournament, especially this tournament, because everyone has a chance to compete at this event, and by anyone. Of course, we have some rating barrier that you have to have some amount of the rating. So still, yeah.
Wondering if that's such a huge barrier, because you still see a lot of people who are not really, making the cut, and you're wondering they were like nominated or just like, and
Yeah, this is actually very interesting. There has been always barriers. Oh, the game Magnus Carlsen and Abdi Sattarov ended, and we see king on e4, which means Magnus Carlsen won the game.
whoa,
So let's take a look
let's
at
go back and check it out. Wow. Magnus always finds a way to.
Oh, he's doing so far really good. And we know when he's in a good form, what happens.
Now I have to. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, bishop d5. So that's where we left this game. G5. Okay, f5. Knight c3. That's what happened. Bishop c6 was expected, and e4. All right. So Magnus weakens d4 square, but you see both black knights are so far away from this square that it's not that important. Knight takes a4, takes queen c3, another tempo, g6, and it's a decisive attack. Precise. Okay, what happened here? After knight f7, why black has to take it?
King g8.
Is king g8 simple?
Something like knight h6, g takes h7 stuff might happen.
That's true, but I
do that?
probably should not take it. Okay.
How about queen to c4?
Oh, you're right. Okay. Here we go. Oh,
It should be a checkmate somewhere. Maybe before.
Probably check first. Yeah, it's a no.
That's no. Can we do it when knight is on f7?
Okay.
When knight is on f7 and king on king g8.
Mm-hmm.
And
now queen c4.
No. It's g takes h, king h7, knight rook g. Sorry, g takes h, king h7, rook h3, king g8, and knight h6. Then.
All right, say it again.
So g takes h. You can take knight because I will promote the queen.
Yeah.
And now give a check with the rook. King g8.
And knight h6.
Knight.
Then I'll pick up f5, and then queen will just go, and that's it.
Yeah, this knight will take everything off.
Yep, that looks very convincing. So black had to take, and takes, queen takes, up on exchange again. That also looks like a favorite Magnus material in this tournament, like being up. And here's the resignation. Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Nordebæk went for this setup, which is known not to be that great. It's a Maratsu without the pawn on c5. It's a dangerous formation since that famous Fischer's game. So, well, no surprise. It ended like so. Okay.
Well. It was a very important victory for Magnus Carlsen, and also to face much younger opponents. And we were talking about why it is important to be young in chess, because you are not afraid of big names and you just want to do your best. And it's very, very important for Magnus to take this person down who won the previous championship. While you're selecting another game, I'll go through the regulations to speak a little bit of who is qualified and how people are qualified. So in the open section, a player with 2550 rating in any standard, rapid or blitz are eligible to play here. And also each federations, they have this series of Grand Prix, rapid and blitz, and the champion of that gets right to play one player per country.
You could nominate one player from the country.
Yes. And it doesn't matter how much the rating has this person or what's the title. Then FIDE president takes nominates 10 players in open section, and then the organizer, the country, invites 15 additional players in open section and 10 additional player in the women's section. And difference in women's section is a rating barrier, obviously, and players from 2250 in standard, rapid or blitz are eligible to play at this competition.
Okay. Now it becomes much clearer, how the field was formed. And we see Gulnara Mamadova from, sitting her back to us, trying to defend a position down a pawn against Tan Zhongyi. It's going to be difficult knowing how well the technique of Chinese players are in general. But the knight on d4 standing pretty well. The king is very active. The black has all the chances to hold this position. So.
Oh, very important detail, Alex.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh.
I thought for a second she missed rook g7. No.
Okay, there's rook g3, yeah. So about Tan Zhongyi, I was very much looking forward for this tournament to check how she's dealing with the time, because a tournament before this one, she played at the Candidates tournament called Pool B, and she totally outplayed all her opponents in the rapid section. The moment her opponent was struggling on the clock and had like 3 minutes, she had 14 minutes on the clock, which is amazing. And she's very fast player, very, very fast player, and won this tournament really nicely. So we can see now she has 5 minutes when her opponent has only 1 minute on the clock. So she's doing her stuff. She's playing very fast.
All right. Is that really that much of a difference, rook g6 or rook g7 right now? Why is she thinking? Oh, maybe then rook c1. Oh.
Rook c1, rook g1. Yes. Golnar is very, very tricky player. She calculates 1,000 tactics in a second.
It looks so winning for white, and suddenly,
it's so funny. She's getting very often not the best position, really the worst position she could get. But then the moment you think that you are better, then when she starts to use her skill, I think that's a skill that she's having.
Oh, wow.
Only moment you can relax is when she stops the clock and resigns. Really, I know it from the practice.
Okay. All right, so let's move on to Alexander Kastenyuk versus Alina Danilyan. And looks like Alina is having the initiative here. Okay. Unless I'm missing something. Oh no, e5 is protected, so maybe it's not that clear.
We have a result in the open section. Anichkiri and Jan Krzysztof Duda made a draw, peaceful game, opponent game in the end. Very symmetrical opponent game, in fact. So there was kind of something that we could predict from the pace, how they were.
Yeah, there was a quiet opening and standard position. Both players were happy with it. Okay. Right. Draw is a good result. Okay.
Yeah, interesting position. Maybe this game is already done, but we can give a try. Salem and Nepomniachtchi.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, it's done
Jan's
already.
game. I see the black board like full of the black pawns over here. What happened? It started as a Nimzo. The standard Nimzo was bishop d3, c5, knight e2. Okay, f4. Is it something new?
Stone old stuff.
Knight g3. Usually this line played knight g3 first, and f4 played much later after black played e5. So this setup I haven't seen before. Queen e7, c4. What is that for? Okay. a6. King h2, b5. Finally e4. I got a feeling that white should have played this couple moves before that, like it took too much time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, games are ending one by one. Another game on the top boards has been done. As we can see, players are now talking after the game.
Mm-hmm. Okay, still looks extremely dangerous for black. Rook takes d4. Rook is hanging and checkmate is coming. How did black survive that?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Queen h6.
Oh, this is a simple one.
98, no checkmate. If no checkmate, then
That's
you
it.
might have some problems. Oh, rook. This is also nice. Rook h4 now.
Yep, take on g3, so it doesn't work. Takes. Yeah, that's how all the pawns were gone. Oh, this is a final trick. Final trick is temporary queen sack, and then
Wow, that's beautiful.
yeah. All right.
Yeah, that's beautiful game indeed.
1-4 is beat Artemiev. That's an okay. Also looks like quite a dominating performance.
How Grishchuk is doing, because he's so exciting player. Like he's always doing great job to entertain the spectators. So let's check it out. He's very confident, and we can see Fabi. His body language says like, "Oh no, I missed the chance. I could win this game with
C3.
extra pawns."
Oh, draw, right?
Draw, yeah.
There we go.
So at this point, they had 2.5, and this draw makes them to have 3 points out of 4. And we can see
Not
the
bad.
Erasmus one is
Not
very
bad.
happy, and Fabi is not so happy. So we can just imagine what has happened earlier.
What was the? Nah, that's a draw. Okay, was it possible to do something earlier? No, that's the best black can do, but no, it's not realistic.
Right. Do we have more games live?
Okay.
Let's take a look at that, if there is anything. Okay, so we have information that we have some games, and we're going to reach that game for sure, as we have this possibility to have a camera, and now we're reaching to the destination, and I want to see some of the nice end games, not the same one. Oh, it's
Shabalov
Vidit
versus
and,
Vidit, right?
Vidit, yeah.
Okay. So
2 bishops for white, bishop and a knight. Knight is hidden on a file for Vidit. Shimanov just trades bishop for the knight, shaking his head, not being happy at offers draw, and Vidit accepts that. So.
And I can't find this game that they have no points at all.
Yeah, that's very interesting how many points they have. And for some reason, this is board 9, and they had 2.5 points. For some reason, this is the first tournament when all the players are talking after the game quite long. Usually, we see them storming out right away to get ready for the next one. But I think this COVID situation really, missed this opportunity to chat with the people and have more communication.
Yeah.
And right now we have 2 more games still, which I can see. So those are the last.
Yeah, there we go.
Last
Another
points.
bishop ending here. Alex Shimanov.
We need to bring up the board, because now for the moment we see some other game.
Who are these people? Is that Moisenko?
Yeah, I think it's Moisenko.
Okay, so no, I'm definitely not going to have this
This
one.
is board 48.
Yeah.
Alexander Moisenko, Grandmaster from Ukraine against International Master from Kazakhstan, Suleimanov Alisher. And another game, Alex Indich.
Okay.
Playing on board 52 against International Master from Armenia, Garibian Mamikon. And it seems like Queen versus Rook and the Bishop.
No,
Yeah, Alex doesn't look very happy.
It doesn't look like... No, black queen cannot just do too much. Oh, the white's gonna play for a win?
So ambitious.
Seriously? Seriously? Okay.
King G5, King F4, take this pawn on A4.
You might lose your rook, because... okay. Oh, wow. No, it's okay. It's still okay.
Look at the...
It's still okay.
White just blundered it.
No, I don't think he blundered. That he wanted to do.
But he had this look, Kasparov look, when Kasparov blundered also. But position is just, he blundered the rook now?
No, King d4. He defends the rook, so he's still good. Well, it's still a draw.
Okay.
No, however, it's now
It's getting interesting. I wonder what's the time situation. 25 seconds for white, 1 minute and 22 seconds for black.
I don't understand. Is that the way white plays for a win? He had a pawn on h6. Just
It was very important pawn. Now
make a draw.
king can go f5, g4, f3, 2 to try to get some squares. Probably still draw, but yeah, that was unnecessary blunder.
Could become tricky. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Keep the rook protected, just in case. Okay. And try to run with your king somewhere.
Yeah, everything guards each other. Pawn guards the bishop, bishop guards the pawn, back and the rook. So that's for sure the safest approach. Well, Alexander is one of the tallest chess players. Yeah, you can like yesterday we had the same flight. Another chess player was looking for him at the airport. Like he asked me if I have seen it. Like no, he's the tallest guy here. Like if he's here, we could see him. So probably he's not here. Okay,
so
was made on 11.
Is he over 2 meters?
Yeah, I think yeah.
Oh, sure. Okay, so. That's higher than Kramnik and Shirov then.
Yeah, that's quite tall. Cannot fit in camera. He's very, very nice person, very interesting chess player too. Who studied at the university in Dallas, in USA, and then after he graduated, he came back to chess world and started to play chess.
Dennis Kadrich, maybe?
Yeah, Dennis and Alex were in the same team, and Dennis was the one who was looking for him at the airport. All right.
Okay. I wonder what both sides are trying to do. Is it just keeping a rook on d6 and dancing with the king around it like it was not enough?
Move with the king, yeah?
It's going to blunder the rook. Okay, well, that's the way not to do it.
Well, white has 15 seconds. He has to make a precise moves here. Alex, come back and they switch the photo of Alex. Guarding the pawn on e4. 7 seconds. Oh my god. You have to make a move. Oh, 3 seconds?
2,
Jesus.
yeah.
Oh god. That's the worst situation when your opponent drops time down to 1 to 2 seconds, but still makes the last move.
That's for sure the last game of the round, right?
I suppose that's the last game.
Tanzania, Mamadova still going on. Oh, FNA.
Do we have still game Tanjongi and Gunnar Mamedova? If we have, we maybe want to switch to that one.
Zatonskis and Pets, 2 girls living in Germany playing each other, so. And looks like a drawn endgame. 87 and moves too.
Now we have the video of Tanjongi and.
Oh, okay. Let me get to this game. Yes. Okay. There we go. FNH pawns, theoretical draw, but really, really difficult in practice. I mean, I won every single game. I had the FNH points, and against the people who claim they know how to make a draw, and like
You proved them wrong.
yeah, well,
Jack is on the board. Rook e6 maybe.
Rook e6 for sure.
And then Rook a7. Is that the move? You want to cut the king from 7th rank?
It might be already too late because the black king standing really bad. I will just play f5, and this construction will move forward. I think it's the wrong way to defend. The black king should be on h7 at the very worst.
What's the easiest way? Is there any easiest way?
We have Bibisara Sobawa here with us, who in 2021 came second in Rapid and won a gold in Blitz in the World Rapid and Blitz Championships. 2 out of 3 here in the first 3 rounds. How is the tournament going so far for you? What would you say?
For me, tournaments go a little bit tough because in first game I have completely losing position, and I was lucky I have a draw. After I won by white, and in the next round I played with Tahirjanova Gulruk Begim, and I have winning position, but somehow she saved her position. I don't know, and we have a draw.
So let's say a slower start to the tournament. How confident do you feel that you'll be able to retain the title and to repeat the success you had last year in Poland?
I try to not think about my last tournament in the last year, how I played, and try to show my best.
Obviously, this tournament is played in your home country. How does that make you feel?
It feels good, but I'm from Astana and I don't usually come to Almaty, so it will be interesting.
But in general, would you say you feel a bit more under pressure that you're in home country, or do you feel that you have the advantage of the home turf, so to speak?
To be honest, I don't know. I think after the tournament I can say what I feel.
Okay. And finally, who would you, apart from yourself, obviously, who are the top 2-3 people you feel have the best chances here of winning the gold in either Rapid or Blitz in the women's section?
Here is a Swiss system, and we have a lot of great players and a lot of rounds, so I think everyone can be won the tournament.
And sorry, just one more. In the open section, do you have a favorite? Is anyone like your favorite, like Carlsen or someone like that?
I support my friends, but I don't know who will win. So.
All right, well, thank you very much, and all the best in the rest of the tournament.
Alexander and Keti here for the last game for today.
The last round today that will determine, for many players, it will be determined whether it was a good day or not. Mm-hmm. And the matchups we have for this round are quite amazing.
That's right, and we can actually take a look if we have this prepared to see the matchups and the pairings and also the playing venue. So yeah, we're gonna have it in a second, and meanwhile we can maybe sneak in the playing venue to check out the players. And in fact, I was in the players' lounge right now. I got myself into trouble. Okay. Told you this is not so powerful. They don't wanted me to go to the playing venue. And you can see now this playing venue.
This is how it looks like, okay.
Yeah. For me, it was a bit chilly. because like this is a small room and it's like not that chilly, and this is a big area, this stadium area, but it's not cold actually, just a little bit chilly. You can see the players, they're chatting a lot, they're resting, they have really nice food. They have better food than we have in Mediat room, so yes, we need an access to there. I got myself into some nice snacks. And you can see that the atmosphere is very nice, very, very nice. The moment they start to play, of course, it switches radically, but now everyone enjoys. I had a chat with Joby, and he says that it's not going well. And it's like, oh, come on, it was just a warm-up, so good luck with it. And he said, like, oh, it's already over. It's like, no. So they have this kind of talks, and it's always very good to have the opportunity that they can chat before the round and relax a little bit. And we'll on the camera, we see and also other players. Oh, Magnus Carlsen hanging out with
Canadians, yes.
Yeah, Chess Bryant. I think Van Forest is over there. So yeah. That's very interesting. Usually we have Magnus Carlsen running at the last second over the fence and the chairs and everything. But now he's more socializing and he's talking more. Now we have on the photo, on the video, Vidit, Anish Giri and Fabiano. And this is also from India. My memory.
Is that Gupta?
No. Indian friends in the chat. Grishuk, that was a save. Thank you very much, our producer.
Yeah, and who's back? Who is singing? Ryzantsev?
I don't recognize.
Must be Ryzantsev, I think.
I can't recognize.
We're guessing. Okay.
People were obsessed when I was commentating one of the events that I was looking like Dubov's sister, a female version of Dubov. They were so obsessed with that. Like, no, I don't take it as an offense or something. I take it as a compliment. But why, people? Why would you do that? And on the other side, I think we have local organizers, maybe arbiters on the screen. So, yeah.
Okay.
Adiban walking on the side.
Go. The quick glimpse of the Hans Niemann, we just saw
I don't
him
see.
run into. No, you just run. Yeah,
okay.
It was a split second there.
Yeah, I saw when he was in the playing venue, he kind of has a different haircut actually.
Oh yeah.
Hair long. He's like longer hair. We're gonna see hopefully at some point. Him.
Okay. Where's the pairings? There we go.
We need to see the pairings, and we asked for it, and we got it.
Okay.
Arjun on the first board plays against Magnus, and Jan Krzysztof Duda is not the player who has 100% score, but still on the second board by the rating, he's playing against Van Forest Jordan.
Nipo versus Anish on board 3. That would be quite a match, as well as board 4. Yi versus Nihal Sarin. The surprise winner, the someone who beat Sam Shanklin this round, Aristanbek Razaev, played Vladimir Fedoseev. Let's see if he will be able to keep the best results among the local players. And Donchenko places against Hikaru. Predke against Vashiela Graf. And Fabi plays Alexander Shimanov. Eric Hansen, we saw how he lost to Magnus a couple rounds ago. Back on the score.
Yeah, he seems very, very happy and cheerful in the playing venue. I glanced him, so
yep.
It always matters at this kind of event. How do you feel? Is it your day? How's your mood? Because for all these players, chess is at their best. So we have all the grandmasters here indeed. And let's take a look now, women's tournament. Let's check out how many of those 3 still have 100 score. after round 4. There we go. No, not really.
Oh.
We have instead.
Can we name that player?
Okay, the arbiter is announcing.
The chief arbiter announced the beginning of the round.
Clocks. There we go. The last game for today, but this is just the start. Guys, first day out of 3. We're going to have 3 days of Rapid Chess Championship and then 2 days of Blitz Chess Championship. Arjun against Magnus Carlsen. Let's see how this game going to go. And we have 1d4 and knight c3. Is this job over London? Yeah, bishop f4. This is job over London that Arjun chose to play.
Okay, I still have a trouble finding those games, but give me 1 second. There we go. Bishop is on f4.
Magnus Carlsen, Anish Giri, and on the background we can see photographer Maria Emelianova, which is also known for the Twitch community. She's a streamer, and I'm sure you guys gonna like to see her in a working process. And do you remember this period when Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri had this kind of Twitter?
Oh, yeah, the
kind
Twitter
of
back and
thing.
forth.
Yeah, I kind of miss that.
Bunch of nice things.
I miss that. I really miss
Having
that.
fun. Yeah.
It was a nice competition as well. So Jababa London, Magnus is taking some of his time to respond here. There are many ways, and he goes a6.
A6, yeah. Okay.
Which stops knights coming on b5, which is very
unpleasant.
unpleasant.
C5, right? Or b5, was it? Cannot be b5, right? It's c5. h4. It is b5. Whoa, okay.
It's b5.
It is b5 after all. Okay.
Oh, Syria. That's right. Our chat says on YouTube that was Syria that we couldn't recall. But yeah, of course. Let's see. Okay, h4. Arjun is very aggressive on the chessboard. He's a very peaceful person. In a person, he's so nice. But when he starts to play, And here we have him on the screen. Alex, I have one secret I can share. That I've beat this guy, but not in chess game, obviously. In card game.
Card game?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm very proud of that. Very proud of that. We team up with Nihal Sarin and we beat him together. In the
to
end.
beat this guy in any kind of game. I mean,
I know.
It's an achievement. Okay.
Yeah, I should put down on my
resume.
And Magnus Carlsen now glancing Anish Giri and Jan Nepomniachtchi game.
Definitely looks more interesting for him again than his own game. Yep, he's not given Arjun any space on like a king side or center or queen side, definitely. Wow.
Here we have Magnus and Anish in one photo. Would be good content for them if they still had a thing, but they don't have it anymore. Very interesting.
Do you see what his badge is saying?
Not really, but as I know, many Indian chess players are having sponsors, and they have printed suits or some of the badges, which is really cool to have sponsor indeed.
Okay. Bishop d3. All right.
Yeah, very, very interesting game. Indeed, they both have 14 minutes, so not a big surprise. This seems like in the opening. Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. Is Arjun the one who will stop Magnus Carlsen winning everything or not? That's the question, and we're gonna know in the end of this
Right.
day.
There's how many people with 100% could be at the end of this round?
So
theoretically?
far as I remember, it was only 3 people.
Queen a5, queen d2, knight c6, rook c1. Okay. So it is like accelerated dragon with a different move order, and bishop d7, queen a5 combination should not be that great for black. So takes a6, bishop e2, rook f2, c8. Now it's an interesting moment. Usually, if white castles in these positions, after b5, they tend not to get too much. So white needs to look for some kind of the endgame, or stay with the king in the center in case, black starts with b5, and then we can play quickly, go knight d5 and trade queens. With the king in the center, white is looking for a better endgame. So I don't know. It's like g4 right now is interesting. h4, maybe even something like king f2. Or maybe that's too much. Okay. Well, the standard move would be knight a4, except for the bishop is on d7, not on e6. Not so. G4 was played, right? One for it. G4 was played that I was thinking, and
Is white going to play h4, h5 to start the king side attack? Or that's too risky?
It could happen, or it could be just simply g5, and after exchanges knight d5. White is looking for a better endgame. I don't think h4, h5. This simply doesn't have chance. After b5, black opens up the position before white opens the h file. G4, it's more like he grabs some space before trading queens. Okay. So.
That's right. This is getting a very interesting game indeed. I see one result already. Yuyangi and Sarin ended in a draw.
These guys really want to have the dinner early. You can't blame them.
Oh, the food is amazing here.
Oh, yeah.
I would also do that.
Okay, yeah.
The food is amazing, really.
I wouldn't play a single game. I would just quick draw and like.
You should have to wait for dinner time, right? So let's play 4 games and wait then.
Yeah,
dinner
that's true. Okay.
This is actually not a joke. This topic is very important for chess players to have nice conditions, nice hotels that I think all the players are happy with, and then decent food that everyone can eat. And food is very important for all the chess players to have energy. And many of them treat in a different way. For instance, like I know Badr Jobava is not eating lunch at all. He's always skipping because he doesn't like when he eats lunch and then plays right away in like half an hour, 1 hour.
Okay.
So that's why he's so skinny. Actually, he's not getting any weight. He's not eating breakfast. He's not eating lunch.
Okay, I was thinking it's something else. Okay, but okay. Well.
It's just the habit. But I've also heard other players too. Like a lot of players are skipping lunch. You don't see them eating lunch. In fact, young Christoph Duda, who's now on the screen, did not skip lunch today because I met him at the lunch. And yeah, everyone treats things in a different way, and they know how their body and brain works together.
Yeah. No, so many years of playing. Of course, everyone develops his own routine when it comes to like eating habits and everything. So
I never skip any meal. That's my personal secret. Well, Alex, we have a lot of questions in the chat about Hans Neyman because he is such a popular person recently for different reasons, and we obviously want to take a look how he's doing. So, we have a secret mission with our camera. Man, he's now on the way to track him down and check out how he's doing
Let's see
in the
if
tournament.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately we don't have a translation here, but maybe we can take a look of who is he playing against.
Haircut. We want to take a look at the haircut.
Yeah, haircut is number one. That's what we're interested in. Yeah.
He's playing on the board 31. We don't have that on the digital board.
There we go. Here's a hand. He's not sitting in his favorite jacket, which he did so well in Sitges Barcelona tournament. It was some kind of red college jacket. So he never took,
Oh, really?
Never took it off. I mean, I wonder it was just. I mean, it's Barcelona. It's never too cold, right? I mean,
I don't want to go to be in that conversation, but that's weird. But chess players are known to have some kind of superstition things, and they like to wear the same thing if they have a good tournament, and that's very risky and quite unpleasant for other players. But we cannot judge. We can't judge. He did great he took second place, right?
Oh, yeah. He took a second place, and only because he did not win in the last round. He got a winning position against Alexeyenko, who won this tournament, and the win was not that complicated. It's just was pretty standard breakthrough. It's a couple point sacrifice and breaking through, and that would be an amazing achievement for Hans, because he had a really good tournament. He had a good tournament anyway. Okay.
Yeah, and he crossed some.
He crossed
barrier,
2,700.
Right?
I mean, it's a great achievement, but he could have just win in the last round and win the tournament outright. Okay.
Right. How he's doing at this tournament for the moment? He has 2.5 out of 4.
And he's playing?
He's playing against the master from Russia, Tsaruk Maxim.
He could be from Belarus as well. So
we have 2 flags, which is banned. So that's a good point. And he's playing on the board 31. Let's see. He wants to play with a knight.
Yeah. So.
Knight c4,
Knight c4, it just, he prepares for knight f4. He wants to meet it with e5, but then knight d5. So I'm not sure. Knight c4, what's black's idea after knight f4?
Earlier in the chat, I read some comments about who has a better hairstyle, hair curls, Carlsen or anyone. No one mentioning my curls, guys. No one. That's so unfair. So unfair.
Okay, yeah, it's an interesting moment for white here. If you want to be on the safe side, maybe something like rook d3 could be played for white. I play this line for black. Sometimes it doesn't seem like it went really well for Hans. Just white had a clear plan, and right now I believe he's clearly better. Oh, he takes first, and now knight f4, right?
Yeah, probably that's what he's going to do to attack the pawn. Increase the pressure, but after knight f4, is there e5?
E5,
or that's
knight d5.
dangerous?
Oh no, hold on. E5, the bishop is hanging on h3.
I have to admit, Alex, that I don't see position well.
Okay, no, you're right. I mean, okay. Yeah, his haircut. A little disappointing right now. Yeah, I would expect
better
something. Yeah, no, he's not in the same league with Magnus.
Wow, that was very honest. That's
and then take on h4. But then you're losing on b5. Okay, well, that I don't see it. What's I can? Right.
This is mine. That's
How's
interesting.
e4 is not hanging? Somebody tell me.
Is he considering to take the pawn on a4, or that's just too much to ruin the pawn structure on the queen side?
Oh.
The point is that if white takes on c6, then bishop takes c6, and your a4 pawn is guarded, b2 might be some target in the future.
You're right, yes. So how's this position? Queen takes. Okay, let's see. Queen takes and takes, and we just take, and go maybe e4. So in the meantime, it's not that easy for black to get the rook on the b file as well. Two bishops, maybe not too bad. And that's what happened. So pawn is taken on e4. I think Arjun asked the same question I did, what happens? And you're right, I mean, there's no other move for black. It should take an a4.
I just remember that game at World Rapid Blitz when Magnus said something in Norwegian. Remember that?
No.
And the opponent complained about it.
Oh.
And then it was a huge check-in situation. They were checking some videos, and he surely said something.
Okay. So,
but it was about chess.
Was he talking to himself?
Yes, not
okay.
not to the opponent. If our chat remembers that case, guys, you have way better memory. So let us know. What was it? I remember it was World Rapid Blitz. But then, who was the opponent? How that happened? We don't know that. I mean.
Yep. Okay. Well. This is just down a pawn.
Maybe he's hoping for knight a4 to annoy b2 pawn, although this is not creating much of the problem to white, as white can play very least rook
I
to
can
k2.
take, let's say, exchange rooks, play a4. If knight a4, I can meet it with bishop c1. It's just a pawn.
He adjusted the knights, which was looking on the diagonal, and he adjusted the Magnus knights, which are towards to each other. So.
Just goes e4 immediately. Okay. Like relative trouble, he probably has to look into some opposite color bishop ending, if it's possible.
And also the fact the king is still in between the rooks, and these rooks are not connected yet. Black has to take care of that fact as well. Although king cannot go far because this pawn on f7 is hanging, and you cannot really castle because then h5 pawn is hanging. So
h5 is hanging. So Magnus needs to bring the h8 rook into the play. How to do this? I guess g6, castle, that's the only way. I hope for the best. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, we might see a result in this game, but not the one we probably thought before the round.
He castles and he gives up h5 pawn like it doesn't belong to him.
All right, so he wants to exchange h5 for e4. That's probably not in white's best interest. Okay. So play f3 first, and then black will play g6. Okay. Looks reasonable for...
The game between Nepomniachtchi and Anish Giri also ended in a draw? So far, we have only one decisive result on the top board. Richard Rapport won against Pavel Pankratov. That's a fast win. And
Okay,
Fedosiev
let's
also won.
take a look. What was it? The final position. Okay. Oh, the guy played like 30 moves and. Oh, we don't have time.
Oh, this is Richard Rapport. This is himself.
Yeah, this is.
Wow,
Let's
very
quickly
impressive.
take a look at Richard. A3, E5. Oh, that's a huge trouble. Black get himself into, just lost a pawn. And
Nice knights.
super energetic play from Richard. 2 pawns. Well, back rank. Queen f7. Resigned because why the knight is not hanging?
Queen h5, king g8, knight.
Rook h6.
Okay. I didn't see rook. There is something connected with 6th rank, so maybe we start with f6. Yeah, rook h5, yeah.
On rook h5, yeah, that's good. All right, yeah, that was a quick job by Richard. And so he finishes the day on, what, 4 points?
I think he has quite impressive day. Let me check that very quickly. He played with white pieces and had 2.5, so it's like 3.5.
3.5. Really?
We saw his good games and we have not seen his bad games, seems like.
Exactly, we're like... we saw his
we thought
win,
he
so
had
we're
more,
under impression that that's all what happened to him today. Obviously not. Was it 3 draws or he lost to someone?
That's actually makes a lot of sense. If he made draws, he lost against Arjun. Yeah.
That was the last round.
Yeah. Arjun is on fire.
That's the reason why Arjun is playing Magnus right now. Okay. So.
And another game is Fedosiev, who won his game.
Right. So.
And he has really good situation.
Vladimir.
He had 3.5 before this round, and now he has 4.5.
4.5.
Yeah, great start.
So what happened? Why so fast? What did white do wrong? Bishop d3. Yes, that's a great opening choice for white. Everything's cool so far, and even h5 is acceptable. a3 is good. g6. That's probably where white's prep is over. And b4 looks fine. Takes.
Still looks quite tempting for white.
I can't believe that this is good for black. Okay.
Yeah.
Bishop g7. No, you don't play knight f3. I mean, if you have to do this, then...
He wanted to guard the pawn on e5, not to lose the central pawn. But then white pieces is just getting all over the board and you don't have good development.
Oh.
How
is that?
Queen f2 is the next move.
And just resign.
Bishop on b2 is hanging and the knight on c3, so
okay.
Makes a lot of sense.
Well, so g6, that's the move. That's where white needs to know exactly what to do. Up to this point, all the moves were like standard, but...
Yeah, you know, very often we don't consider that there is a possibility to take this pawn on h5 because it looks so ugly and you think it weakens everything. You don't look for that opportunity from the opponent and he just takes an extra pawn sometimes.
It actually could be a preparation. Okay, well, looks impressive. So a great day for Vladimir Fedosiev in office, and we'll see how he does tomorrow. Like we said, when he is in a good form, he is a threat. Good form. He is a threat.
Yeah. Another game I see that ended. It's Abdus Sattarov. He won the last game for today against Vahab Sadal.
Vahab Sana. Yep. Looks something very simple. Did Vahab blunder something? So 4 knights. So far, so good. That's all well known. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. It's like really, and Bishop G4 in this position went out of fashion because I think that was the main move. Bishop G4, F3, Bishop H5. So okay, well, he went for something more standard. And
Oh,
doesn't look too bad for black, right?
I think this endgame is starting to look worse, like knight c5 and things like this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I don't think there was a blunder. At the beginning I thought there was a blunder, but probably this position is very difficult.
Maybe it's already lost at this point, right? Yeah, knight takes c7 is a threat. Okay, yeah. All right. So he finishes the day on what?
Abdu Satrev.
Defending champion is at
3
4
points.
points.
Oh, sorry, 3 points before this and 4 points.
4
right
points out of 5. So he very much in the contest right now.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, yeah. And he played toward his opponents today.
He won the first 3 games and then lost against Magnus Carlsen. And
Okay,
then won
so the only
against,
point that he yielded was to Magnus. Okay.
He should not be upset of this day.
No,
I think it was
absolutely not.
very good day.
Okay, 4 points. Played Magnus already. He in a very good position before the day too. Okay.
And by this time, his rating performance is 2,800.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's very nice.
Yeah, I mean, you would not be upset. It's 2,800 performance.
I had once 2,800 performance.
You did?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What was the tournament?
There was some open tournament, or maybe close tournament. Don't remember. But I won all the games, and then when your rating performance goes all the way to sky, so
wow.
Yeah. Had such a situation once in a life.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, we're still going through the games, and I see Sam Shankland lost second game in a row. So not a good finish for one of the top American players. I'm sure the Sam came here with great expectations. Yep. There we go. Lost again.
That's right. On the camera, we have young Christoph Duda against Van Forest, Jordan, a chess family member. They are 3 siblings in the family, and all of them are playing chess at a decent level. They have youngest sister, who is, I think right now playing Dutch Women Championship.
Okay.
And she's amazing player, in fact. And I think that will be very nice if we have 3 of them just playing side by side in most of the events.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure that's amazing.
So do you mean the Dutch Olympic team would be just one for us?
Yeah, that reminds me Polgar sisters team.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay, so black gets the pawn back on b5, and knight on h6 is out of play. Does that mean black is doing good?
White is kind of looking for some kind of like problems for black on the queen side. So far, I don't really see the clear picture how he's going to do that. f6 has been played, and also Black felt like maybe he had to take some actions on the king side.
Most of all, he tried to defend against f6. I think f6 for white was a positional threat, so he prevented this from happening. And but white has an initiative now, right? It takes, and rook gets to 7th rank, and they'll take on g5.
If black loses the control over 8th rank, there will be a checkmate after rook c8, rook g8.
Rook c7. Takes on b3, protect the bishop with the king.
Play rook a7 to threaten this checkmate and check
protect
on
the
the back
bishop with the king.
Mm-hmm.
White will take on f6, play knight g8, I guess. Then king d8, rook a7. There should be some kind of liquidation and then a draw in the rook a7. No, I mean, white's still pushing. White's still pushing.
Yeah, Toda is very resourceful player, and he's really trying.
No.
And this game has been ended.
Yeah, let's see what happened in Magnus' game. Well, a draw. How is that? Let's see what happened. So we left this game after knight b6. So takes e4. All right. So Arjun decided to take on h5. And those exchanges led to opposite color bishops. That's what we predicted. That that's where the black chances were. No, obviously something like f3 was much more ambitious, and like he didn't do this.
At the video, that's visibly clear that Magnus wants to run away from the conversation, and Arjun is keeping asking the question. Arjun wants to have an answers. And like it was the second time when he got him back into the conversation.
Yeah.
That was a very nice situation indeed.
Yeah, and it's a draw. Okay, well, so this two will not have 5 points.
No.
So last chance is
It's
that One Forest somehow will win this game, or doesn't
so
look
difficult
like
to predict that black will win this one, unless this knight's gonna drop.
can only lose this one.
Knight
yeah.
f6, taking the f6 pawn. The rook d7 and two of black's pawns are under attack, h7
Take
and
on
d6.
f5 and like probably agree to draw. It's gonna be a draw. Rook takes d6, king e7. So technically,
how about e5 there, or still not enough?
I'll give a check. Take on h4, and this should be a draw.
Yeah.
e5, indeed. Yeah. Take on f5. Take on h4.
The rating difference between these two players is exactly 100 points, and Duda is ahead of 100 points.
Oh, okay.
27.91 and 26.93 for One Forest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so for sure he's very much satisfied with this draw, keeping a leader's position, and there will be a lot of ways of share of first place. Yeah.
Okay, let's see how many people could catch up with how many 3 leaders so far.
Mm-hmm. So Arjun and Carlson, and if this game ends in a draw, Jordan, and then Nepomniachtchi Shigiri was a draw. Yu Yangi Sarin was a draw.
So for the safe already there.
is the one.
And what about UNE versus Nihal Sarin?
It was a draw. They agreed on a draw.
They agreed to a draw
really
early.
fast.
So we could have like a 4-way tie after the day one with 4.5 points. Okay.
Still many things can happen, and very often in these events, next day is the last day especially, we have someone who plays not on the top 3-4 boards.
Yes.
Basically, we're covering mostly of that one, and we don't see, for instance, like on the board 10 or 7 what happens. And for sure, there's a chance for those players. And then last round, if you win all the games in the last round, you're getting medal for sure.
Oh, absolutely. No, of course, everything will be decided in the last round, and no questions about it. Yeah,
Magnus? He's observing Arjen Tari's game, his teammate and a friend. Who is playing against whom?
Tari. Let me see. No, it plays too low.
Magnus on the camera. Look at look at the smile. Look at the smile. We need to get this game. If we can, please get the camera over the game. We can have a close-up of Magnus and also Arjen Tari. Let's see, who is he playing against? On the board 53, it's international master from Kazakhstan, Jandos Agmanov is the opponent.
And we don't really know what's going on. We just know that Magnus is interested.
Oh yeah. He very often takes a look at Arjen's games. For sure, he supports him. But this is not really happening that often, and he's keeping in the playing venues. So far, I see our camera on the way to give us some nice footage.
All right.
We're gonna have it in a second, the position.
Okay, and there we go.
Let's zoom in.
Tari and the position, let me see. Okay, 5 rook d2.
He has very active king on e5.
Is Tari in trouble or like a?
I think he has extra piece, but the king is exposed.
I think he's done an exchange, though.
Yeah, I see only one rook.
So.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's only one rook in the knight, so
Okay,
and the
and
pawns are connected on the queen side. So if he trades the queens, he's gonna have a very good chances.
hold on a second. It should be losing somehow. Queen c7. Queen c7 just resign.
Whoa!
Oh,
whoa!
no.
Whoa! Whoa! What was that? Oh my God! He's shaking.
No. He's queen c7, queen d6. Oh, okay.
F4? Check. Oh no, he's so stressed, and very often you are missing some chances because you are too stressed.
Take, okay. Oh wow, king f5, queen h7.
Yeah, it is on the board.
Oh, this guy is so tricky. Yeah, white wins. You can tell Magnus is not happy.
He's still watching.
Yeah.
Oh.
Too bad.
They both had the same reaction with this. You can see how much he supports his teammates.
He's really upset there.
Yeah.
Boris Gelfand, probably the oldest participant here. Okay. Drew in this round. Can you check his score?
Yeah, that's very interesting. Gelfand, how he's doing. He had 2.5, and now he draws, so it's 3.
3
after
right?
5 rounds. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, who's older, Gelfand or Moisenko? Because I
Can
think
check
these
it
two-
actually.
I think these two will.
68,
Okay.
Gelfand,
Yeah.
and Moisenko. We're doing some FBI work here.
Okay. Okay.
Another game.
No,
with
I
extra
hope not.
bishop.
I hope not. No, black doesn't have to do anything. You just don't play f4, please. Don't do this.
Don't
No
do
white
this to
can.
us.
All right. I'm going
Trying to find the name of the opponent. Can't really recognize him. Also, this tournament is very good to get better know of the players. So we have a lot of players indeed. I wonder what will be White's idea here, how to break through. Seems like not so easy. Maybe he will go bishop f8 and rook to c6. This idea not so easy to make 2 moves in a row. That's pretty much illegal. Have you ever made an illegal move?
I think. Yeah, I did a couple times. I castle when I already moved the king and
You're officially chess criminal if you've made a couple of times illegal moves.
Oh well, yeah, I was pretty embarrassing, I must admit. Yeah.
I also made illegal move with the queen.
Oh, really?
From c8, from white square, I went on h4 on the dark square. My opponent wrote down the move and she looked at me. I looked at her, I was like, the queen was on c8, right? And
Yeah.
she was like, yes. Okay, I was like, sorry. And then I played queen d8 with the idea to play queen h4. But yeah, that was an accident. I think this will be a draw because there is like really difficult for white to find any way to improve the position. Black is chasing the bishop. You can't really leave the third rank with the rook because it will be some checks now. For instance, rook b3. Oh,
Okay, yeah, there you go.
what he saw! What he saw! King g4, I guess. Like check, kick this king back, and then king g4.
Yeah, okay, well, some improvement for white, because king g6, right? Oh,
There we
yeah,
go.
you're right, yeah. 10. King g2. Check again. Yeah. All right.
Do we have any other game in progress?
So while we have this on the screen, let's see what are anticipated matchups tomorrow.
Yeah, that's indeed very important because, you know, today they had no time to prepare for the opponents,
Yeah.
but
Tomorrow
tonight and
morning.
tomorrow, almost whole morning and the
Yeah.
afternoon, part of the afternoon, they're going to have a very nice time of preparation and we're going to see some nice home preparations.
Exactly. So it's going to be Magnus at first, and then
Magnus
Was-
played against Van Forest? No, but they don't match with the colors, so...
I think Fedoseev is second, right? And then Van Forest and Arjun.
That's right.
So Magnus versus Jordan and Fedoseev versus Aragasi. The colors. So
Colors are, yeah, very
That's
important
really
because we have 3 leaders with black pieces. So tomorrow they would normally have white pieces, but they cannot have all of the white pieces.
okay. The higher rated changes colors. So I guess Jordan will have another black, and Fedoseev versus Arjun. Okay. No, well.
Very interesting. situation indeed. So far, we don't have a sole leader in the open section. We have a sole leader in the women's section. That's Valentina Gonina, who won all the games and has a good tournament. But this game seems to be very close to be a draw.
Wow.
Almost half empty. Yeah, I think this is the last game. We see the almost empty playing venue. So to let know our viewers a little bit situation here, there are a couple of hotels that are hosting just players right now here. All of them are in the center. Also, the playing venue is in the center. So it is very close to even to walk here, but it is cold also, like -10. There are for sure players who like to walk before the round and after the round, and for them -10 is not that big deal. But many buses are and the cars are provided, so there's not big of the issue of transportation. And we are right now in the palace, the sports palace, and we have a huge stadium which is used for hockey in normal days, but here we are having chess tournament world championship in rapid and blitz.
Unfortunately, we're heading into rook and a bishop. Because, yeah, this black has to go now rook to... Oh, no, you don't have to go rook b7, because bishop g7 is not a threat.
He pins the bishop. I think for black it's more comfortable to keep this position as it is now rather than to switch it to rook versus bishop.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the moment when you realize, you look around and you realize it's only you in the
You're
whole
the last
playground.
one, but...
Yeah. I really like to think a lot and use all the time I have. So very often I'm the last person, and this is a weird feeling. Like people are leaving the playing venue, and obviously there is some noises, right? And some actions happening, but very often you're so focused, you don't realize it.
Yeah.
It's only you and couple of arbiters who are waiting for you
you're
to
saying
end the
he
game.
has no idea? He's the
No,
last one?
I think he has no idea that he's the last one. White player, and black player just look around, and I think he just realized right now.
I'm sure the black player totally realized it, the last one. Oh.
Rook h8.
Okay, wow. Something that haven't happened before.
16 seconds for white because he's looking some opportunities. Can you imagine this can be very least 2 games of this player who had extra piece and ended the game in a draw? And his New Year resolution would be to study how to realize extra piece.
Yeah, how to convert the extra piece and bishop and the rook versus rook.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Ooh,
Play
king h3,
King h3.
g4.
Please, please. Missing the opportunity. Okay.
I like
maybe king g4?
how black pieces
King g4
player is like getting ready when he has a moment. Like, okay, let's check it out. King g4.
King g4. Come on, just do it.
He will do it for sure.
That's your chance.
King g4, rook h6, and you can try king to g3.
G3?
No, he's not going. Maybe not yet. Maybe bishop g7 and then he will go. Now he's kind of forced to go. Rook g4 is another a blunder of checkmate, which we will not see.
It's still hard to improve position.
The thing is that now White's king cannot hide, so I think that's what they have been told to do. And this is absolutely amazing to have the FIDE World Rapid Chess Championship 2022. 3 days of rapid, 2 days of blitz, guys, and we will be your commentators for the event. Thank you so much for being with us. We hope that you enjoyed. I think it was very interesting day.
It was very interesting first day. There will be more amazing games played on next 4 days, so please come back and
tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Tomorrow at the same time. This is 3 p.m. for our time, but we are living in a different zones of the world, so I'm sure you guys know the time where you do, and make sure that you follow FIDE channel, YouTube and Twitch, because you're gonna see now a very nice interview of Magnus Carlsen, and you cannot see it anywhere else.
Yep.
Bye bye.
Magnus, 4.5 out of 5. How do you rate your first day here?
Yeah, it's been good. The last game was a bit messy. I think I was probably much worse to lost at some point, but it was not so easy for him. But overall, I had 3 black games, so I'm very happy.
Today you played against Nodirbek Abdusaturov, who upset you, obviously the champion from last year, and who upset you, I think, in 2018 in Moscow. So was this a sweet revenge, so to speak?
No, it's never revenge, but it was a good win.
So how will you rest tonight? What will you do?
I don't know. I mean, with the time difference, it won't be easy to sleep very soon, but I feel okay. So I'll just get something to eat and then relax.
And just one more question. Obviously, it's been mentioned today that this is your last event at the World Rapid and Blitz as the reigning world champion in classical chess. Does that play any role in your motivation to perform here?
I'm always motivated.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
Welcome to 100 Endgames You Must Know. Over 200 mini videos that our Chessable team edited together, synced with our move trainer, and made it a seamless learning experience. So thanks for watching, happy studying, and enjoy the material.
ancestors saved and preserved the vast expanses of their native land, from Altai to Ataro, thanks not only to the spearheads and brave spirit, but also to the ability of strategic thinking. In the age of the larger political games and in times of wars, steppe strategy decided the future of the nation and contributed to the strengthening of borders. Every step taken was another of the common obstacles on the way to a brighter future. Every decision made changed the trajectory of life. This is a game. This is a strategy. The light and dark side of life. This is history. Friendship and rivalry. This is an emotion.